Well, no one in Scotland can commission an idea. You know, if I went to BBC Scotland and I said, oh, I've got this great idea for a sitcom, I've got this brilliant idea for a drama, you know, no, there isn't one person in Scotland that can okay it unless it goes through London.
Good morning and welcome to another edition of Full Scottish. What's happening today?
Hello and welcome to the Full Scottish here on Broadcasting Scotland.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
That need, that desire for independence is ever stronger than perhaps it was in 2014. So there's an obligation that we've got to give leadership to that campaign. That's what Nicola Sturgeon, as our First Minister, has been doing.
My feeling about Boris Johnson is he can't be trusted on anything.
That is now and forever will be known as the rape clause.
I'm old enough to remember going into Europe in '73, and I remember how much of a razor's edge that was a battling stone. And I think we made it by 53%, if I remember correctly, for going in. And ever since that time, England particularly has been pretty much schizophrenic, down the middle about whether it felt British or whether it felt European. And that schism, that crack has remained throughout English society ever since.
Scotland means business. Scotland's voice won't be stilled, it won't be silenced, it has to be heard.
About the work that's been done by Broadcasting Scotland in giving community activists, yes activists, Scottish activists a platform other than the traditional media outlets.
Well, it's lovely to be out on such a sunny evening in Edinburgh, but it's a shame that we have to be out tonight protesting against the two-child cap and the rate clause. Well more than a year since Alison Thewliss, my colleague at Westminster, first spotted it in the small print of a Tory budget.
Very glad to see such a huge demonstration today and so many people still coming along 1 year after the rate clause came into force to show their opposition to this vile and despicable policy. The UK government have never been able to justify this policy, and we saw that this week with Esther McVeigh's pathetic attempts to say that the rate clause was somehow double support for women and that gives them some kind of chance to talk about the most appalling and disturbing experience of their life.
As you can see behind me, we're at the very beginning of the All Under One Banner rally. You can obviously hear the pipers behind me as events are about to kick off.
It's time to aim high, look resolutely outwards, and never, ever accept second best. Above all, it's time to believe that we can. We can build that better country we know is possible. And friends, we will.
Business online, and of course we want to help them to manage that transition without increasing the costs for them or their customers. The business rates review that we've announced will work closely with stakeholders to consider this issue in more detail. Meanwhile, as my honourable friend will be aware, the government's taken significant steps to support our high streets, including huge cuts to business rates and the £3.6 billion Towns Fund.
Duncan Baker. Thank you. And clearly, we are living through unprecedented times. I just want to say to all the Treasury team, thank you for the incredible work you are doing to help businesses up and down the country and working throughout the night to do this. Many sectors are going to be hugely impacted by coronavirus, not least my home of North Norfolk. And one of the sectors now we're seeing shops being shut on the high street, quite rightly so. I just want you to consider that they are going to be hit enormously, and when we come out of this pandemic, a 2 or 3% VAT-style tax rise to help high streets will be very, very well considered and welcomed. And let's just remember this one point. Our last great leader was Margaret Thatcher, and she said, "We are a nation of shopkeepers. Let's help them."
Order. I think the honourable gentleman ought to not take advantage. We're just starting. He started off, Minister. I think.
Well, I speak for all my colleagues in saying how grateful I am to our honourable friend for his kind regards and wishes. Let me say that, of course, all taxes are taken into account and monitored by the Treasury and will be subject to consideration at future fiscal events. Of course, we are living through very unusual times. I hope my friend understands that the High Street, which has been under pressure for years before the current outbreak, has been something that we have supported over a period of time, most recently with a comprehensive package of support. And, of course, he'll be aware of the specific measures we've taken to support eligible retail, hospitality and leisure properties.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Minister and the Department for all they're doing for business at this time. It's much appreciated. Will the Minister further outline if he has managed to close the loophole to ensure massive companies such as Amazon, etc., who operate out of the UK and yet pay little tax here? And if not, what has been done to ensure that no one is exempt from paying appropriate tax in the UK if they trade in the UK?
Minister.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for the question. Of course, he'll be aware that we have left in place in the budget our digital services tax, and that is specifically designed to look at online marketplaces and other areas online which have user-generated content which needs to be appropriately taxed, and we continue to pursue that tax.
Question 3, Mr. Speaker.
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, with permission, I'd like to answer this question together with question 4. The government is committed to improving the vital transport links that people rely on every day. This is why the budget announced a £500 million a year fund for potholes, confirmed £1 billion for shovel-ready local transport schemes through the Transforming Cities Fund, and set out the government's intention to agree long-term intracity transport settlements worth over £4 billion.
Debbie Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend for all he's doing. Businesses in my resort constituent Southport have been delivered a significant blow due to COVID-19. In good times, funding for the Burscough rail link would be a boost. In bad times, they could be business critical. Will he work with the Department of Transport to do everything he can to ensure that we get the funding for this vital link for our town?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right about the impact in particular on hotel and hospitality businesses. I hope he welcomes the significant cash grant support for those businesses and business rates holidays. With regard to his rail line, he's absolutely right about the importance of these links, which is why we've set up a £500 million beaching cuts reversal fund, and I know the Department for Transportation would be happy to hear from him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rail links will be essential to revitalising the economy once we exit this very difficult period. In Burnley, we have a fantastic rail link that connects us into Manchester, but unfortunately the station at the minute is not disability friendly. I know several stations across the country have been given funding to get them disability friendly, and I wonder whether a similar scheme will be announced in the future so that Burnley can finally get a bridge over its platforms.
Chancellor.
Well, I pay tribute to my honourable friend for the work he does championing improved accessibility for his disabled constituents, which is why at budget we announced £50 million to remodel 12 stations. I spoke to the Secretary of State for Transportation this morning about the Burnley-Manchester Road station, and he is happy to take a call from my honourable friend.
Annalise Dodds.
Mr. Speaker, transport infrastructure, and indeed all infrastructure, relies on the construction industry and in particular its workforce. We've had reports of workers working in close proximity in construction. Indeed, I've seen that myself, including at transport-related facilities this morning, in some cases with no hygienic support and no evidence of enhanced cleaning. The industry has been described as a breeding ground for infection. What action is being taken to protect workers in that industry?
Chancellor.
The Honourable Member is absolutely right. We must ensure the safety of our workers in their industries. The guidance from the government last night was clear that people should go to work if they cannot work from home. In common with other countries such as Italy or France, construction has remained open, but it's right that that is done safely. I know my honourable friend, the Housing Secretary, is in touch with the sector, and indeed I believe he has had conversations about guidance in this regard.
Gavin Newland. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My local bus company is one of many, I'm sure, across the country who have had to introduce short-time working, but they're unsure of the implementation of the Chancellor's very welcome wage subsidy. Will the Treasury top up the wages of those working 2 or 3 three-day weeks, or have they to lay off, say, 70% of the workforce and rely on the remainder to cover the rest of the routes and put themselves at risk for a similar amount of money? Can the Chancellor clear that up for us, please?
Chancellor. In terms of the implementation of the scheme, Mr. Speaker, what we said was that we would aim to have it up and running by the April payroll. This is a brand new system that has to be designed from scratch. Claims could be backdated from March the 1st, though, which will provide significant support to businesses and jobs. And in common with all other schemes like this across the world, this is a scheme that applies to furloughed workers in proportion to the hours they've worked, but for workers who are put on furlough rather than be retained in employment.
Mark Pritchard.
Number 5, sir.
Chancellor.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, if I could answer this question together with question 8. The government remains committed to doing what it can to support businesses, our people and public services. In the last week, I have announced unprecedented measures to support business, including over £300 billion of government-backed loans, £20 billion of tax cuts and grants, a VAT deferral worth 1.5% of GDP, and a landmark job retention scheme guaranteeing 80% of the wages of furloughed workers. We believe these measures represent the most comprehensive and generous suite of interventions of any major developed country in the world.
Mark Pritchard.
And can I, on behalf of my constituents, welcome those announcements. The Chancellor, though, will know that 15% of the UK workforce is self-employed, equating to about 5 million people up and down the country, 5,600 according to the Federation of Small Businesses in my own constituency of the Wrekin. Can I ask, when will the government be coming forward with plans for the self-employed and freelancers, given the immediacy of their need?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for the question. I will be making further announcements or progress on these measures. It's something that we have been looking at in intense detail over the past week in the Treasury. What I can say to him is we're in dialogue with all the key stakeholder groups, including calls I'm having today with several of those bodies. There are genuine practical and principal reasons why it is incredibly complicated to design an analogous scheme to the one that we have for employed workers, but he can rest assured that we absolutely understand the situation that many self-employed people face at the moment as a result of what's happening, and are determined to find a way to support them. We need to be confident that can be done in a way that is deliverable and is fair to the vast majority of the British workforce.
Scott Mann.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of my residents in North Cornwall, can I thank the Treasury for the support they've put in place for employees and employers over the last few days with this unprecedented series of events. Can I follow my honourable member from the Wrekin and ask about self-employment? I've got a huge number of self-employed people in North Cornwall, and I know the Treasury are under a huge amount of pressure at this time, but could I urge expediency on that so that we can get a package of measures in place for them too?
Chancellor.
As I said, I'd say to my honourable friend, we are looking at this in immense detail and at pace. There are, as is acknowledged by many stakeholders in the industry, genuine questions about practicality, fairness and delivery of any such support scheme, which is why it requires careful thought.
We now come to John MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have an urgent question on self-employed after this, but can I just add to the comments that have been made so far? There's a sense of urgency about this now. There isn't any member of this House who hasn't been contacted by a constituent who's in quite distressful state at the moment about that. Can I say that one of the most effective ways of supporting business is to make sure the whole workforce is supported. And there's another group. There are 2 million workers who are on zero-hour contracts and part-time workers, and they're still not eligible for statutory sick pay. and they appear to be excluded as well from the job retention scheme, which is focused on the definition of employees, whilst in law these are referred to and defined as workers. I've written to the Chancellor on this, so will he bring forward a statement urgently as well, which sets out how these workers will be protected in the same way as other workers were protected on the announcement on Friday?
Chancellor. I'll say to the honourable member, it's not the case that those who are on 0 hours are not eligible for the existing scheme. Depending on their particular status, they would absolutely be eligible for the job retention scheme. It could be based on an average of previous earnings over a period in order to get smoothing, but there's no reason why they shouldn't be. In fact, any worker who's on a PAYE scheme is eligible for the job retention scheme.
John MacDonald.
It's really helpful, and I've welcomed the statements from the Chancellor to date, and I welcome that as well. And I'm grateful for the work that he's doing, because there was confusion and many of us had representations to that. Could he clarify one other thing as well? He might have done this earlier and I've missed it. There are some people who have been asked to work reduced hours in the interest of the company rather than being furloughed overall. And it appears these people may also be excluded from the scheme. And there seems to be a lack of clarity on that. And again, could the Chancellor confirm whether these workers will be included in the scheme? If not, can he bring forward a fairly urgent reform to the scheme to enable that to happen? And one other category which we've had questions on is if people have work available but can't do it because of the shutdown of their childcare arrangements, and as a result of that they have childcare responsibilities, are they eligible for the furlough support scheme as well?
Chancellor.
I say to the honourable member, in common with schemes all around the world, these schemes are for furloughed workers. The check is that the company decides to put an employee into a furlough scheme rather than retain them as employed. That is exactly the same as every other scheme. It's not possible to design a scheme that deals with a flexible hours as a result that the state would essentially be subsidising the wages of almost everybody, the entire workforce. It's something that we looked at in detail, and given the time we have available, we went with a scheme that could be delivered and is in common with, again, almost every scheme around the world that does exactly the same thing.
Richard Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's vital that we work across party lines at this time, and we on these benches very much welcome the Chancellor's economic package for firms and workers announced last Friday. Given that millions of small business freelancers and self-employed are very understandably concerned about their incomes, I welcome the fact that the Chancellor is considering a response to that and understand that it is important to get it right. But when does he expect to be able to come back to the House and announce the detail of that?
Chancellor.
As I said, Mr. Speaker, we are looking at these things. I'm not going to commit to a specific day until we know we can work through the details. Partly the issue is, of course, there are people whose incomes have been enormously impacted by what is going on currently. But there are also millions of people who are self-employed whose incomes may not have been impacted and indeed might be increasing. The ability for the government to distinguish between those people based on tax returns that are over a year and a half out of date poses some very significant challenges in terms of fairness and affordability.
Richard Thompson.
I thank the Chancellor for that answer, and our offer to work with him to protect incomes remains open. But I just wonder, as part of his deliberations over this, in order to simplify the process of getting the money to where it needs to go, will he consider using the tax and welfare system in order to roll out a universal basic income in these times?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, we're not in favour of a universal basic income, although we have strengthened the safety net for the most vulnerable in our society with over £7 billion invested into improving our welfare system for this year, including improvements to universal credit, employment support allowance, and indeed the local housing allowance. Those payments are all available much quicker, much easier and more generously than they were before, and I know that will make an enormous difference to many vulnerable people.
Derek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to raise an issue that seems unique to my constituency. The Isles of Scilly, as many will know, is 28 miles off the Land's End, and all that travels, passengers, people, all supplies travel through large and small private companies, and they rely on their business because of the tourist trade in the summer. Now that has completely collapsed, and every single one of those businesses is really liable to collapse if the government can't move quickly. Can the Chancellor to look at this issue very urgently. 2,500 people rely on urgent action from the Treasury to make sure that their transport infrastructure and system is sustained and retained.
Chancellor.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to talk to my honourable friend further about his particular constituency issue, which I know does pose particular challenges. We have committed to providing local authorities and indeed all departments with any funding that's required to support public services, including local transport infrastructure in their communities.
Okay. West Streeting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of my constituents that will benefit from the measures the Chancellor announced last week, can I sincerely thank him for the action that he has taken and for the responsibility that he's carrying, and we are all rooting for him to succeed in the task ahead. The challenge, as I think has been described by others, is for those workers that don't benefit, particularly the 5 million self-employed, the degree of anxiety is increased because they've seen a ship sailing carrying others, but not them. I think they'll be reassured that the Chancellor has given a clear commitment to do something, but many of them are facing a cash flow crisis right now. So can the Chancellor say a bit more than he has done already to be reassuring about how quickly he can implement the measures that he's considering?
Chancellor.
Well, I'm very grateful to the honourable member for his warm words, and I appreciate those. What I can say to him is, as I said, we are looking at pace and what support can be provided. The fact is that 5 million universe that we're dealing with contains such a wide variety of different people where we don't have the ability to target support. That's the challenge that we have in designing something that gets to the people that we want it to help, whilst at the same time being affordable, while not having to benefit absolutely everybody. That is proving to be problematic, but we are hard at work on it. In terms of delivery, it is almost certainly going to be the case that we would have to build another brand new system to deliver any support. I think it is right, and I'm sure honourable members on both sides of this House would agree, that in terms of prioritising system design, the scheme that we have set up for 90% of the workforce that is employed should be delivered first and quickly, and that is what we've committed to do, ideally by the end of April. And we're looking at how we can do these things in sequence or in parallel, but I take his point. People are anxious, which is why we deferred the self-assessment tax return that is due shortly to provide some cash flow benefit. We've deferred VAT to a very significant degree, which will help with cash flow benefit, and many self-employed people will benefit from the business interruption loans, which are also interest-free.
Philip Oliver.
Number 6, sir. Thank you, Minister. We're providing cash grants of £10,000 to over 700,000 small and medium-sized businesses across England, and grants of up to £25,000 per property for qualifying retail, hospitality and leisure businesses. We estimate that these combined measures will benefit up to 1 million businesses in England. Local authorities will deliver these grants over the coming weeks, and subsequently will have information about the number of firms that have benefited at a local level in due course.
Philip Oliver.
Mr. Speaker, I declare my interest as a member of Kettering Borough Council. Can I thank the Chancellor and the Treasury for coming forward at top speed with this business support package? And can I also thank all the hard-working staff at Kettering Borough Council who will be actually delivering these grants to local businesses? And will the Minister send out the message to Kettering and the country that when the economy comes roaring back once this pandemic is over, local authorities will have played a key role in ensuring that happens?
Minister.
Well, I very much thank my honourable friend for that very wise comment. We very much share his views. Local authorities are absolutely crucial to delivery of a whole range of the support that we're giving now, and we will be very much acknowledging their role. We also, as he will know, are being supporting them through the business rates process and also through the hardship fund as well.
Andrew Lowe.
11, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my honourable friend will know, rent-a-room relief has been a feature of the income tax system since 1992. In 2016, the government raised the threshold to £7,500. This is designed to deliver the government's objective of supporting individuals' living standards and freeing up space in the housing market. It also reduces and simplifies the tax administrative burden for those affected and has taken some taxpayers out of self-assessment entirely.
Andrew Lowe.
It was 11. Given that some 37% of homes in the country are under-occupied, my honourable friend will realise that encouraging more owners to take lodgers in could provide affordable housing to thousands more people. Could he please look to review whether there should be a higher level, perhaps 9,500, for living landlords with 2 or more lodgers, And would the Minister be willing to have a virtual meeting with the Lodger Landowners Association at an appropriate time?
Well, Minister. I thank my friend. I'm always delighted to meet him. In 2016, as I've mentioned, the government raised the threshold. In 2018, the government consulted on the scheme, and there was a consensus amongst the respondents that the relief provides an effective incentive for people to make their spare rooms available for rent. But, of course, I take the point he raised. He's put it in the Chamber squarely on the record, and as with all tax policy, we will look at this and other measures and keep them under review.
Stuart C. MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we are all united here in saying that nobody should lose their home as a result of financial hardship brought about by the coronavirus pandemic. Again, we absolutely welcome the steps that the Chancellor and the Treasury have taken so far, but is it possible to find more fiscal support to be provided to safeguard tenants in the private rented sector so that we can guarantee that these people also are able to keep their homes in the months ahead?
Well, as my friend will be aware, we have specifically ruled out the possibility of eviction for 3 months, and we will continue to look at that situation as well.
Stuart Alison.
Question number 9, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I regularly discuss school funding with the Secretary of State for Education. At the spending round, the government committed to a £7.1 billion cash increase in the funding for schools in England by 2022-23.
Stuart Anderson.
Thank you. I understand there's immediate pressing issues for the department, but after this, would my right honourable friend arrange to meet with myself and the Education Secretary to discuss funding of a secondary school in Wolverhampton?
Minister.
I'll be very happy to give that commitment to my honourable friend, and he will be aware of the significant allocation to capital funding that was set out by my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, in the budget, and obviously part of the discussion at the comprehensive spending round will be the allocation of that budget.
Chris Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the Minister is meeting the Secretary of State for Education, will he also talk about funding for early years and nursery sector? The 30 hours free childcare isn't working, and many of these nurseries were facing the inviability before the current crisis.
The honourable gentleman raises an important point, because I think across the House people recognise the importance of early years and early interventions there. But he'll be aware of the wider package of funding showing the government's commitment to education, not just in primary schools, secondary schools, but also the measures set out by my right honourable friend in the budget on further education as well.
Stephen Craig.
Number 10, sir.
Minister.
I think the numbering, Mr. Speaker, has jumped around a bit in the last few hours. We have been clear that the NHS will get whatever funding it needs to respond to the coronavirus. The Chancellor announced at budget a £5 billion response fund, and we have already allocated a significant proportion of that to a range of measures.
Stephen Craig.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What frontline staff do in the NHS every single day is remarkable at the best of times. What we're asking them to do now and in the weeks ahead will be incredibly challenging, both in terms of physical and emotional pressures, but also in terms of the personal risks to NHS staff. So would my right honourable friend reaffirm that this government, as well as providing the extra money that was announced in the budget, will do all it can to ensure that frontline NHS staff get all of the equipment that they need, including protective clothing, to get the country through this crisis?
Minister. Well, my right honourable friend is absolutely right, and the Chancellor has made clear we will do whatever it takes to protect our NHS front line, not just on PPE, as he correctly identifies, but also looking at the additional capacity, for example, in the independent hospital sector, looking at the support, the £1.3 billion that was allocated to speed up the discharge of patients, the £1.6 billion allocated to local authorities in terms of adult social care, and of course the funding, such as the £30 million for diagnostics research and the £10 million for diagnostic testing that has also been allocated in recent days.
Annalise.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we really require as a House more specific detail about exactly the funding and arrangements across government that are being provided, specifically in relation to testing and PPE availability, because we're all hearing from staff that they do not have the resources that they need. So please can the Minister indicate to us, he talked about that funding, to what extent is it actually being spent in the field currently, and what discussions has his department had with BEIS and the Department of Health about pulling in additional manufacturers, not just for ventilators but also for PPE and testing as well? Thank you.
Minister.
Well, the Honourable Lady will know from the statements made by my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Health, that significant efforts have been on this, working with domestic manufacturers, but also procuring additional resource and stock internationally. In terms of funding, we have been very clear with the Department of Health. They will have whatever funding they need, and that has been the case to date.
Owen Thompson.
Question 11, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Last Friday, the government announced that it was deferring value-added tax payments for the next quarter so that UK VAT-registered businesses will not need to pay any VAT alongside their normal VAT returns from now until the end of June. That is a deferral worth over £30 billion, or 1.5% of GDP. HMRC already offers help to businesses struggling to meet their VAT payments with arrangements such as time to pay. In light of the outbreak of COVID-19, the Chancellor has outlined a range of measures to help business through the crisis, including grants, loans and relief from business rates worth more than £330 billion. The Treasury will continue to review and make further announcements as events unfold.
Owen Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and certainly we in these benches welcome the actions that have already been announced so far by the Chancellor to support the economy during the current outbreak. Given the particular strain felt by sectors such as hospitality, will he consider reducing the VAT rate they are charged, as well as the deferrals already announced?
Well, I thank the gentleman for his question. Of course, he will be aware that those businesses will fall under the VAT announcements that have already been made for the next quarter, and as he will know, they are already also the beneficiaries of grants for the smallest businesses of £10,000 and for larger ones in hospitality, leisure and retail of £25,000.
Alistair Carmichael.
12, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the Government takes seriously its climate change responsibilities, including the target of net zero greenhouse gas emissions. This means by 2050, this means enabling a diverse range of low carbon technologies, and we see the use of marine renewables in the future energy mix, though developers must demonstrate how these can compete with the low prices achieved by wind and solar technologies.
Alistair Carmichael.
In order to compete with these technologies, they have to get from the stage of research and development to commercial deployment. The industry knows that. They've come up with a mechanism known as the Innovation Power Purchase Agreement. Is there any reason why the government are not engaging with that? Because I have to tell the Minister that these developers are not going to hang around in this country forever. If they can't make that step here, they will go elsewhere and do it.
I'm aware of the 1,700 that work in his constituency and across Wales and Scotland. I'm aware he wrote to the previous Exchequer Secretary, who moved post before he could get a reply. It is true, though, at the moment that renewables are 5 times more expensive than wind and solar, but the Government will engage in a dialogue with the industry as we look to resolve this and move forward in a constructive way.
Andrew Rosendahl. Not here. Paul Bristow.
Number 14, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Low-paid workers will continue to benefit from the above-average pay rises, with the national living wage set to reach 2/3 of median earnings and to be extended to workers aged 21 and over by 2024, providing economic conditions allow. This is projected to benefit nearly 4 million low-paid workers.
I'd like to thank the Minister for that response and for everything he's doing to protect jobs in Peterborough and across the country. I was proud to stand on our manifesto in December, particularly our commitment to protect the low paid. The Government have taken vital steps in the short term to protect jobs. Could my right honourable friend confirm that this budget is also providing a £200 tax cut for the typical family in Peterborough?
Absolutely, I can confirm to my honourable friend that a typical employee will be around £104 next year better off by the cut in national insurance, and then also the freeze in fuel duty, alcohol duties and the abolition of other taxes such as the tampon tax will also be of significant benefit to many of his constituents who he's been fighting very hard for since he came to this place.
Kevin Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many low-paid workers are actually self-employed. And when I raised this matter with the Leader of the House yesterday, he said in column 27, the government are inevitably conscious that when we close places by order, and that has an effect on people's livelihoods, there's a societal responsibility. Many of these low-paid self-employed people work, for example, in the music industry. And I just want to say to the Minister, I know we've got an urgent question coming up, they'll be looking for more reassurance than we've heard so far this morning, that the government is actually going to introduce a scheme and is going to do it soon.
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. My right honourable friend, the Chancellor, has set out very clearly both the range of measures that we've taken, but also the determination that we have to come up with an enduring solution that addresses the range of challenges. I think the whole of the Treasury team is fully aware of how distressing and how challenging people are finding it out there, and we are working as fast as we can to come up with a solution that works for everyone.
David Linden.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. I think if the current coronavirus and financial crisis has taught us one thing, is that we need to look again about the issue in terms of zero-hours contracts and the difficulty that puts many of our constituents. And I very much welcome the measures that have been brought forward in terms of support for businesses, for employees. I very much hope that this afternoon, when we get the question on self-employed, there will be support. But one group where there is a lot of concern are zero-hours workers. So can the Minister outline what support the Government is going to bring forward for zero-hours workers in Glasgow East?
Minister.
Well, if they are on PAYE, they are eligible for the job retention scheme. But the honourable gentleman makes a very fair point about the range of concerns that exist, and we continue to look very carefully at what we can do to enhance the measures that have already been announced. He will be aware of the enhancements to the welfare package of an additional £6.5 billion that has been put in by my right honourable friend, the Chancellor's announcement so far, and we will continue to look at what more can be done.
Bill Esterson.
Can I encourage the Minister not to make the perfect the enemy of the good in designing this scheme? There are many self-employed workers who worry about their inability to put food on the table this week. They're finding the universal credit system completely overwhelmed. So can I encourage ministers to put forward, announce the scheme and make sure the cash gets through? And it has to be soon, otherwise people are going to be in real hardship.
Minister.
The honourable gentleman makes a very reasonable point, and that's why we've tried to move those interventions forward that could be done quickly. We've done them as quickly as we can. So with respect to universal credit, we've increased the UC standard allowance. We've increased the standard allowance from £317.82 to £409.89 per month for single claimants. We have increased the local housing allowance. We've had a relaxation of earnings rules for self-employed UC claimants, and we will continue to look at every measure that we can to have an impact in the lives of those people that are suffering as he described.
Patrick Brady.
Mr. Speaker, but every measure that we can, but the Chancellor just appeared to rule out a universal minimum basic income. And is that not quite disappointing? Because the way to answer these questions, the way to avoid thousands of people being laid off and ending up on universal credit and potentially getting trapped in the benefit system is to provide that minimum income guarantee for everyone, which will also help to provide a fiscal stimulus in the economy once we start to get through this crisis.
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. I think my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, set out very clearly the reasons why we have some concerns about, and indeed would not want to have that universal guarantee. We want to make sure that the interventions we make are targeted at those that are most in need at this time, and not give money unnecessarily to people who are wealthy.
We now come to Topicals. John Morrissey.
Topical question 1, Mr. Speaker.
Chancellor of the Exchequer.
No.
Mr. Speaker, we are facing an unprecedented challenge as a country, as a government and as a society. The spread of the coronavirus has precipitated the extraordinary but necessary actions taken by this government over the last week to protect people's health, their livelihoods and the economy we all rely on. There will be challenging times ahead, and despite the significant economic interventions that we have put in place, We will not be able to protect every single job or save every single business. But I am confident that the measures we have put in place will provide support to millions of people and businesses and ensure that we do get through this, we get through it together and emerge on the other side both stronger and more united.
John Morrissey.
The Startup Loan Programme has been hugely successful in getting thousands of new businesses off the ground, particularly in my constituency of Beaconsfield. Does my right honourable friend agree that the announcement that this programme will be extended is hugely welcome news for entrepreneurs right across the country?
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is a champion for entrepreneurship in her constituency, and rightly so. The Startup Loan Programme is an excellent programme providing grants of £25,000 for budding entrepreneurs. It's been operational for some years now and has provided almost 70,000 loans, putting to work almost over £500 million. And it is absolutely right, as we think about our future coming through the coronavirus, it will be the entrepreneurs of tomorrow that help create new jobs and drive the prosperity that we all will want to see.
John MacDonald.
Can I again welcome much of the Chancellor is doing, and we wish to work with him as positively as we possibly can in this very difficult period. Can I just return to this issue about zero-hour workers, though? The Chancellor said very clearly that this applies to all those who are on PAYE, and I welcome that. But the point that we've been making is that many of these, in fact most of the zero contract workers, are not on PAYE. They're called the Lim B workers. So this scheme doesn't apply. I understand he's doing his best and I understand the complications, but he also said that the compensation for zero workers, employers may compensate on the basis of average hours worked. The unions in this field representing those workers have urged that surely this should be mandatory, but also it should be applied to all zero-hour and variable-hour workers based upon average earnings over the previous weeks. Now, that is exactly how their holiday pay is calculated at the moment, and it's an accurate reflection of what they earn. We need some urgent action for this sizable group of workers, at least nearly 1 million of zero-hour workers, maybe at least another 1 million more.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as we are putting in place the detailed guidance for the scheme, we're actively considering the question of how best to average earnings of people in this situation. I very much take on board the suggestion that he's made, and I know my team are engaging with those unions as we speak to try and get the details right.
John Burren.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I commend the Chancellor and indeed his team for the robust policy response we've seen to this crisis so far. But may I ask them to continue to focus laser-like on the issue of cash flow, which is particularly important to smaller businesses, particularly important to the workforce, particularly important to the vulnerable groups in society, because that issue, cash flow, is probably the most important when it comes to determining employment, something that is important to everyone in this chamber and the country at large.
Chancellor.
My honourable friend is absolutely right about the importance of cash flow, which is why we have targeted our interventions specifically for smaller business at providing extra cash flow support, namely through the £10,000 grants to every business in receipt of small business rate or rural rate relief, and indeed deferral of VAT starting from today for the quarter, which, as my right honourable friend said before, represents over £35 billion or 1.5% of GDP's worth of tax deferral, providing immediate cash flow support. We have done the same thing for self-assessment payments that are due in the coming months, and have also, as of yesterday, launched a business interruption loan scheme, which my honourable friend has done fantastic work developing, and will provide interest-free, 12-month interest-free loans to small businesses, again, to help provide them the liquidity they need to get through this.
Ruth Gabley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I acknowledge that the government is dealing with an incredible number of challenges at this time, and I pay tribute on behalf of all MPs for the work the ministers, the front benches, and also the people behind the scenes who are supporting them in this work. Now, the financial challenges of families with children have not yet been specifically addressed to date. So, will the Treasury listen to the Child Poverty Action Group and work with the DWP on what I think is a fairly simple solution, and will put money directly into the pockets of families with children, and that is temporarily increased child benefit?
Minister.
Well, I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady for the suggestion, and we will certainly look closely at the Child Poverty Action Group's recommendation.
Simon Baines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of my constituents in Clwyd South, can I commend the Treasury team on their hard and speedy work over the last couple of weeks? And can my right honourable friend confirm that this government will stand behind businesses small and large in Clwyd South and elsewhere in Wales and the UK as this crisis progresses?
Chancellor.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his comments and also pay tribute to the work he is doing to represent his constituents and make sure that his local businesses get the support they need. I hope his businesses welcome the various interventions that we have providing cash flow support, tax relief, deferrals and subsidised loans to help them get through this difficult period. And if he has further ideas that he thinks we should consider, I would be very happy to talk to him further.
Cavan Jones.
Supply teachers play a vital role in our schools. Many thousands, including my constituency Ellie Atkinson, have found themselves out of work. Can I urge the Treasury to look at a way of supporting these vital workers, whether it be through direct financial support or making sure that these individuals can actually work in the schools that are actually being kept open?
Minister.
Well, the right honourable gentleman will know that school budgets have been allocated, and so the schools will already have those budgets allocated to spend, and that will not change. The announcements that the Chancellor has made through the PAY system is also about supporting those who can be supported through that mechanism. If there are other proposals, of course, I'm happy to engage with the right honourable gentleman and discuss those further.
Nicola Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome my right honourable friend's world-leading package of support to businesses? I have many charities and community care providers in West Bromwich East, including Sandwell Community Caring Trust, who are all working extremely hard to protect the vulnerable. I'd like to pay particular thanks to them and all the teachers and frontline staff in my constituency. Can he confirm that all charities that pay through PAYE will also be eligible for the scheme and relief package?
Councillor.
I thank my honourable friend for her support and join her in paying tribute to Sandwell Community Care Trust, who I know we will be relying on through this difficult period. I can confirm to her that charities are eligible for the Job Retention Support Programme, and further to that, I can also tell her that we have provided extra funding for the Department for Local Government to provide money to local charitable or caring organisations, especially to help with those who we are attempting to shield, the most vulnerable, to protect them against the effects of the coronavirus.
John Speller.
Thank you, Mr. Yesterday in the Chamber, myself and the Right Honourable Member for Birmingham Hodge Hill raised the question about escalating prices in local shops and concerns about profiteering. Now, we understand that the Competition and Markets Authority may be looking into this. Can I ask him to urge them to very rapidly look at where this is taking place? Is it local shops? Is it wholesalers or cash and carry? Is it suppliers, or is it even actually to do with the international market in terms of perishable goods? It's a matter of real concern, and once they've found out where the problem is, will they bring forward measures to crack down on this profiteering?
Minister.
The right honourable gentleman makes a very reasonable point, and he sets out the range of issues there. It will be something that government is looking at, and I will liaise with my colleagues in Bays to make sure that they're focusing in on all the dimensions of the problem that he's outlined.
So Desmond Sway.
Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor has been more creative and accommodating than his equivalents in any other jurisdiction. Setting aside the question of fairness, how practical is it to use historical tax data to try and impute a wage equivalent to the self-employed?
Chancellor.
I thank my honourable friend for his comments. He's right. It is possible, certainly, to use those historical returns. They are a year and a half out of date, so they will be necessarily imperfect. They also do not provide an easy way to distinguish between those who are deserving of support, whose incomes are being affected by what is happening, and those who are much more wealthy and whose incomes are potentially increasing at the current place. But they do provide a basis and a universe to look at.
Bill Esterson.
When I mentioned that the universal credit system was overwhelmed earlier, the Minister may not quite have taken on board the point I was raising. A self-employed worker sent me a screenshot of their attempt to use the system yesterday. 33,383 people were ahead of them in the queue to use the claims section of the website. Unless this is resolved, people who need money right now, limited though that is in universal credit, simply won't be able to get hold of the money through the system.
Minister.
Well, firstly, the honourable gentleman raises an important point in terms of the pressure on DWP at this time, and that is a key reason why the design of the schemes we've been looking at, brought forward by the Chancellor, are those that don't add additional complexity and pressure onto DWP for the reason that he highlights. But one of the things we've been very actively working, I've been discussing with the Secretary of State for DWP, is where we can free up and reprioritise resource within DWP to assist with that, and we've been working very closely with the Secretary of State to do just that.
Henry Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, airports and airlines are particularly adversely affected by the COVID-19 situation. Can my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, say a little bit more about the Treasury's thinking on a package of measures to support this important sector, particularly the many employees, many of them my constituents, who, of course, are finding it very difficult at the moment?
Chancellor.
My honourable friend is absolutely right, especially in his constituency, to highlight the importance of airlines and airports. They've been particularly impacted by what is happening. I can tell him I'm in active dialogue with the Secretary of State for Transportation and expect to write out soon on this particular matter.
Neil Hanby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath and in other constituencies, it is the public service workers who will get us through this crisis. Not bankers, not nuclear weapons, so we must change our focus. The nurses, doctors and other public service workers who will be doing double shifts and working extra hours to get us through, can the Chancellor consider whether they will get tax relief on those extra hours so that they are properly rewarded and recognised for the tremendous effort they are making?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, we absolutely pay tribute to our public sector workers, particularly those on the front line of the NHS. As we speak, we have said that we will make any and all funding available to the NHS to provide and support that workforce. That is exactly what we are doing, as my right honourable friend, the Chief Secretary, outlined earlier. We did, in the budget specifically, change, in particular, the taper relief, which was causing recruitment, well, not recruitment, but hours challenges for senior doctors and GPs. That was a significant fiscal intervention, with providing over £2 billion of tax relief to make sure that there is no disincentive for those senior clinicians to provide the extra work at this point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The economic interventions the Chancellor spoke about are very much welcome in Bournemouth East. Will he join with me in paying tributes to the armed forces for what they are doing and what they will do? But he should recognise, we all should recognise, this is in addition to their day job of keeping the nation safe. Could he say what will happen with the spending review? And would he agree that it's important that there is that additional capacity that our armed forces have, so we can deal with the threats that continue to exist, but also have that spare redundancy, that ability to step forward to help the nation in times of crisis?
My honourable friend is absolutely right to highlight the importance of our armed services, and I join him in paying tribute to what they are doing, not just to keep us safe every day, but right now when we are calling on them to help us meet this public health emergency. They are doing extraordinary work as we speak to help improve the capacity of our healthcare system to respond to what is coming, and he's absolutely right. That is something we recognise, and it will be recognised as we think about funding for the armed services, not just today, but in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One newspaper is already reporting that the Chancellor is going to implement an income protection scheme for the self-employed and make an announcement within the next 24 hours. I must say I got from the Chancellor's early reply a slightly longer timescale, and he was talking about the end of April. Coming back to this point of reassurance, can he give us some real reassurance now to those anxious self-employed people across the country that an announcement will be made very shortly?
Chancellor?
I think what I can tell the honourable gentleman is. We would hope to be able to have something to say very shortly. In terms of something being implemented, that will take longer for the reasons I outlined earlier, and the Honourable Gentleman made a good point about capacity, whether it's at HMRC or DWP, to deliver brand new schemes. But in terms of saying what we are planning to do, that can be something that hopefully we can do relatively shortly. Implementation will take a longer time frame for the very clear delivery challenges that this scheme would pose.
Jacob Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my right honourable friend and the whole Treasury team for all the work that they're doing to help people through this crisis. Can my right honourable friend outline when employers will be able to access the job retention scheme and the furloughed workers? Cheers.
Chancellor.
Detailed guidance is available, further will be provided, and our aim is to build and construct the new scheme for it to be operational by the end of April. That is a challenge. We are already working night and day to construct something from scratch, but it will be allowed to be claims will be allowed to be backdated to the 1st of March, so businesses have security of knowing that the cash flow rebate will be coming. But as I said, the aim is to have it up and running so that the April payroll can be reimbursed through this scheme.
Chris Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the problems with this crisis is we don't know how long it's going to last. I have businesses in my constituency, events companies, conference companies and sporting companies that are trying to have long lead-in times to organise their events, but can't cancel them yet and therefore get insurance as a result because there's no government guidance. Does the government have any plans to give guidance, particularly to the insurance companies and to events companies, that will perhaps say no events for the next 6 months?
Minister.
Well, we are working very closely with the insurance industry, and obviously they are underpinned by contractual obligations. What we did establish is that if they have got the cover relevant to non-specified diseases, then the announcements by the Prime Minister and the Chancellor have triggered those to be paid out. But I'm very happy to look at any specific cases that individual members want to bring to me so I can take up with industry representatives.
Stephen Crabb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the wake of the last economic crisis, when we needed the banks to stand on the side of small businesses, too often they didn't. And many of us have seen too many examples of small businesses being bullied into bankruptcy. So what can my right honourable friend say about the posture that he wants to see from banks at this time?
Minister. I thank my right honourable friend for his question. The Chancellor and myself have had dialogue with individual heads of high street banks. I've been speaking to the head of UK Finance this morning and will be convening a meeting of bank representatives later today. We anticipate that the banks should be taking the most sympathetic forbearance measures possible, and we have set out very clearly, and my right honourable friend the Chancellor has set out in terms of the loan scheme, how it is interest-free for the first 12 months with no fees or repayment penalties. But I expect the banks to step up to the mark, as I know they will. And of course, you've got to remember that many of the people who are actually delivering this service in high street branches or in call centres are not very well paid and are working flat out to deliver what is a key service to our nation at this time.
David Linden.
Mr. Speaker, the message from the Prime Minister last night for our constituents to stay at home could not have been clearer, but many of our constituents who are staying at home will have increased energy bills as a result of that. Now, our honourable friend from Caithness, Sullivan, Easter Ross is coordinating a cross-party letter to the Government asking for a reduction on VAT and energy bills. Is that something they are willing to look favourably upon to support our constituents who will have higher energy bills as a result of staying at home?
Well, we're certainly very happy to look at whatever letter the Honourable Gentleman on a cross-party basis or his colleagues may wish to present with us.
Joanna Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to follow on from my gallant friend from Bournemouth East and talk about our great armed forces. I've expressed my delight of the budget of 10 million identified for veterans' mental health. Can the Chancellor confirm that this will still remain a priority as this problem doesn't go away?
Well, I'm happy to give that assurance. I know my honourable friend is a champion, and quite rightly so, of our armed forces and speaks with great experience and authority on that. And he'll be aware of a number of measures that my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, has announced. That is one of them, and we stand by it.
Kevin Brennan.
Mr. Speaker, can I say to the Chancellor, a couple of times in the context of talking about the self-employed, he's mentioned wealthy people whose incomes are increasing. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about people who've lost their entire income overnight. And so, can the Chancellor please provide some more reassurance that it is his intention to provide help to those people? It is his intention to say how he's going to do that very soon, and also to say to the banks in the meantime that they should be extending credit on a free basis, on the basis of what the Chancellor promises, so that people can get on with their lives.
So, the honourable gentleman illustrates exactly the issue with a scheme like this. Looking at historic tax return data from a year and a half ago gives absolutely no guide to whether someone today who is self-employed is in the situation that they are prosperous and indeed their income may be increasing versus someone who is not. Of course, I am sympathetic to those whose situation is being adversely affected by what is going on. The issue is one of finding a way to target help at those rather than having something that provides blanket cash subsidies to 5 million people, many of whom will not need it and will end up costing all of our constituents on modest incomes a considerable amount to pay. So it's about finding a way to target support on those who most need it, and that is what is requiring time and thought.
Mark Pritchard. Speaker, would the Chancellor like to put on record and join me in thanking the people of Shropshire Council, the hard-working people of Telford and Wrekin Council? But can I say to him that cash flow for many local councils is becoming a real issue, with many councils having to borrow? Can I ask if he could encourage his officials in the Treasury to be a little bit more flexible over where finance can come from, and also the use of reserves?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to look at specific suggestions. I pay tribute to not just my Honourable Friends Council, but all councils for the sterling work they're doing right now in delivering our grant schemes to many of their small local businesses. We are in dialogue already with the Department for Local Government to ensure that cash flow needs of councils are adequately met, and there are some things we are doing actively in terms of the timing of the various grant payments we make as we speak to ease some of those near-term cash flow pressures.
Speaker, in relation to the emergency cash grant scheme, could the Minister further clarify if businesses with more than one premise in different towns are entitled to help per shop or just for the business as a whole?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, the detailed eligibility criteria is online and will be provided by local authorities. The grants are done on a per-premises basis for businesses which are in receipt of small business rate relief and rural rate relief, and indeed those are the £10,000 grants. There are larger grants for those in the retail, leisure and hospitality sector of up to £25,000. The Secretary of State for Business has written already to local authorities who are, as we speak, writing to their businesses that are eligible for these grants to seek their bank details and start making cash payments as soon as is practically possible.
Just before I start the urgent question, I'm bothered that people are rather close in some of the areas around the chamber. If it's possible to try and spread out, I'd be very grateful. We now come to the urgent questions. Sir Edward Davey.
Mr. Speaker, will the Chancellor make a statement on financial support for the self-employed in the light of the COVID-19 pandemic?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know many self-employed people are in real distress, but we are working urgently to address this problem. And I say to the self-employed, we have not forgotten you. Help is coming. But the policy and delivery is complex, and we cannot and should not rush to announce a scheme that begs more questions than it answers. The Chancellor has held meetings this morning with representatives of the self-employed and will continue to meet them this afternoon. But it's also important, Mr. Speaker, to remember that COVID-19 is an urgent challenge to our entire economy, affecting workers of all types. And it's essential that we respond swiftly so that people can keep their jobs and businesses can carry on. This is the basis of our coherent, coordinated and comprehensive plan. It's a plan that gives those on the front line the tools they need to tackle the virus, with all the support the NHS needs, backed up by an initial £5 billion fund for public services. It's a plan that puts a shoulder behind business with a statutory sick pay relief package for SMEs, business rates holidays for all retail, hospitality, leisure and nursery businesses in England, and grant funding for small enterprises. as well as support through HMRC's Time to Pay scheme. As of yesterday, businesses with cash flow concerns will also be able to access the Coronavirus Business Interruption Loan Scheme, offering up to £5 million for SMEs through the British Business Bank. And for larger firms, the Bank of England are providing...
Just one second. It might be easier if you just pass them down the line and let members pass them on than speaking to everybody. We've really got to... Yeah. OK. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Corona Business Interruption Loan Scheme, which I know members across the House had raised questions on, is now available, offering up to £5 million for SMEs through the British Business Bank. And for larger firms, the Bank of England are providing a new facility to help support liquidity amongst larger firms. To all members of the House, I urge you to continue speaking, as I know many are doing, to the business leaders in your constituencies, and make sure they are aware that they are not alone and that help is indeed coming. Mr Speaker, in this House, we are all standing behind business and everyone that works in it. To encourage businesses to retain staff, we're deferring VAT, and my right honourable friend has announced the Job Retention Scheme to facilitate that as well. Taken together, this is a huge programme of support, and we will keep thousands of workers in jobs. But we know that there are thousands of self-employed people who have been wondering what the future holds for them. My right honourable friend, the Chancellor, has already set out a range of measures in support. Sole traders and freelancers will be able to access the Business Interruption Loan Scheme as long as activity is channelled through a business account. We are also removing the minimum income floor for the self-employed workers affected by coronavirus so that they too can access universal credit in full, which is not only the standard allowance, but also for those with children, disabilities or indeed housing needs, a wider package of support. At the same time, the next self-assessment income tax payments will be deferred until January 2021, helping those who had set money aside for those tax payments with immediate cash flow. Which means that there is a package on tax, on loans, and more widely through universal credit to support those through that safety net. Let me reassure everyone in this House and the self-employed people you represent that further help is indeed coming. But we have to make sure we get this right and target the right support towards those who are most in need. The Chancellor will provide a further update on support for the self-employed in the coming days.
Can I thank the Chief Secretary of Treasury for that answer? And he knows that parties on all sides of the House have been supportive of the way the Chancellor and the Treasury have given support to businesses and to employees. But I have to tell him, for the 5 million self-employed people across the country who are in all our constituencies, they are in real stress. They are deeply worried. Yep. And while we all understand there are complications, the government has to move as fast as possible to meet their concerns, because they are literally, in many cases, simply running out of money. Yep. And I want to say this to the Treasury bench. It's important who we remember who the self-employed are. 80% of the 5 million self-employed are sole traders. Yep. They are our neighbours, our friends, our family. The vast majority are not wealthy people. They are cleaners. Yep. They are taxi drivers. They are plumbers. They are hairdressers. They are musicians, tutors and journalists. They are builders and electricians. They are childminders. These are people who are literally running out of money now, and we have to support them. Of course, there'll be those stories of people who are wealthy, who are self-employed, of course. But they are the minority. Yep. And if you look at the figures, HMRC's own data, 36% of sole traders, the majority of the self-employed, have taxable incomes less than £10,000 a year. And that compares with just 15% of employees on incomes that low. So we're talking about people on low incomes. 60% had profits of less than £10,000 a year. So these are people who were struggling before the coronavirus pandemic and are now facing ruin. Mr. Speaker, I think that an urgent package of help is needed now, and it's needed to be at least the equivalent to that that's been offered to employees. And while we all know the problems that the Treasury are facing getting this, can I say to him, if the package is capped in the way it was for the employees, if it is temporary, as it was in the case for the employees, and if, especially for the self-employed, there is some sort of clawback mechanism, if people are being given money that they didn't need, then surely we can come together as a house, as a country, to make sure these people get the support that they need. It is not uncommon for the self-employed, when they do their annual self-assessment tax return, to have to pay money back to the Treasury. Surely, if money is given now so they can deal with the cash flow, capped in a temporary scheme, then that money can be clawed back the next time they do their self-assessment if it turns out that they didn't need it. So I honestly urge the Treasury Bank, Mr. Speaker, to move fast and not to allow the perfect to be the enemy of the good. People need the money now. Please act now.
Well, the right honourable gentleman is right to emphasise the importance of timing and speed in this regard. And he also spoke in terms of how that could be targeted and the fact that there are many very deserving causes within the population. But it's probably also useful just to draw the House's attention to the fact that 1 in 10 of those who are self-employed are over state pension aid. Over 2 in 10, according to the 17-18 figures, were earning less than £2,000 of income, suggesting it wasn't their main source of income. Between 1.5 and 2 out of 10 are already on universal credit. Some of those remainders will be quite well paid, such as law partners and others, and some will be in employment and working, returning self-employment tax forms for part of their income in addition to their employment. So the point is that the population itself is complex, and we need to ensure that the measures are targeted correctly. He mentioned also, in terms of the mechanism, one of the themes that has informed the Treasury's approach is what is operationally deliverable as well, and that's one of the things that we're working through, because, for example, HMRC does not hold people's bank accounts, which is why the support package for those in employment was through the PAY system. And as the Chancellor, my right honourable friend, set out at Treasury questions, the tax data is 1.5 years old. So these are the issues we're working through. He's absolutely right. Urgency is important. That is why the Chancellor is engaged on this, but it is a complex population that we are seeking to target.
Sir Graham Brady.
Recognising the complexity of solving this problem, can he give some indication of how quickly he would expect to have at least an interim solution in place for those who are desperate for help and desperate for clarity at this point?
So, for some within this population, not all, but for some within this population, there will be some solution already through the loan that is available as of yesterday, the £5 million loan. That will not cover the entirety of this population, but in accordance with the business needs of some of those that are self-employed, there is support there. For some of the population, again, by no means all, there will be some relief through some of the measures the Chancellor set out in terms of property, business rate relief. But part of the complexity of the target population is that different measures work for different groups. That is part of what my right honourable friend is working through. But I recognise the point that he raises and other honourable members have raised, which is we do recognise the importance of timing on this issue.
Shall the Chancellor John McNeill?
Can I say to the right honourable gentleman and other members, no one's looking for a row over this. We're looking for a solution. And the reason that some members became irritated earlier was the emphasis in one of the Chancellor's responses on rich self-employed. They're not the people who are contacting us. They're exactly the same as he said. The ones that are contacting me at the moment are the plumbers, the hairdressers. Yes, some of the freelance artists as well, and others. They're in desperate straits. There isn't a member of the House, I don't think, who hasn't received representations. We're just looking for something that we can go back with them today to give them some assurance. We know how complicated it is, but we've got to find a solution quickly. I'd urge the government to at least set a deadline now that we can go back to our members and say, by the end of this week, there will be a proposal brought forward. The other assurance that people want is the thing the right honourable gentleman raised. If we can go back and say you will get the equivalent the 80% or whatever to what was offered on Friday to other workers, I think it would lift people's spirits that there's something is on the way. I also think as well that, look, many of these self-employed workers are that, just as other workers are having to sign themselves off sick. They don't have access to statutory sick pay still, and I have to say, asking people to survive on £94.25 a week is just an impossible ask. And when the Secretary of State for Health was asked on television last week, could he live on it, he said no. And I agree with him. We need the level of sick pay raised for everybody if we're expecting them to actually choose not to work and not have to choose between health and hardship. Can I say also one other point that was raised in the discussions and Treasury questions? Many self-employed workers may need to work reduced hours and cannot be furloughed in the same way as other workers under the scheme announced on Friday. The Chancellor suggested in Treasury questions that workers on reduced hours would not be covered by the scheme. If that is correct, what other work is being done to provide support for those workers, but also for the self-employed as well? One final point, in the Treasury questions as well, different groups and categories of workers were raised. I know it's complicated, but we do have to look at agency workers. It was raised by my honourable friend. But also, we're now I've had nothing but emails, telephone calls from people working in the construction sector who don't know whether they should be at work today or whether if they go to work, they'll be safe. But also, let's use this opportunity as well to look at the exploitation by payroll companies and umbrella companies of people who are forcibly designated in many instances as self-employed. As I say, we don't want to row over this. We want to work with the government. In fact, Annalise and I are happy to come and do a shift if the Treasury wants. But we just want a solution. Might come up with slightly different solutions. But we need it quickly. And we need it effectively as soon as possible.
Just to help the House, I'm aiming for about 120. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, first, can I welcome the constructive tone that the right honourable gentleman has struck? And whilst his offer to come into the Treasury may contravene some of the social distancing requirements of late, I do appreciate the spirit in which he made that point. And he's right, which is that we do need to move at pace and we do need to work together on this, and that is indeed why my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, has been engaging in further meetings this morning and will do so later today as we work through how to take this forward. In terms of the comments from my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, what he was drawing attention to was the complexity of the target population. And I think a number of members of the House would have concerns, not least as we look at, to the future, if we were subsidising some very wealthy of the self-employed. I take the point they're not the ones getting in touch with the right honourable gentleman, but it is important that our approach is mindful of what the target population is and how we address that. He raised the issue of reassurance, and I think that is a legitimate concern and one shared across the House, and I would draw the attention of his constituents, the constituents of colleagues on all sides of the House, to the comments that the Chancellor set out this morning, that we are working at pace on this. We recognise the issue that is being raised, and I hope that does provide reassurance, certainly in terms of an announcement, albeit the operation of any solution may take some further time, as the Chancellor set out. So there is considerable work going on. The population is complex. We are looking, as was raised in Treasury questions, at the burdens on different delivery mechanisms, whether that is through DWP, but also on local authorities, who themselves have their own staffing pressures in terms of those that are off ill. It is why we're exercising flexibility in lots of other areas to reprioritise resource into those areas to support. But it is important we have a scheme that is deliverable and is mindful of the other challenges that we're dealing with.
So, Edward Lee.
May I make a point from a public accounts point of view and urge on the Chief Secretary a system which is humane and rapid and above all simple. The Treasury traditionally and the Department of Work and Pensions are obsessed with complexity, targeting and clawback. So what we need is a simple system. Now, about 40 years ago, I suggested universal basic income to Mrs Thatcher, and I got an earful for it, for my pains. But something like that, which is very simply rolled out, which can be claimed by the taxi drivers, the cleaners, these sort of people. Rich people will not bother with this. So just get on with it, make it simple, and do it now.
My right friend, as I say, wants us to get on to it. I refer to the meetings, the considerable work that is going on to get on with this. But as a former chair of the Public Accounts Committee, he will know that many policy ideas start with the simple, but then the devil is in the detail of its delivery. And I recall many an interview he has given drawing attention to simple schemes that then were less simple when they were sought to be delivered. And I think what's worth bearing in mind is if one looks at, for example, the self-employed population, there will be some, again, a small number, but some who may be doing quite well in the current climate. Not what we are focusing on now, but there are some people whose trading will have seen a very small proportion. But there are many, many others who are suffering. And the question we're seeking to address is how do we target our measures at those who are most deserving, which is what the attention of the House is focused on, and we need to ensure that the scheme that is brought forward does likewise.
Chris Stevens.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I did realise and read in newspapers years ago there was a red Ed in the House of Commons. I didn't quite realise it was the honourable gentleman. But can I also have to try and have a conciliatory tone with the Chief Secretary? Obviously there's very real concern. Like other members of the House, I've been bombarded with emails from people who are self-employed. And after this crisis is over, I think we really should sort out who is self-employed and who should be directly employed as well. But that's a debate for another time. So can I ask the Chief Secretary of the Treasury, we know of other countries like Norway, Denmark and Belgium who have come up with schemes for the self-employed, and whether he's looking at those international examples, because surely if they're working in Norway, Denmark and Belgium, they can work in the UK. There are 330,000 self-employed workers in Scotland: creative industry, agriculture, forestry, fishing, construction, taxi drivers and the like. So can I ask him, if the Government is looking at increasing the weekly level of sick pay from £94.25 to the equivalent of a week's pay at the real living wage, are they considering removing the lower earnings limit for qualification for sick pay and to ensure that everyone can access it? And are they also looking at ending the 5-week wait and universal credit so that the first payment can be a grant and a real payment, not a loan?
The issue of advance payments and universal credit. Firstly, one of the measures the Chancellor has taken is to increase the standard allowance. That's not the total quantum that people will get. I referred earlier to, for example, those with children, those with housing needs, those with disability, who will get more. And we have also changed it in terms of access, so people can get it quickly without face-to-face meetings, get it from day one. Linked to that, one of the issues with the advance payment that was often raised in the House was the concerns with then the subsequent repayments. But clearly, with the increase, the £20 a week increase that has been announced for universal credit, that eases in terms of some of the repayment issues, or it gives more within the allowance that will then be addressed in terms of the repayments. So there's been a significant increase in the universal credit, in part to address the issues there. And again, there's some operational complexity around a shift to a grant system, because of the way that the IT system within universal credit has been set up. So we've sought to address the concern he refers to through the increase, and of course an advance can still be offered. In terms of statutory sick pay, again, changes have been made to facilitate that being paid from day one, and changes made, for example, in terms of employers with 250 or fewer employees, in terms of the measures that the Chancellor set out to support those businesses with those costs. He also mentioned, and this was a point in the previous answer, in terms of simplicity, and let me just clarify the point that I was making. The vast majority of people who are self-employed are suffering. That's what we recognise. But in designing the scheme, we are looking as to how we can design something that addresses the operational challenge that other members have spoken to. So let me give you an example. Part of the merits of the scheme that the Chancellor set out with what is, I think, for many people, a new concept of furloughing members of staff was because that gave a clarity operationally to the delivery of that scheme. So we are, in answer to both the previous question and the issue that the Honourable Gentleman raises, looking at what is operationally deliverable quickly, what can be done in a way that recognises the other challenges that apply, for example, in DWP and elsewhere, what is one that doesn't leave open the question that a small proportion of people who shouldn't be getting the targeted action get the support. So we focus it on the much larger cadre of people who deserve that help.
Thank you. In designing his scheme, will the Chief Secretary recognise that many self-employed people in the tourism sector have very seasonal businesses? So, for example, using February as a reference month would not be appropriate. Would he particularly see what can be done to help recreational charter fishermen who, because they pay harbour dues rather than business rates, have not been able to access the grant aid that their friends across the road from the harbour have been able to?
The Right Honourable Gentleman, in essence, draws attention to the challenge that emerged with some of the earlier questions, because the simpler the scheme, the less it accommodates often legitimate and deserving issues that members raise on behalf of their constituents. So very happy to have further discussions with him, but he will recognise the tension between simplicity and addressing all of the concerns that colleagues raise.
I have two constituents. One is that they're both musicians. One's in an orchestra, the other one is a freelancer. One will get 80% of his income paid, the other will be on statutory sick pay. Surely it's better to have a system where one wealthy freelancer benefits and 100 don't go hungry?
Exactly right. Well, again, as I referred to the earlier comments I made, what we're trying to do is target the support on those in need, to do so in a way that is operationally as deliverable as possible, mindful of the issues raised, but also that accommodates the other points that colleagues across the House have raised, which is how do we ensure that those who have legitimate needs are not excluded from the measures.
Julian Lewis.
Will ministers consider suspending the application of the loan charge for the period of this emergency and thus stop hounding self-employed people who are the subject of an important debate in this place last week?
So, well, I can provide a degree of reassurance to my honourable friend that the self-assessment has been deferred from July to August. That is one of the areas where the Chancellor has taken action to address concerns.
At Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, up and down the country, many of us depend on sole traders for jobs around the house and so on. In so many communities where we've had flooding, those homes are expecting people to come and do work for them. How on earth are those households supposed to say, we cannot have you come and help us out, repair our homes? They're desperate for plumbers, for electricians and so on. Those electricians, plumbers and the owners of the properties want to do the right thing. What's the advice of the government?
Without straining to every different individual case, the key advice from the government is to follow the medical advice. That has been set out following the Prime Minister's statement and updated on the government website, and that sets out the advice to workers, including what is safe to do and what is essential.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Treasury, in its unprecedented support for employed workers, took a fairly generous, overarching approach. I would urge the Treasury, and not just what I'm saying, what the mood is across the House, to take a similar broad approach, accepting that certain people may get it if they didn't quite need it, to benefit the majority of people, self-employed, who will.
Well, I think these are issues which the Treasury is looking at in the design of the scheme. We recognise that for the vast majority of people that are self-employed, they are facing very considerable challenges now, and in the design of the scheme we are very mindful of that and the urgency that goes with it.
Over 400 self-employed sole traders and freelancers have already contacted me over the past 24 hours, and many of whom have already lost their work due to this crisis. So, as well as echoing calls made by others to introduce support to them as soon as possible, can I also ask the Minister to ensure that these measures of support are backdated, as the Jobs Retention Scheme, to help address the disruption that has already been caused by the COVID-19 epidemic?
Well, I hear what the Honourable Minister says in terms of things being backdated, but I think One of the challenges to date has been that the range of measures that the Treasury has brought forward hasn't always been understood in terms of what is already announced and what is already available. I draw attention to the fact that we are deferring income tax self-assessments, which won't need to be paid until January. We're supporting people through the welfare system with the measures I announced earlier, including on contributory ESA. We're increasing the universal credit and working tax credit by £1,000. We're suspending the minimum income floor for 12 months. We're introducing a 3-month mortgage holiday for those in difficulty. The self-employed will be eligible to receive support with their tax affairs through time to pay. The business interruption loan scheme will be available for some self-employed individuals up to the £5 million limit, and we have delayed IR35 as well. And I think one of the things that all members of the House can assist our small business community with, and in particular the self-employed at this time, is also drawing attention to the measures that have already been announced, and we in government stand ready to do that through a comms campaign as well.
Mr. Speaker, I know my right honourable friend is working night and day to help businesses excuse me, and people stay in work, and I'm incredibly grateful for all the support he has given me as I respond to the self-employed in Wilden. But loans are proving to be quite an anxious decision for them if that's the only thing on the table. If I just read out an email from Anna, she's a self-employed wedding photographer. She's had to give up work. She's going to try and find work elsewhere. But she says, I'm loath to take any loans offered as there's no guarantee that future work will be able to take place because we have no idea how long this pandemic will last. Can I ask my right honourable friend to take into account Anna's dilemma when they come forward to make an announcement on the self-employed?
Well, my honourable friend is right to draw attention to the pressure and the decisions Anna and so many self-employed people are facing at this time. I would draw attention to the fact that it is interest-free for 12 months. And I think one of the key themes that we're very conscious of is this is a health emergency that is impacting into our economy. And these are viable businesses before this health emergency arose, and they will be viable businesses after we have overcome it. And so the question is, how do we bridge the gap? How do we support Anna and others through that period of time? The interest-free loans isn't the only measure. I've just drawn the House's attention to other measures that are available, and I would urge Anna and others to take advantage of them.
I would draw to the Minister's attention that while I appreciate the difficulties in coming up with these arrangements, that what's happening is that small traders are simply going along to universal credit and applying and blocking up the universal credit system because they are desperate for money from somewhere, so causing a problem for work and pensions. So delay doesn't get the problem to go away, or people don't wait. They just try and find something else, which has a knock-on problem.
So, well, I accept the concern that the Honourable Lady raises, but I think she would equally accept that this is an unprecedented challenge and that the staff within DUP and elsewhere are working heroically to address this, to address the increased volumes. But the best way for all of us to address this is through the wider support for the economy as a whole. That is what was behind first the £30 billion fiscal measures announced by the Chancellor at the budget, then the further announcement of £330 billion of loans, as well as the wider package last Tuesday, then the further measures that were announced by the Chancellor on Friday. That is indeed on top of the measures the Bank of England has taken, for example, reducing base rates, the £200 billion of bonds. So a range of measures have been taken to support the economy to reduce that, but I absolutely accept the point that the numbers have increased, and we're reprioritising work within DWP to assist with that.
Andrew Griffith. Mr. Speaker, my rural constituency of Arundel and South Downs has one of the highest concentrations of the self-employed in the country. So, whilst I thank him, and we thank him on this side of the House, for the timely and unprecedented measures that he's come forward with, can I add my own voice to the growing consensus across this House for measures to be extended to the self-employed?
Well, I know my honourable friend speaks with considerable business and financial experience, and he will well know the issues around cash flow and challenges that many of the businesses in his constituency are facing. We absolutely hear his message just as we do the message from members across the House, and that is why we're moving at pace to address them.
much, Mr Speaker. Further to the point I raised, the Treasury question was echoed by the Shadow Chancellor, is that the newly underemployed must be supported further. But my constituent is a self-employed taxi driver with no work due to the lockdown. His wife and 4 children have underlying health conditions. Any universal credit application would mean their tax credit ceasing. A job seeker's allowance application would mean having to prove they were seeking work and engaging with their accountant. So can the Chief Secretary tell them how they possibly put food on the table and pay their bills?
Well, the honourable gentleman speaks to a real concern and a real issue. But I draw attention to the fact that one of the challenges we need is to communicate what support has already been announced by the Chancellor. And if I could perhaps give him, as an example, a family renting in Sheffield with 2 children would be eligible for around £1,750 a month in support, far more than the £94 per week, if you take in some of the additional things such as housing and children's support they have. So it's about what package of support is available, and the Chancellor has already announced considerable measures in that regard.
Mark Harper. Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I listened carefully to what my right honourable friend said. He acknowledged that the vast majority of self-employed people were being impacted. So can I urge him, if he makes sure that whatever help is given is taxable, we can claw back any money that's overpaid to those that are doing well. But I think what self-employed people are looking for is a clear commitment today that whatever scheme is set out is of a similar magnitude to that for employed workers. If the Chief Secretary can say that, that will give people confidence to borrow, knowing they can pay the money back, and I think that will go a long way to solve the problem.
Well, as I have said, Mr Speaker, the Chancellor held meetings with small business leaders this morning. He's having further meetings on this issue today. He's very aware of the concerns raised by my right honourable friend and other members of the House, and we continue to work at pace on this issue.
Kevin Jones. I'm sorry the Chancellor isn't here, but could I ask the Minister just to pass on to him is that the people contacting me who are self-employed are not wealthy individuals. No. They're individuals like Andrew Brown, who I raised last week, who's a freelance, as a self-employed graphic designer, whose income has disappeared. They're taxi drivers, they're small catering companies. Unless action is taken now to these individuals, not just relieve their hardship that they're facing, their businesses will no longer be in existence. And my fear is we're actually generating unemployment of these people for a long time to come.
Well, can I agree with the first part of that, which is he's absolutely right that the vast majority of people, I've made that point repeatedly. I referred earlier to how the target population has different elements in it, but the vast majority of those that are self-employed are facing enormous challenges, and we absolutely hear that, and I accept that. On his second point, though, it is the case we have taken a number of measures, but we recognise more is needed, and that is why my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, is meeting with leaders on this today to look at what further measures we can bring forward.
Brian.
Thank you, sir. Can I just say, I do understand this is difficult. If this was easy, the Chancellor would have announced it last Friday with the rest of the package. But I think the self-employed people I represent just want a sign. They just want some hope, some indication. And I think they've had that today from the Chief Secretary and from the Chancellor. But could I just make a suggestion? For self-employed people and for all people right now, if you can't get the same in, then you've basically got to send less out. And the government worked magic last week with the mortgage companies, who seem to be falling over themselves to offer mortgage holidays. But all the other fixed costs that our constituents are facing, so utilities, insurance premiums, car finance, council tax bills which landed on the doorstep last week, and even for some, a business improvement district levy due next week, they're all still there. I wonder if there's something that the Minister can take back to the Treasury, maybe with help from the Shadow Chancellor, around those sorts of fixed costs, because they're dragging people down right now with a lot less coming in.
Well, my honourable friend is right to say that there are a range of costs, and we're looking at, as I say, as part of our support, what action can be taken, and he can see as an illustration of that the action that's been taken on mortgages and in support of renters as well, and that's both for mortgage holders directly, but also in terms of the buy-to-let market as well. So measures have been taken, but we stand ready to look at further measures.
Caroline Lucas.
The local economy in Brighton and Hove is overwhelmingly dependent on the self-employed, so I just cannot
state enough how urgent it is to have some action on this. I don't know if he gave a deadline when he spoke to his colleague earlier, but if he didn't, could he please now tell us that by the end of the week we will have action? And in particular on universal credit, that isn't a fair option for many freelancers because it means they have to delve into savings that they've put aside because they don't have pensions. So we're going to push them into greater insecurity right now if we allow them to have to rely on that instead.
So, well, as I said in my opening statement, the Chancellor is meeting on this today, and we are hoping to bring forward proposals in the coming days.
Jason McConnell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome that the Treasury are working hard on supporting the self-employed. We have to remember these are local freelancers. They're mobile hairdressers, childminders, freelance driving instructors, photographers, musicians, IT consultants, home-based travel agents. They've lost all their income. Can the Minister confirm the package that will come forward for the self-employed freelancers and sole traders will be announced by the end of the week?
Well, I refer to the answer I gave a moment ago. We're actively looking at this, and we are hoping to bring forward proposals in the coming days.
Bill Esterson.
The way around the problem that the Minister and the Chancellor before him identified of giving money to people who don't need it was given to him by the Right Honourable Member who asked the urgent question. The money can be recovered later. Don't let the concern about a handful of people deny money desperately needed right now to really desperate people who can't put food on the table, get in the way of putting the scheme in place.
So, well, as his earlier question at Treasury orals pointed to, that is not the sole consideration. It's a question of what is operational delivery. Issues may be. It's also looking at things, for example, we don't hold people's bank accounts, or how we would do it. It's how we roll this out. But the wider point he's raising, we recognise, which is that there are immediate issues for many self-employed people. That is what we're working actively on. That is what my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, is engaged on in further meetings today. And as I said in the previous answer, we hope to bring proposals forward in the coming days.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You mentioned earlier the business interruption loan scheme. Will you confirm that all self-employed people will have access to it, that they won't have to give personal guarantees, and that they'll widen the scheme to include people like Oak North and Aldermore who are currently excluded from eligibility?
We're looking into that, but it is available as of now. It goes up to $5 million, and my understanding is it doesn't require personal guarantees. If it's any different, I will come back to him on that point.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent in the East Neuk of Fife runs a mobile catering business providing a service to both private and public events such as festivals. Having no fixed premises means that the support announced so far they don't benefit from, and the relaxation of planning rules that other food outlets can also benefit from to do home deliveries is also an issue, and they're struggling like many others to access business interruption insurance. The independent mobile catering sector could be utilised to support and provide sustenance for our key workers at this time. What amendments to the measures will the Chief Secretary consider to support this critical sector?
So, well, I know my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for DEFRA, is looking at a range of options in terms of how we adapt to the change of circumstances. For example, many pubs, restaurants had significant food orders, so looking at what it means there. There's food that would have been exported previously, where there may be difficulties in exporting. So there's a range of measures in terms of the food supply within which mobile caterers will have a role, and I know that the right honourable gentleman, the member for the Secretary of State for DEFRA, is looking at these issues.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my constituency, I have a large number of families where one partner works in the National Health Service and the other is self-employed. The children now have been sent home from school and there's no one to look after them because if they don't work, they don't get paid in the self-employed. So can my right honourable friend look at an urgency of the scheme, but also very specifically right now, the council tax bills become due on the 1st of April, next week, and people are worried, particularly in London, how they'll be able to pay them. Can they be suspended?
Well, my honourable friend will recall that within the budget itself there was targeted action specifically on the point of council tax. There's a £500 million package to allow targeted support on council tax. I think he's drawing his attention to a slightly wider issue of concern, particularly where one other household is working in the NHS as a key worker and one is at home. Of course, that draws attention to the fact that this is a complex scheme we're seeking to design, but those are the sort of issues we're working through.
Meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've got so many self-employed workers in my constituency, including over 1,000 taxi and private hire drivers. They will understand from what's been said this morning the government has good intentions, but they will respond to me that good intentions don't pay the bills. So, given there is going to be a lag with a new system coming in, what more can the government do in the meantime, either through offsetting tax bills, but also encouraging banks to be more generous with free overdraft facilities to help families through this? Let's not forget that we all bailed out the banks when they needed it. Maybe it's time for them to do something now.
So, well, the Honourable Member is absolutely right in terms of the role of the banks, and a very clear message has been sent by the Bank of England Governor in terms of the importance of banks showing forbearance at this time. That applies to things such as credit card debts, but also he'll be aware, for example, for many of his constituents in a London constituency, their rent is a significant issue, as well as the measures we've taken on mortgage. So we've looked at some of these fixed costs, what we can do to assist on that. But in terms of the banks, there's a very clear message from the Governor for forbearance to be shown.
Richard Drax.
I commend the Treasury bench for the calm way they're dealing with this unprecedented situation, but clearly something that needs to be done for the self-employed. One of my constituents has put 3 points, very briefly. First, that they find they're going to be disadvantaged. They won't get the topping up that an employer might give an employee. There will not be necessarily an immediate return to work, and the seasonality will affect their income, which of course wouldn't do an employee. Will those 3 very good points be taken into account by the Treasury bench?
Well, they are, Mr. Speaker, good points, and again they draw attention to this conflict between simplicity and addressing the various specific issues that Honourable and Right Honourable Gentleman has raised, and one of those, again, is seasonality, which obviously also has an impact. So this is why the design of the scheme is more complex than perhaps meets the eye, but these are the issues we're looking at, and again we intend to bring forward proposals in the coming days.
Thompson.
Like many others, been contacted by many self-employed in my constituency who are welcoming of the support already offered, but in need of the absolute guarantee about what's still to come, and quickly. I mean, going to the shop to buy essential groceries for feeding the family, telling the checkout supervisor that the Chancellor says they can pay for it soon, isn't going to get that shopping. So how soon can we give that certainty?
So, well, Mr. Speaker, we hope to bring forward proposals in the coming days. I absolutely appreciate the concern, quite rightly, that the Honourable Gentleman is raising for his constituents. It is in part, but it doesn't address his specific question, in part why we've been strengthening the safety net of the welfare system as well, to address that. It is in part why the main measures we've taken is to support the economy as a whole, because that is the best way to get viable businesses, including the self-employed, back up and running once we deal with the health emergency. But it is also, within his question, the specific issue of the self-employed that we're looking at, and we do intend to bring forward proposals in the coming days.
Steve Double.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While many of our supermarket shelves at times are empty, there is a food source that's currently going to waste, and that's fish. Most of our fishermen are self-employed, but they've seen their markets collapse because pubs and restaurants are closed and overseas markets have closed to them. Could we look at a bespoke package to support our fishermen through this time, and particularly find ways that we can get their fish sold to people who can buy it and feed their families?
Well, my honourable friend raises a very important point. It is one I know the Secretary of State for DEFRA is aware of, and I'm sure he'd be very happy to have further discussions with him in the coming days. But he's right, the pub and restaurant trade having collapsed, there is food that would have been provided to them, but there's also capacity because of the quota rules in terms of our fishing catch.
Ben Brennan.
Mr. Speaker, I note the Minister's been sent out with a new 3-word slogan from the government's 3-word slogan unit, namely, help is coming. But can I remind him that the previous one was whatever it takes? And that's what the government has pledged, and that should apply to self-employed people too. Now, he just said in the coming days there'll be some further clarity. There is a fear across the House that perhaps the House may not sit next week, and the government may be getting to the point where it won't have to come back to the House and account for what it's doing for the self-employed. So what assurance can he give us that whatever help is coming, it will constitute whatever it takes, and it will be equivalent to what's been offered to employed people.
Well, I'm very happy, Mr. Speaker, to make it a 6-word slogan, if he prefers, and say help is coming, we'll do whatever it takes. But as to when the House sits or not, as to whether the House sits or not is not an issue for the government, as he well knows as a very experienced member of the House. So whether the House sits or not, whether ministers are called to answer questions is a matter for the Chair. It is not for ministers. In fact, we had an urgent question at the end of last week. We've got one here, suggests that the Speaker is keen to ensure, quite properly, that ministers are held to account.
Caroline Notes.
Many self-employed have already taken the right decision and socially distanced themselves. The hairdressers that have not gone into care homes, the taxi drivers, driving instructors. But they're looking for my right honourable friend for some reassurance from him that they have done the right thing and they're not going to be penalised for it.
Well, again, it's quite right in terms of the self-employed, and that includes many hairdressers. But you'll also be aware of some of the measures we've already taken, which will include, for example, on the business rate relief. The measures are taken to support many hairdressing businesses. The grants, so the £10,000 grants targeted at the 700,000 smallest businesses, again is part of the package of measures which would apply to some of this population. But again, what comes out of many of the questions is populations are not tightly set, and there's a degree of overlap and underlap, and that is what we're working through.
Jim Shannon.
Speaker, many farmers are self-employed, often on family farms, whether it be a husband and wife team or it be a son and a daughter. With lambs, the Minister will know, and probably others in the House will know, lambing time is taking place at this moment in time. Those lambs, the first lambs will be sold in July. The prices for lambs and beef cattle are the lowest they've ever been. And I'm just wondering what help that the Minister and Government can give to farmers who are facing financial ruin at this time.
So, well, I think, as I see from the farmers in my own constituency, there's considerable demand from people for UK-produced food, and I am very happy to continue to work with him. We've often had conversations on issues of farming in the past, very happy to continue those conversations alongside those with the Secretary of State for DEFRA as to how we support our farmers. But I think their products will be in great demand moving forward.
Morrison.
The clarity, please, on how builders, plumbers, electricians, plasterers should be conducting themselves at work, or indeed whether they should be at work at all. There seems to be some confusion as to whether they should be on site or in premises. A leading builders merchant contacted me this morning to say that it had to shut up shop because it feared that the collection of builders outside its premises were failing to socially isolate, and it was concerned about what that would mean. It seems there has been some confusion over the past 24 hours, and I wonder whether the Minister could perhaps clarify advice for those crucial people.
Well, I'm very happy, Mr. Speaker, to draw my right honourable friend's concerns to the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care in order that precise medical guidance can be given to address the concern he raises.
I'm sorry we have to come to an end and there will be disappointment, but if we help each other, nobody would have missed out. We now come to the urgent question. Caroline Noakes.
To ask the Secretary of State for Foreign and Commonwealth Affairs if he will make a statement on what measures he plans to introduce to assist British citizens abroad to return home.
Yeah, don't worry. Foreign Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank my honourable friend for her question. Mr. Speaker, we have FCO staff in all our 280 posts in 168 countries and 10 overseas territories, and they are working around the clock to respond to this global pandemic. Over the last 3 days, we've seen 80 countries place restrictions on their borders. That situation is unprecedented in scale, and our overriding priority now is to assist the thousands of British travellers who need and want to return home, bearing in mind the hundreds of thousands of UK nationals who may be travelling at any one point in time. Following last week's decision to advise against all but essential travel globally, last night I changed our travel advice again because of the rate of new border restrictions. We strongly advise those British people who are currently travelling abroad but live in the UK to return as soon as possible where they are still able to because commercial routes are still running. Where commercial options are limited or prevented by domestic restrictions, we're in close contact with the airlines and local authorities in those countries to overcome those barriers to enable people to return home. With my ministerial team and indeed across the diplomatic network, we are engaging with numerous governments to keep commercial routes open, particularly in transit hubs. The Department for Transport is working closely with airlines to ensure travellers can rebook or find alternative routes home. Now, I know honourable members on all sides will have had constituents who will have contacted them in relation to particular countries. So can I, with the forbearance of you, Mr. Speaker, update on just a few of the countries. On Peru, I spoke to the Foreign Minister at the weekend and we've agreed special arrangements for flights to return British nationals later this week. I spoke to the Singaporean Foreign Minister this morning and we've agreed to work together to help those stranded to get back to their homes in the UK, and indeed Peruvian nationals here get back to the UK, to Peru. Given Singapore's role as a transit hub, this commitment to work with us to enable UK nationals to transit via Singapore is particularly important, not least for those currently in Australia or New Zealand. Mr. Speaker, in New Zealand, the High Commission is working with airlines, airports and indeed the government to keep flight routes open and reopen some that have closed. In Australia, the High Commission is doing the same. They've also opened a register of British nationals hoping to return to the UK and are supporting British nationals via phone calls, walk-in appointments at the High Commission, as well as updating social media pages. For those trying to get home in other countries, we're providing as much practical advice as is physically possible. We, first of all, would advise all travellers to take a look at the travel advice online. It's the best and most comprehensive source of information. It's updated in real time. If people are in need of urgent assistance, they should call our embassies and high commissions. They will be automatically connected to our consular contact centres, the global centres based in Malaga and Ottawa. If the honourable gentleman will allow me, we know that there has been considerable pressure because of the restrictions being placed in countries around the world and the rate at which it's being done, either with limited or no notice. We doubled our capacity. We're now doubling it again to deal with the surge in demand. Mr. Speaker, we are helping to reduce travel costs by encouraging airlines to have maximum flexibility on changing return tickets. Where people are in real need, our consular teams will work with them to consider their options. As a last resort, we offer an emergency loan. And Mr. Speaker, more broadly, the United Kingdom is working alongside our international partners to deliver our international strategy, which rests on 4 key tenets: to provide resilience to the most vulnerable countries, to pursue a vaccine, to keep vital trade routes and supply chains for foodstuffs, medicines and other things open, and to provide the reciprocal support for return of our nationals who otherwise are at risk of being stranded. These are the right priorities. We are working day and night to keep British people safe at home and abroad.
Notes.
An MP's helpline that rings with no answer. Emails acknowledged but not replied to. Embassies that are closed and staff flown home days ago. Doors shut to our travellers. Guidance issued by the Foreign Office yesterday advising British tourists to return to the UK where commercial flights are available, but they're not available. They are either banned entirely, trying to transit via countries where there are no layovers permitted, or priced at tens of thousands of pounds, and via airports expected to close imminently. What help exactly is my Right Honourable Friend's global network offering? He knows the situation is dire, but he knew that last week when he stated in this House, "We will look and liaise with the airline operators to make sure that where there are gaps, we can always provide as much support as possible to vulnerable or stranded constituents." Mr. Speaker, there are gaps. My constituents stranded in Argentina, Honduras, Venezuela, Australia, New Zealand, India, Peru, Egypt have much in common: an inability to get through to consular services on the phone, a standard acknowledgement email telling them to contact their tour operator, airline or insurer, an increasing inability to find accommodation. Hotels are shutting, flights are cancelled, borders are closed and there are no routes home. Many are hours away from large airports in countries operating curfews. Those in Australia and New Zealand are looking for routes via Singapore, so I welcome the comments he's made about working with Singaporean allies. But to them, it looks like my Right Honourable Friend's words of last week were empty. And I asked him today, as I asked him last week, to explain how he is working with airlines with unused planes parked at airports around the globe to bring our people home. He must get the process fully underway. The vision of British citizens sleeping rough on the streets of Caracas is not a good one.
Can I thank the Right Honourable Lady for her question? Can I also just say, in relation to embassies. She said that embassies have been closed. Actually, it's a very small number of posts that have had to be closed. But what we have found, and it's not a choice that the FCO has made, it is a direct result of restrictions that have been placed by the governments in those countries, is that they've had to work remotely and indeed a large chunk of the consular staff work from home. That's not a decision that we made, it is a decision forced upon us, but what I can reassure her, in all of the jurisdictions that she mentioned, that we are trying to respond to what I hope she will understand, given her own experience, is an incredibly fluid situation. Some of these restrictions are being imposed with no notice or limited notice, and that is very difficult then, of course, for our constituents. But what we're doing is making sure we provide them as much advice, as much support in real time as we can. She mentioned in relation to Peru, we now have, as a result of the work of the FCO and having spoken to the Peruvian Foreign Minister, agreement for flights to come out of Peru. There is, of course, a challenge because not everyone is based in Lima, the international airport, and therefore we've got to also try and work out how we get UK nationals travelling in more remote parts of the country to the capital. We're actively working on that. We have several flights lined up, but we also need to work around the restrictions or try and overcome the restrictions that have been imposed. I hope I've explained what we're doing in Australia and New Zealand, and she's right, and I thank her for her remarks about the critical importance of keeping the international hubs open. It's not just in relation to Singapore. We're concerned about other international hub airports. We must try and keep those open. And tomorrow I will lead the discussion amongst the G7 foreign ministers on this and our wider strategy, international strategy, for tackling coronavirus. This is extremely difficult. We've got hundreds of thousands of British nationals abroad, but what I can reassure her, from the call centre to the support they're receiving at post, that we're doing everything we can to give them as much support as swiftly as possible.
Very good.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting this urgent question, and let me thank the Honourable Lady for Romsey and Southampton North for securing it. This is a medical crisis and not a wartime one, but she certainly gave the Foreign Secretary some friendly fire. And I think she speaks for all of us in the concerns that she expressed. For the hundreds of thousands of British nationals stranded overseas, since the House last discussed these issues, we've seen some progress, especially in the planned provision of repatriation flights for British nationals stranded in Peru, and I thank the Foreign Office for their work on that. But as today's media coverage shows, and indeed the dozens of emails and calls and letters that members all across the House are receiving, from Indonesia, from New Zealand, Morocco and Pakistan, where I understand that no outbound flights are now available, this is not a crisis that can be resolved one traveller, one airline, or indeed one country at a time. It's a crisis affecting British nationals in every continent, many with young children accompanying them, many of them with worsening health conditions, running out of money and in danger of losing their accommodation. They're all in desperate need of reassurance from the government. So I hope the Secretary of State will take the chance today to clarify the statement that he made yesterday, reported across the media as an instruction to British nationals abroad, and indeed a direct quote from him, "Come home now while you still can." Obviously, despite the headlines, the Secretary of State meant this for individuals who have the option of taking a commercial flight to Britain. But does he accept that it's now very much the exception, not the norm, and that for hundreds of thousands of British nationals, the option he highlighted is simply no option at all? So can he make absolutely clear that the government remains committed to helping all British nationals, that embassies will have telephone lines available so that they can get the support and advice they need whenever they need it, that he will give, that the government will find a flight home to get them home, no matter how long it takes, and that they will be guaranteed continued accommodation in the meantime? Does he have a plan to ensure the safe care and medical assessment of British cruise line passengers and their current health assessment? Is he negotiating with countries to ensure their safety during quarantine? Is he arranging safe travel home for all who are stranded? And how is he keeping in touch with worried citizens abroad and their families here in the UK? What discussions has he had with his foreign counterparts about the extension of visas which may expire during the lockdown in those countries? And what action is he taking with airlines to stop the profiteering that is going on with inflated prices of flights home? In other words, will he send a simple message to those British nationals stranded overseas? You're not in the last chance saloon, you're in safe hands, and this government will get you home.
Can I thank the honourable gentleman? He makes some important points, and we certainly want to give as much reassurance and as much advice as possible. But he will know, he's worked on the international brief for a while, that we have in this country a great tradition of travelling abroad. And even if you take out of the equation expats, he will know that we're talking about hundreds of thousands at any one time. And with the national restrictions that have been imposed at pace, sometimes without notice, it is very difficult to give cast iron guarantees about the situation. What we can do is lead internationally in the way I described with the G7, which we are doing tomorrow, and work as hard as we can with all of our international partners. He mentioned progress since in securing the return home of UK nationals. Well, I can tell him that we've already repatriated over 1,000 British nationals and also 254 non-British nationals, where we've had capacity, from 26 countries as far-flung as from Wuhan over to Cuba. He mentioned Morocco in particular. We have facilitated the return of thousands of British nationals via commercial routes, where 49 commercial flights brought 8,500 passengers home. In fact, it's even more than that now. He's right, we can't do it alone. That is why I'm spending any moment I'm not in this House talking to honourable members, hitting the phones, talking to foreign ministers, working our way through the problems. We've talked, of course, to the, I mentioned the Peruvian foreign minister. I spoke to the Singaporean foreign minister first thing this morning. He raised, I think quite rightly, the issue of accommodation, because if people are travelling for 2 or 3 weeks, ultimately then the issue is accommodation. What I can tell him, for example, in Spain, where we obviously have a large number of British nationals holidaying, is that the original government decision in Madrid was to close all hotels today, and I spoke to the Foreign Minister of Spain, and we secured the flexibility, which means that they wouldn't be kicked out onto the streets as he suggested. We have also secured flexibility to make sure the airlines can come in and, given the large number of Brits in Spain, secure those flights home. In terms of the detail of the travel advice that he referred to, again, I would just say that we've given that advice based on the rapid rate of new restrictions that governments and jurisdictions are placing, sometimes on internal travel, which will inhibit your ability to get to the airport, but more often on external flights coming in and out. He also asked, I think rightly, about cruise ships. There are no, to my best understanding from the Department of Transport, there are no further cruise ships hitting the water, so we're dealing, if you like, with the stock of existing ships. We have returned successfully 684 people, including 669 British nationals from the Braemar cruise ship, which was in the Caribbean, struggling to find a port of entry. We did that via Cuba. That's a good example of reaching out to I thought that would get the leader of the opposition excited. No, I'm happy to say that we work with all of our partners across the world. We wouldn't allow dogma to get in the way of securing the rights of British nationals. I'm proud that we've got that flexibility, and also I'm very grateful to the Cuban Foreign Minister for arranging it. We are also, we've got close to 3,000 British nationals on the Azura, which is docked in Bridgetown. They arrived back in the UK over the weekend without incident. And we got 355 British nationals on the Norwegian Spirit, which was docked in South Africa, and they took a flight back to the UK on the 23rd of March. So that's the progress we've made, but he's right to say that particularly for cruise ships that were travelling after the point at which we changed the travel advice for cruise ships, we have a specific eye and a specific focus on making sure the Brits on board those cruise ships get back safe and sound.
Just help the House. I'm thinking 215, Stephen Crown.
Mr. Speaker, can I start by thanking my right honourable friend for the progress he's announced on the Peru cases, and thank him and his team for the discussions we had last week about the need for a repatriation plan for my young constituents who've been stranded there. But given the fact that so many of us across the House have got numerous constituents stranded in different countries at the time, and given the problems that they're all facing in terms of getting timely, correct information from embassies and consulates, would my right honourable friend really impress on all of the ambassadors and high commissioners in these countries that we expect them to be leading the effort? We understand the constraints that the embassy staff are under in these countries, but we're expecting the people at the tops of these organisations to be leading from the front and helping put together plans for all British citizens stranded overseas.
Can I thank my right honourable friend? And he's absolutely right. I can reassure him that every one of our networks takes this incredibly seriously. The High Commissioners, the Ambassadors are appraised of their leadership role in securing the return of UK nationals or otherwise protecting them as best we can. I say honestly to the House, there's been a challenge with the spike in calls. Been absolutely straightforward with the House. We doubled the capacity, we're looking to double it again. We want to make sure that that first point of contact, if you like, the pastoral care that the consular officers provide is there, and then further detailed technical advice can be provided. He mentioned Peru. I can tell him that in relation to the first flight, there is capacity for around 200 passengers. Obviously, we'd want to prioritise the most vulnerable. He mentioned his own constituent. We will have a final manifest shortly before the flight departs tomorrow. We will, of course, given the numbers in Peru, and as I mentioned, the issue of remoteness of some of them from Lima, the capital, and the airport, we are going to have more flights, and we hope to confirm the details of that in due course. And I can also tell my right honourable friend that we've got 1,000 UK nationals who have registered with our embassy in Lima. So this idea that we haven't got a system in place, actually, in relation to Peru, we've responded very swiftly.
Mr. Speaker, since she left government, I find myself agreeing with the right honourable member for Romsey and Southampton North on a regular basis, and I commend her for securing the question. But as with everything else at the moment, I appreciate this is a very challenging and fast-moving situation, but we all have constituents stranding abroad worried sick about being able to get home, many of whom, if that were to prove impossible, have no further funds to support their continued stay. Many of us have constituents stranded in Peru and are grateful for the government's commitment on that. But I have constituents stranded in Australia and New Zealand who have made every effort, as the Foreign Secretary has asked, to get home, but they've been blocked by cancelled flights, internal travel restrictions and international travel bans, two of whom are NHS doctors, some of whom have health issues, including asthma and a chronic respiratory condition, running low on medicines. I'm very sorry to say this, as I know the service, as the Foreign Secretary has outlined, is very hard-pressed, but they've all been particularly scathing of the lack of consular support available. So can the FCO commit to providing clarity directly to UK citizens abroad who are worried and isolated, to ensure they have, one, clarity about what their situation is, two, support for returning home, or three, support from UK embassies to get the accommodation and access to healthcare they need should this not be possible. And I strongly urge the Foreign Secretary to support citizens getting home, whatever it takes. And finally, Mr. Speaker, in addition to our own citizens, will the Secretary of State commit to ensuring that all foreign nationals living in the UK will be treated with compassion and flexibility should they find themselves in need of essential treatment and care in this country, particularly if they are not able to imminently return home? And will he pass on the government's support to concerned embassies that are trying to look out for their citizens?
Hear, hear.
I thank the honourable gentleman. I think the first thing to say is that, of course, we understand we've all had constituents contact us saying they feel vulnerable or stranded. I think we can all understand how anxious people will be in that situation. The number one thing we want to do is provide some certainty. That starts with the point of contact, which is why I mentioned the call centre. It also relates to the missions. There have been some, frankly, mistaken, if not outright flawed suggestions that embassies or high commissions have closed. The buildings may have been restricted because of the restrictions and the measures taken by domestic governments, local authorities, but those embassies and missions are with a number of very small number of exceptions, and they're all subsidiary missions, they're all open for business, but people are having to work remotely. He mentioned the cost of flights. We're working very closely with airlines and travel companies to ensure as many people can get commercial flights home in a rapidly changing and fluid situation, and we're encouraging the airlines to be as flexible as possible when people have to change their return flight. He asked about Australia and New Zealand. I've set out, I think, in some detail the support that is being provided, but of course, particularly with the new restrictions that the governments have taken, and indeed the question hanging over the transit hubs, I appreciate there is acute concern for people there, and we've had to rapidly respond to that. I've given the information, I think, to the House in relation to what Australia is doing. The High Commission is open. Constituents, UK nationals abroad, can call the embassy or register their details. There is an email that I've got here which I can give to any honourable member on all sides of the House for how that can be done. I can tell the House that more than 1,700 British nationals have registered their interest, and in relation to New Zealand, in addition to that work being done, we're also, as I think I mentioned in my opening remarks, we're also working to find accommodation for those who, if they can't get a commercial flight out, want to know that they've at least got a place to stay.
Henry Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a number of constituents who are key workers in the NHS, for example. What specific support can be offered by the Foreign Office to ensure that those individuals can come back so that they can support the effort against COVID-19?
Can I thank the Honourable Gentleman? We're providing support right across the board, and obviously if there are key workers, that just highlights the imperative of getting people back. I have to say to him, because I think he's asked this question, are we prioritising key workers to come back? We're prioritising the most vulnerable. So what we're looking to do, where we can get commercial flights out of those jurisdictions, is to have enough capacity to get all of them out. I hope that provides him and his constituents with some reassurance.
Chris Owen.
Thank you, Speaker. I understand what the Foreign Secretary is saying about embassies and consulates being open, but the reality is when constituents are calling and calling and calling, getting no answer, that is therefore that they assume that it isn't open because they can't get any response. But can I raise the specific issue of Bali with the Foreign Secretary? The British News is reporting that there are 150 odd British nationals stuck in the airport after Emirates cancelled the flights and said they'd have to stay in Bali for 3 months. I have been trying to raise this with the Foreign Office line and with the COVID-19 line. The COVID-19 line said there was nothing they could do and they would have to remain in Bali. Surely the Foreign Secretary could think about commissioning a flight for repatriation for all those British nationals stuck in Bali, including 2 of my constituents.
Good point. I'm very concerned about the situation in Bali. The office, the embassy offices in Bali is open. It's been reinforced from Jakarta. The consular team is in direct contact with UK nationals that are there. The flight options have obviously been curtailed in the way he described. The Emirates route is closed. Operational routes are still available via Jakarta. There are something like, and it's as an estimate, Mr. Speaker, 6,000 British nationals in Bali. 2,000 of those, in fairness, are long-term residents. So we're working with London, with Gulf Posts, and the transit hubs in the way I described to try and free up as many of those links to enable them to get home.
The Foreign Secretary is taking efforts to rescue people abroad and bring them home, but is he aware that many high commissions and embassies are simply not responding to British people in desperate need of help? This is something that the British government has an absolute duty to deal with without delay, and will he please use all the staff of the Foreign Office to ensure that they are there to look after people in their hour of need?
Can I thank the honourable friend? Can I give him this reassurance? There are only 3 posts where we have drawn down the entirety. They're Wuhan and Chongqing in China, both subsidiary posts, obviously, so they can be backed up from Beijing. N'Djamena in Chad and Goma in DRC. And if you think about the kinds of situations that they would be in, they have been done as a last resort. We are making sure that in as many of those jurisdictions as I described, where the governments have taken action, that we've got as much capacity, albeit working remotely. We have doubled the call centre capacity. We're looking at doubling it again. And so I hope I can reassure the honourable member that my honourable friend, that we are doing everything that we can to make sure that constituents of all members across all sides of this House have got a point of contact. And again, I stress that posts are trying to deal, Foreign Office Network is trying to deal with an unprecedented situation in terms of scale and the rapidity of which these restrictions are being imposed.
As others have said, Mr. Speaker, the reality on the ground does not correspond to the painting that has been, the picture that's been painted by the Foreign Secretary. I'm particularly worried among my constituents stuck abroad for David and Anne Watts, stuck in the Dominican Republic after BA cancelled their flight. He has serious health conditions, has run out of his medication. There are flights available from the Dominican Republic to other European Union destinations, but they've been told at the airport there's no guarantee they will be accepted into those countries, which is not my understanding of the situation. So can the Foreign Secretary speak both to other European governments and those airlines concerned to make clear that we should mutually be supporting each other to repatriate our citizens from wherever they are?
Can I thank the right honourable gentleman? We are regularly talking to European governments. I'm speaking to my opposite numbers in Europe and across the world on a regular basis. I will look into the case of the Dominican Republic. Of course, it is less well travelled than some of those other routes, which is part of the challenge, but that just means that we need to redouble our efforts. He's, I think, quite rightly raised the fact that we're not going to get the hundreds of thousands of Brits stuck abroad back home just by lobbying airlines or engaging unilaterally in the actions that we can control. And what I can reassure him is that I'll be leading the conversation on behalf of the UK in the G7 meeting, which will take place remotely through virtual media on tomorrow, and that the 4-pronged parts of the strategy are to help the most vulnerable countries pursue a vaccine, deal with the economic response, and critically to make sure we improve the international collaboration around returning our nationals. So it's true for me, it's true for the Peruvian Foreign Minister, talked about Peruvian nationals here that want to come back home. We need to make sure we keep vital air links, particularly regional international hubs, open in order to drive that effort forward, and I'll be leading the conversation for the UK in the G7 tomorrow.
It's important that we put on record the enormous thanks of everyone in this House to the FCO staff who are working in the crisis centre and across the country, who brought thousands of Brits back to the UK in the last few weeks. Nothing matters more to Foreign Office staff than protecting British nationals, and I know this because I have worked at the Foreign Office in this crisis. Let's remember it isn't easy. The Malaga team took 28,000 calls in one day a few Fridays ago. As Foreign Office staff, we are spat at and abused when trying to help British nationals to come home, and they are working in tough situations, so I caution any member to suggest there is easy solutions to this. Now, please, will the right honourable member kindly reassure the public, as he has said, that when an embassy is closed, it is in fact not closed, and confirm the safety of our staff is important, and will he commit to scrap the cost of calls to consular lines?
Can I thank the Honourable Lady for her tribute to consular staff and the teams and the work that they're doing, but also for the general points that she's made. I can give her the reassurance that wherever it is possible, embassies are kept open in order, even if they can't access the embassy or the physical High Commission building, so that they can give British nationals who are finding themselves stranded or in a vulnerable position the support they need. I can go further than that and tell her that one of the things that we're doing and have spent the last fortnight doing is reprioritising the work of the Foreign Office and indeed our missions, so that the lion's share, all but the most essential alternative business, is focused on the consular effort. And and we're limiting the drawdowns in the way some honourable members have suggested to those that are required because of vulnerability or safety, and reprioritising them to the challenge of providing the consular services that we need.
Mr Speaker, I've got constituents stuck in Peru, Australia, New Zealand and Spain, and I just wonder if the Foreign Secretary might be able to use us as members of Parliament as a way to try and disseminate information, if it means that constituents, multiple constituents, are not phoning FCO lines but coming to us to try and get information. I've got to say to him, the current communication flow has not been acceptable. In one case, I've got a constituent who's stuck in Peru but not in Lima and Cusco, who wants to get from Cusco to Lima to get home. So is there a way that the Foreign Secretary can try and make sure that we as members of Parliament are involved to try and take some of the load off the Foreign Office and help our constituents?
Yes, can I thank the honourable gentleman? And Cusco is a very good example of the challenge in Peru. But we have, we believe, got the capacity. We've got the political agreement from the government in Peru. We need to make sure that the military that run the airport are delivering on that. And I can tell him that in relation to Cusco and elsewhere across Peru, we've got 1,000 UK nationals who have registered with the embassy, so that we're in contact with them. That is a logistical challenge because I think by memory it's at least a day's drive to get from there to Lima. So it will require, in all likelihood, for most people, an additional internal flight. We're working very hard to secure that. He will know the challenges involved in that, but certainly the extent to which the honourable gentleman and all honourable members can disseminate the contact points and the ability to sign up for real-time travel advice, the better. That would be helpful.
Peter Aldous.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I commend my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, for his statement. At present, I have constituents stuck in Bali, Peru, New Zealand and on the Coral Princess. Can I just highlight a couple of issues? With New Zealand, the commercial flights are collapsing at the current time like a stack of dominoes, and with the Coral Princess currently docked in Rio, it does at the present look as if my constituents won't be able to disembark and they will be on that ship for another 2.5 weeks.
I thank my honourable friend. I've addressed New Zealand at some length. We are, of course, looking at that as a matter of urgency. I think the big issue in getting back from Australia and New Zealand is going to be the international hubs. I hope he's got some reassurance from the reassurances that I secured from the Singaporean Foreign Minister first thing this morning. He also asked, I think, about the Coral Princess cruise ship. Our embassy in Brasilia is working with the Ministry and the cruise operator to secure permission for it to dock at Rio to take advantage of the onward flights available to London. Some British nationals have already got confirmed flights on board. We're making sure that logistically and in terms of the other nationals, we're doing as much as we can to support them to get them home.
Deborah.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, there are 32 constituents of mine who are stuck in 8 countries that we know of, and I'm concerned that some of them are running out of money, and I wonder if the Foreign Secretary could explain to us what support might be available, how they should access it, and what my caseworkers can do to assist with this.
Well, I thank the honourable lady. I do understand the situation people find themselves in if they've planned to be abroad for a certain period of time. They've run out of cash. We can't, the Foreign Office can't, given the scale, provide direct subsidy or grant. What we have made, and I think the priority is trying to make sure people can get back home, and in extremis where they've run out of money, we are willing to offer temporary loans in order to facilitate that. So we're doing everything that we practically and realistically can.
Dr. Julian Lewis.
Following the question from my honourable friend for Waving about the Coral Princess, can I urge the Foreign Secretary to check on what's happening with this vessel, because the information I had from Ken and Doreen Hodge on board is that they are heading for Fort Lauderdale in the US, and they fear that they may then be required to stay for 14 days in isolation before coming home. So can you make a particular point in checking what's happening to the Coral Princess and the on board?
I certainly can, and I thank my honourable friend. I think described the latest data that I've got, but of course we're tracking it in real time, and it's been a challenge in that bit of coastline, indeed that region of the world, to get onward flights and to get the permission to dock in order to take advantage of them. We're tracking this. I track the cruise ships in real time every day. What I can also give the House reassurance, we've changed the travel advice on cruise ships. My understanding is there's no further cruise ships setting sail, so we're dealing with the stock that are at sea, and we're making sure we do everything we can to get every one of them home. And I think explained the success we had with the Braemar, the Azura, the Norwegian Spirit. We're looking to do the same for those on the Coral Princess.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have constituents trapped in New Zealand, Bali, the Philippines and Peru. Some have understood only the message that their local embassy is closed. Others are being told still to contact their airline or their insurer, when at this point in time it is the Foreign Office is the only place that can help them. And even in Peru, where I understand that good work is taking place, my constituents are dismayed at the lack of communication on the internal travel arrangements which need to be made in order to get them to Lima. Can I urge the Foreign Secretary to look again as a matter of urgency at the quality of communication that his department is providing to people who are very, very distressed?
The Honourable Lady, and she can certainly help in that regard, because I can certainly give her the special email address that the Embassy have set up to make sure that all of those who need to register for flights can do. I don't think the situation is quite as dire as she's suggesting, in that we have got 1,000 British nationals who have registered, but flights are limited. So we're working to make sure we've got enough flights to deal with the capacity of UK nationals, but also critically the logistical challenge of getting those who are not just necessarily in Lima, close to the main international airport, but in other parts of the country to Lima in time for those flights.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I acknowledge the work of Foreign Office staff who've already helped some of my constituents return safely to this country. However, I do have a constituent who's stuck in Bali, who's recovering from cancer and is due to have a hospital appointment at Edinburgh on Tuesday. Can I urge my right honourable friend to press the airlines, including Emirates, to give more information to passengers who are struggling to find out if flights exist and whether they're actually going to be taking off?
Yes, I certainly will take on board all of those concerns. I've updated the House on what we're doing in relation to Bali. There are flight options still available, but they're decreasing hour by hour, and we're working not just with the government, not just with the transit hubs, but with the airlines to try and keep as many options available as possible. And of course, in a case like the one he described, we will do our utmost to get them on board the first available flight.
Wendy Chamberlain.
Mr. Speaker, like many others here, I have a number of constituents trapped abroad, including a group from St Andrews University who are currently trapped on the Honduran island of Utila with no medical services. But I was advised last night by the FCO that commercial flights from Australia and New Zealand were still available. But with worldwide hubs closing, that simply isn't the case. And although I appreciate it's challenging, and although I'm grateful for the update, but I probably expected a bigger list, people contact their MP when they have no other options. So what measures are in place to ensure that the info that we are being given as MPs is accurate and up to date, so that we are not causing unnecessary distress to people at this time?
Can I thank the Honourable Lady? And I greatly appreciate the way in which she approached her question. Junior ministers, as well as myself as Foreign Secretary, are always available to provide as much detail as possible. We can always be contacted via our PPSs. And in relation particularly to the St Andrews Group, we're aware with them, we're in touch with the university about them, and we've also made the Honduran authorities aware of their particular situation. So I hope I can give her reassurance that that has not slipped away from the radar, either the Foreign Office or ministers, and that we're doing everything we can to cater for them, but also the others who are in Honduras.
Mark Harper.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I just say to the Foreign Secretary, I've got a number of constituents abroad, and that number is increasing as the travel situation is getting worse. But can I also place on record my thanks to him, his ministerial team and his PPSs for the prompt attention they gave to cases I raised last week. And I know from my own experience when I was a minister, everyone in our posts abroad and everyone in the Foreign Office, from the heads of missions down, will be working their damnedest to get our people supported and home, and they should know they have our support as they work very hard in doing so.
Can I thank my right honourable friend and also thank him for his championing of his constituents, particularly in a vulnerable situation. But I do think it's important to pay tribute to the incredible work the consular teams are doing. We're doing everything we can to reinforce them in terms of manpower and resources, from call centres to posts, but they're doing an incredible job. And if you just think of the numbers of people, and it's not just British nationals, when I talk to my interlocutors around the world, even some of the smallest countries and some of the poorer countries, they've got nationals doing the same thing. Given the scale of Brits travelling abroad, the consular teams are putting in a great shift, but the reality is we will do everything we feasibly can to increase that capacity to provide as much help, as much support to get Brits back home.
Jeff Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Foreign Secretary clarify, given that we're still in a transition period with the EU, whether UK nationals can access flights operated by EU countries? I understand there are a number of them that are operating flights, and it may be possible, it may be easier to get back to the UK from European countries rather than other continents.
Yeah,
well, I think in general, certainly there's nothing in relation to the regime in the transition period which is hampering the repatriation effort. And indeed, he's right to say, the Honourable Gentleman is right to say, that given the number of Brits in European countries, we've also got more airline capacity coming back. It is probably easier to pick up the phone to some of the European colleagues, which we know very well. But the key thing is that the bilateral dialogue, contact, the calls I'm making, the calls our embassies are making, and junior ministers are hour by hour, not even day by day, to make sure that in all of the particular circumstances, perhaps not the biggest cases we all know about Spain, we know now about Peru, and once you're on the case with that, I think we can put a plan in place to get those nationals home. What of course catches people out, both British nationals but also missions abroad, is the fast changing situation in jurisdictions which are smaller or less well travelled.
Speaker, the Italian-owned company Costa Grossiere has a number of cruise ships in or around the Mediterranean, in particular the Costa Victoria, which has literally hundreds of UK citizens on board. Unbelievably, they are going full steam ahead to dock at Venice. Can my right honourable friend, and of course everyone on board is concerned about how they will get home from Venice, whether they'll be admitted to Venice, or indeed whether they'll be infected by coronavirus as a result. Can my right honourable friend therefore make representations to make sure these ships do not dock in Italian waters, but in other countries which will offer a safe haven home?
Can I thank the Honourable Gentleman? I will certainly look into that particular case. I think the key thing for all the cruise ships that we're experiencing right now is to find a port of call where they can dock safely and then get them a corridor or cordon through to a repatriation flight as soon as possible. That has tended to be the basic two-point mechanism that has worked in terms of getting British nationals back home. But I will certainly look into the case of the cruise ship he mentions.
Brennan.
Speaker, I also have constituents stranded in Vietnam, Australia, Bolivia and Costa Rica. But I wanted to ask about the travel advice he issued yesterday. Where UK citizens abroad have an underlying health condition and feel it would be better not to travel home with that underlying health condition and are able to stay, perhaps because they're with family, for example, does his advice invalidate potentially their insurance if they choose to stay and subsequently become ill?
Well, I can't comment on individual cases, but I understand exactly the concern he's got, which is why when we've changed travel advice, we've always said people have to take into account the individual circumstances and look at the balance, the pros and the cons of either staying put if they feel that they've got the accommodation, the financial resilience and the medical support, as opposed to returning home, depending on how quickly and easily that will be done. But of all the various things I can do, I don't want to give medical advice. In terms of the insurance, I mean, the standard terms of insurance tend to follow the travel advice rather than the other way round. So what we can't do, and there are legal reasons for this, is base our decisions on anything other than the risks to British nationals abroad.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to put on record my thanks to the Foreign Office staff, both in the UK and around the world, and the FCO team, who are doing an incredible job in very difficult circumstances. I'm reassured by what my right honourable friend has said about the conversations him and his team are having with other foreign ministers around the world. I wonder if there's more we can do, not just through the G7, but also the G20, which has a number of key transit hubs within its membership.
Can I thank my honourable friend, first of all, for the credit he's given to the consular team at the Foreign Office, but also for raising the point of the G20. We also have a G20 leaders meeting, which will be virtual remote, coming up. It is absolutely critically important that we make sure we work with G7, G20, within the EU, but within all of those international forums, not least because of the broader range of countries involved and the ability as a result of that to secure routes back via hub routes, and in particular transit routes. And I've mentioned Singapore, but there are many others that we could talk about, particularly in the Gulf.
Mr Speaker, can I thank the Secretary of State's Parliamentary Private Secretaries who have been enormously helpful. He may be aware that in Australia, British Embassy officials are telling people to contact their own members of Parliament. So I think there are two things that can I ask him to raise? Firstly, with the travel insurance companies who are providing no help and refusing assistance to people who are being stuck abroad. And secondly, the exploitative nature of some airlines. The cost to leave Australia at the moment from Qatar Airways has been ramped up to $10,000 Australian dollars. Will he condemn that practice, and will he take up those sorts of practices up with airline companies?
I can tell the honourable gentleman, first of all, thank him for the tribute he paid to the FCO staff. I can tell him that we are constantly talking to the airlines about limiting the additional cost expense put on travellers. Of course, the airlines are under acute pressure right now with the number of jurisdictions to which they can fly limited. We've got the details, the High Commission has set out the details so that people who are concerned can register, so they can be informed about the flights that will be taking that will be organised to take them back home. We've got more than 1,700 British nationals who've already registered. That works, so the key thing is to disseminate those contact details, and if he needs them, I'm happy to provide them.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the Foreign Office team for their help in getting constituents home from Vietnam and Morocco, and a couple of young constituents from mine have just made it to Lima safely, ready for their flight home later this week. But I still have constituents stranded in Mauritius, India, Australia, Bali and New Zealand. Will the Foreign Secretary and all his team continue to work hour by hour through the night to secure the airline capacity we need to get those constituents home?
He's absolutely right. Can I thank him for his kind words? The effort to get people out of Morocco, where we've worked with the airlines, and I think what was a model and a template for the future, we managed to get 8,500 plus passengers back home. We will obviously seek to replicate that in all of the jurisdictions that he's mentioned.
Contacted by constituents who are stuck in India and Pakistan because of the closure of the airports there. But all around the world there are thousands of planes and pilots that are underemployed or indeed even laid off. Isn't there a real role for government to actually mobilise the aviation industry, the airports, and indeed in cooperation with those other governments to actually get the airlift working to bring our people home?
Can I thank the honourable gentleman? I think he's absolutely right. The Transport Secretary is already engaged in those discussions with individual airlines. Of course, there is just a practical, legal question of can those airlines get into the relevant countries and jurisdictions, and that's why I'll be raising it at G7 level tomorrow.
Mark Pitchell.
Speaker, the Foreign Secretary has mentioned thousands, and in another reply said hundreds of thousands of UK citizens currently abroad. Could he provide the House with a more definitive estimate of the number of UK citizens abroad? And he'll recall last week I pressed him on the use of the Royal Air Force in extremis and what further discussions he had with defence ministers on deploying the RAF when required.
And I thank the honourable gentleman. We don't regularly have a register of UK nationals travelling abroad. I've checked in response to his earlier question. We are obviously engaged with the Ministry of Defence, but the approach that we're taking is to keep as many commercial routes open. We have already arranged or worked with our international partners to charter flights in extremis, and that is the surest way to get the kind of number of people that we've got currently travelling as opposed to resident abroad home. And we're talking the range, it's going to be in the hundreds of thousands. So we're talking at a scale that's unprecedented.
countries such as Australia, New Zealand and Peru have not only closed their international borders but are also considering imposing internal travel restrictions. Under such circumstances, can the Foreign Secretary reassure us that UK nationals who find themselves under lockdown will be supported to get from remote towns and villages to the main transport hubs?
Can I thank the honourable gentleman? Certainly in relation to Australia and Peru, there is a possibility of commercial flights, but of course they're limited. And the reason there's a possibility is because we've been working very carefully with those governments and the airlines to make sure that there is a link out for UK nationals to avoid them being stranded. We're doing the same with New Zealand, and we'll continue to put our shoulder to the wheel to get all of those people who might otherwise remain vulnerable or stranded back home.
Richard Wright.
Can I thank my right honourable friend for all that he's doing? And like other colleagues, I have constituents all around the world. The bulk are in Spain. Could you just tell the House exactly how we're going to get them home as soon as we can?
Can I thank my honourable friend? In relation to Spain, where we have probably one of the largest numbers of UK nationals travelling, but also resident abroad, he will know that there are all sorts of domestic restrictions that have been put in place, as has been the case across Europe. There are also restrictions in terms of travel in and out, and indeed there was an announcement that they would close the hotels. That was due to take effect today. I spoke to the Spanish Foreign Minister to make very clear that as we pursue that effort with the commercial airlines to get the Brits back, and that will take some time because of the volume, that no British national will be kicked out of their hotel as a result of those new regulatory restrictions that are being put in place.
Bill Esterson.
My 78-year-old constituent David Keating is stranded in Brazil with his wife and daughter. He has an underlying heart problem, requires medication and only has 9 days medication left. He's had 4 flights cancelled already. The consulate is telling him that other European countries are arranging flights for their citizens. Thank you. Please will the Secretary of State intervene with European countries to help him and his family get home?
Can I thank the honourable gentleman? I'll check, but that doesn't seem to me that it is correct that others are pursuing options that we've just sat on our hands and avoided. That is not the approach. And I can tell him in relation to Peru, we will be the first of the European countries to have a flight coming home on the current projection. In relation to Brazil, of course, we will be working actively, as we are in all the South American countries, where we're particularly concerned about the restrictions put in place to get British nationals, including his vulnerable constituent, and I understand with a particular medical condition, back home as soon as possible.
Anderson.
Can I thank the Foreign Secretary for all the work he's doing in returning the Wolverhampton residents back home? I have 2 major concerns in India and Pakistan. I have people there with medical conditions that can't get the medication they need and can't return home. Can he do everything in his power to return my constituents back to Wolverhampton?
Yes, I certainly will, and I understand the difficult situation his constituents find themselves in. India and Pakistan have had separate logistical challenges to the other ones that I've mentioned in the House, but I can assure him we're very well aware of the particular challenges, and we're working day and night to try and overcome them.
Constituent Dean Lawson is stuck in New Zealand, hoping to come through Australia. That hasn't been confirmed. The Minister, Secretary of State, mentioned there that Singapore was the hub on the way home. Can I just say, I'm not here to embarrass anybody, but I understand just as of an hour ago that Singapore is no longer an option. And if it's not an option, can I ask then the Minister, what happens with those people who can't go through Singapore? Where do they go?
Can I thank the honourable gentleman? He's certainly right that the Singaporeans have placed fresh restrictions. That's why at 8 o'clock this morning I was on the phone to the Singaporean Foreign Minister and we talked about the need reciprocally. And I have to say the understanding was very clear that we would work together to make sure British nationals can get back via Singapore, not just for those that are travelling in Singapore, but for those that use it as a transit hub.
The constituents who are ICU doctors stuck in New Zealand for obvious reasons. How can the Foreign Secretary help, please?
Can I thank the honourable gentleman? We're working to get all of the Brits in New Zealand back home. I've updated the House, I think, in some degree of detail on the measures we're taking. If he has any problem, if the honourable gentleman has any problem in getting his constituents the advice that the High Commissioner is providing, please get in contact with me and we'll make sure that we personally make that happen.
Kevin Jones.
The Honourable Lady for Romsey and
Southampton North talked about poor communication. That's leading to constituents contacting their members of Parliament. Quite rightly, they're worried, and individuals that here are worried about loved ones abroad. Yesterday afternoon, the MP's hotline didn't work. My office contacted about a constituent stuck in New Zealand. Can you give an assurance that if we're given email addresses or telephone numbers at the Foreign Office to raise individual cases, they actually do work?
I thank the honourable gentleman. The email addresses all work. He's right to talk about the challenges the call centre face, but it's not a question of it not working. It's a question when you have a whole string of governments announcing restrictions, then the demand goes through the roof. We understand that. We doubled the capacity. I mentioned that already. We're looking to double it again so that we can deal with this. But I hope the honourable gentleman will also be mindful, not just of the scale of British nationals abroad, but also the rapidity, the rate of new restrictions that new governments are. He's saying no. Well, then he's staring the challenge in the face and not quite appreciating it. But the rate of changes that have been imposed over the last few days has made it an unprecedented challenge, but I'm confident that we'll rise to it.
Alan Brown.
Anthony. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 18 constituencies stranded overseas who have contacted me for help getting home, and they're running out of money, some of them are running out of medication. But I recognise the extraordinary circumstances that we're in, and I want to pay tribute to the work that my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, and his ministers and the consular officials are doing. But I just wanted to raise the condition of one particular constituent. Brianna Lewis is in Cusco, and she's lost her passport, and she has no travel documents, and she cannot contact the consular offices to get a replacement passport or emergency travel documents. Can my right honourable friend say what can someone in that circumstances actually do? She's worried if she turns up to the airport she won't be able to get on the plane.
Well, can I thank my honourable friend? I suggest he contact me or one of the junior ministers, and we'll look into that case directly. Obviously, that does create something of a challenge, but not one that should be insurmountable.
Lucas.
I give around 20 constituents affected, one of whom is in Peru with his Irish partner, Niamh, who has lived and worked in England for around 19 years. Last night they got an email from the FCO saying that they will try to help him, but they don't think they'll be able to help her. So at this hugely stressful time, they face being separated in spite of the fact that Niamh was advised by the Irish embassy that their best chance of getting out together was to go via the UK government. And I just wonder if there's anything he could do to help those constituents.
Can I thank the honourable lady? And that's a plight that quite a few people have found themselves in. We have been very clear, and when we've talked to the Peruvian authorities, we've been very clear we would bring back UK nationals, but also any foreign dependents that are with them, or foreign national dependents, if I can put it that way. And of course, we've had excellent cooperation with the Irish authorities. I spoke to Simon Coveney in the last few days, and we're always willing to share the balance and the burden of getting UK nationals, Irish nationals, European nationals back home, including their dependents who may not be the same nationality. But I will look into that case.
Matt Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just this morning I received a couple of emails. One from Lucy Kelly, is stuck in Australia, facing a 140% hike in an airfare just to get back to the UK. Likewise from Kamaljit Dacey, like many families from Warwick and Leamington, stuck in India due to the lockdown there. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that we either have to introduce some sort of price cap to these carriers, or exercise some sort of requisitionary powers to get our people back?
Secretary.
Can I thank the honourable gentleman? I appreciate the suggestions and the spirit with which he's brought them. In relation to India, obviously, if there is a full lockdown, we need to negotiate with the government in order to facilitate access for commercial flights in, or indeed charter flights in. In relation to the other situation, airlines, we're working very closely with the airlines, and that's work that the Transport Secretary has taken forward. We do want to get a situation, given the huge pressure the airlines are under, to be able to provide the stability, but also the reassurance that repatriation or return flights can take place. This is an urgent priority for the FCO, and we're working very closely with the Department for Transport to secure that.
We now come to the Ministerial Statement. Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, Right Honourable Matt Hancock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the spread of coronavirus is rapidly accelerating across the world and in the UK. And the actions that we took yesterday are not actions that any UK government would ever want to take, but they were absolutely necessary. The goal is clear: to slow the rate of transmission, to protect the NHS and to save lives. Our instruction is simple: stay at home. People should only be leaving home for one of 4 reasons. First, shopping for basic necessities, for example, food, which must be as infrequent as possible. Second, exercising once a day, for example, a run, walk or cycle, alone or with members of the same household. Third, for any medical need or to provide care or to help a vulnerable person. And fourth, travelling to and from work, but only where it can't be done from home, and employers should be taking every possible step to make sure that remote working can happen. These 4 reasons are exceptions to the rule. Further guidance is available on the gov.uk website. And I want to be clear that where people absolutely cannot work from home, they can still go to work. Indeed, it's important that they do to keep the country running. Key workers, for example, in the NHS, social care, pharmacists and the medicine supply chain, should go to work, unless, as we've said before, they're self-isolating because they or someone else in their household has symptoms. We'll be publishing guidance later today to explain the steps that employers must take to ensure that employees are safe, including making sure there is a 2-metre gap between workers wherever possible. In addition, all non-essential shops and community centres are closed as of today, and gatherings of more than 2 people in public must stop. These measures are not advice. They are rules and will be enforced, including by the police, with fines starting at £30 up to unlimited fines for non-compliance. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to update the House on shielding, which was introduced yesterday, if I may. We're writing to up to 1.5 million of the most vulnerable people in the UK to advise them that they will need to shield themselves from the virus in the coming months. We'll provide targeted support for all those who need it so they have the food, supplies and medical care to make it through. Guided by the experts, we'll look at the evidence and continually review the effect of these measures. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are engaged in a great national effort to beat the virus. Everybody now has it in their power to save lives and protect the NHS. Home is now the front line. And in this national effort, working together, we can defeat this disease. Everyone has a part to play, and I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Secretary of State Jonathan Ashworth.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Secretary of State, as always, for advance sight of his statement. And as he knows, yesterday we called on the government to move to implementing the enforcement of social distancing measures. So the Prime Minister was quite right last night to call for people to stay at home. Can I put to him a few quick points? Madam Deputy Speaker, this virus thrives on inequalities. It is the most vulnerable without financial security who are especially at risk. Could I urge him to consider, therefore, abolishing prescription charges for the duration of this outbreak, or especially for those with conditions such as asthma? We are very mindful of the mental health implications of asking people to stay at home, and we're also deeply concerned about the potential for domestic violence to increase by asking people to stay at home. Can he tell us what support is available on those 2 fronts in particular? We also need clear and unambiguous advice around which workers can and can't go out. We would call for just key workers to be able to go to work, because we've seen, for example, Sports Direct insisting that their workers turn up today. We're hearing stories of warehouses insisting agency workers turn up, of construction sites not putting in place social distancing measures. This is putting workers at risk, and it's putting the lives of all of us at risk. We need clear enforcement. And if we are saying to people that they will be fined for leaving their house, why aren't we fining employers if they're insisting that their employees turn up to work when really their employees should be staying at home? My honourable friend, the Shadow Chancellor, will be putting to the government more points about income protection in the debate later today. Can I quickly turn to PPE? I understand the efforts the government have made, but there are still NHS staff saying that they have not got access to adequate PPE. We have still got hospital chief executives expressing concern that they don't have access to FFP3 masks, are not getting the visors and the sanitisers that they need on time, and indeed when they do get the masks, they are different masks from the previous set they had got, so they have to retrain the staff. I really urge the government to move heaven and earth now to get the PPE to the front line that our staff need. And also, we need PPE in social care. We are beginning to see outbreaks of COVID-19 in social care homes. What support is in place for the residents of such care homes, and when will we get the PPE into the social care sector that we need? Madam Deputy Speaker, enforced social distancing is welcome, we called for it, but it is in many ways a blunt tool without ramping up testing and contact tracing. That is how other countries like South Korea have managed to suppress this virus. We are still only testing around 5,000 a day. We don't have enough community testing. We still aren't testing enough NHS staff. And as the World Health Organisation has instructed the world, test, test, test. Now, leaked emails today suggest the government on Sunday was asking research institutions to borrow their testing kits. We've called for that. We don't disagree with that. But it also said in those leaked emails that the Prime Minister said there are no machines available to buy. I think many of our constituents, indeed NHS staff, will be asking, why didn't we procure machines and kits sooner? And on intensive care capacity, there are reports today that the Excel Centre will be turned into a field hospital of 500 beds. There are reports today that staffing ratios for intensive care are being relaxed. We understand that, given the staffing demands that we're facing. But if we are setting up more field hospitals, can he tell us how will they be, what oversight will there be? And also that, of course, means that more of our specialist staff will be stretched further. We understand why, but can he just tell us what guidance will be in place? Can he update the House on how many intensive care beds are now open and how many more will be opened, how many ventilators we have and how many more will be purchased, how many beds with oxygen we have, and what the current ECMO capacity is? And could he quickly just update the House on an issue that has emerged overnight about access to abortion care because of some of the implications in the coronavirus bill? Can he assure the House that women who want access to abortion care will continue to be able to access that care? Our constituents are worried, our constituents are fearful. I hope the Secretary of State understands that when we put these questions to him, we are doing so because we want the national efforts to defeat this virus to succeed.
Chief State.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll go through the answers to the questions that he reasonably asks. He asks about the most vulnerable. There is a programme of work underway to ensure that those who need support because they're staying at home, especially those who are victims of domestic violence, get that support. It's incredibly important. It's incredibly difficult work, that we are doing what we can in that space. He asks about prescription charges. Only around a fifth of people pay prescription charges, so those who are the least able to pay already get free prescriptions. He asks about Sports Direct. Sports shops are not essential retail, and therefore they will be closed. I've seen a little bit of the noise that's been going around today around Sports Direct in particular. I would just be absolutely clear that sports kit is not essential over the next 3 weeks, and so we will be closing Sports Direct along with other non-essential retail. He asks about fines for corporates as well as for individuals. Absolutely, those fines are available if that is necessary. He asks about protective equipment, quite right, because as we discussed yesterday, having the protective equipment for the staff on the front line, especially in the NHS and social care, but also in other frontline services, is very important. We are moving heaven and earth, as he asks, and the military involvement is ramping up the delivery of that equipment. And he asks specifically about social care, and I'm glad to say that the current plan is to have protective equipment to all social care settings by the end of this week. And then, of course, we'll have to keep further going. And we've put in place the hotline so that if you need PPE and you're getting it, call the hotline so that we know where the difficulties are in terms of getting it to the front line, and so we can respond to those calls, and so we can get it to you. So I feel that very, very strongly. He asked about testing. Of course, as we've discussed many times, we are ramping up testing as fast as we can, including buying millions of tests. And my team are currently buying these tests that we'll make available as quickly as possible. He asks about there being no machines ready to buy. I don't recognise that at all. I obviously haven't seen any leak, and I wouldn't want to comment on a leaked email, certainly not one that I haven't seen. It is true, absolutely, that we're bringing testing machines together to provide a more efficient testing system, and I'm very grateful to especially the universities who have had these testing machines and who have put them into the system. This is a national effort, and they're playing their part. But we're also buying the machines where we can. He asked about the question of staff ratios, which has been publicised this morning. It's absolutely true that we are having to change the standard staff ratios for delivery of certain types of procedure, including ventilation. The reason for this is that you can't easily train up somebody to be able to intubate a patient and put them on a ventilator. We are, of course, training those who we can train to the standards necessary, but this is an incredibly difficult task, and it is therefore safer to have the clinicians, the doctors who are trained to do it and experienced at doing it to more people, and having more support staff than under normal circumstances. This is absolutely necessary to be able to respond to the quantity, because the quantity of need, because this is one very specialist part of the NHS, part of medicine, that suddenly has got a much bigger demand than could ever have been envisaged outside of a pandemic scenario. And so I pay tribute to the staff who will be working much more intensively and who are putting their vital skills at the service of the nation in order to save lives. And I'm grateful for the work of all those involved who've worked with the Royal Colleges to make sure that we get these ratios right, so that we stretch the capabilities we have, but we stretch them as far as we safely can in the circumstances. Finally, he mentioned abortion. We have no proposals to change any abortion rules as part of the COVID-19 response.
Jeremy Hunt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Health Secretary for the superhuman efforts he's taken to resolve the issues around PPE in the last week, and I think the evidence is that we are in a much better situation now than we were a week ago. He won't mind if I follow up what the Shadow Health Secretary said about testing, because the concern is that we appear to be testing on a daily basis virtually no more people than over a week ago, when the commitment was to increase the daily amount of tests from 5,000 to 25,000 tests. And given that this is a vital part of the success of the suppression strategies in South Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, Hong Kong, can he give us an estimated date when we will get back to routine COVID-19 testing in the community of all suspected cases? Because even if that's 3-4 weeks away, a date means there's a plan, and without a date, people won't be confident that this really is the plan.
I heard, although I wasn't in the chamber, I heard the comments that my right honourable friend and the chair of the Health Select Committee made on this yesterday, and he's right to push on this issue. I'm not going to give him the date, such a date today, because we are in the middle of buying the tests that are needed, and especially the new tests that have just come on stream. I have been able to give him the update that we have now purchased millions of these tests, which are arriving in the next days and weeks, and I'll be in a position to give him a more concrete timetable and make sure he gets that as soon as we can make it public.
Owen Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I begin by extending our continued thanks and gratitude to all those working around the clock to help keep all of us safe and to look after us and those who are certainly most vulnerable in our communities. I'd also like to extend a thanks to the millions of people who have already acted on the Government's advice to stay at home. I don't think the importance of this can be stressed nearly enough, because this is what we all need to do to protect our friends, families and those vulnerable people in our communities. It is deeply unfortunate that some employers, such as Sports Direct, seem to be acting in an entirely irresponsible manner, and I do welcome the comments that the Secretary of State has made in relation to that. And looking to see what more we can do, can the Secretary of State outline when he expects that we'll be in a position that all frontline NHS staff will have the PPE that they need? We need to be supporting these people as much as we possibly can and doing everything we can, given the extent that they're putting themselves, the risks that they're putting themselves in front of. How many additional ventilators have we managed to procure since the Prime Minister put out the call to manufacturers? And I can ask if the Government are planning to accept the EU offer to sharing central procurement of ventilators, testing kits and PPE. Madam Deputy Speaker, Scotland's got a number of qualified doctors and nurses who arrived in the country during the refugee crisis. Can I ask if you'll commit to talking to the Home Secretary to see if there's what possible actions could be taken to relax existing rules to allow these people who are qualified medical professionals to support the country that they've adopted as their home? And can I also ask, is he ensuring that the rapid and effective contact testing, in light of the outcome of the Keeling study published by his own government on the 20th of March, showing such action could reduce the number of people infected by each case from 3.11 to 0.21, which would be a significant step towards further and greater containment of this current outbreak? And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, can I just stress to the Secretary of State to, I suppose, to press the urgency with other Cabinet members of finding that support for particularly those self-employed who are still waiting to find out what position they're going to find themselves in, because we know that the pressures that people become under when they don't have any financial backing and the potential impact that that could have on their health, which would put further pressure on the system.
Secretary of State.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On the last point, of course, there was an urgent question on exactly this issue, and it really is a matter for the Treasury. On contact tracing, he's right that it is incredibly important, and one of the reasons that we've managed to be behind other European countries in the curve is because of the amount of contact tracing that we did. But at this stage in the virus, being able, in the epidemic, being able to have contact tracing of everybody in the way that you do when there's a very small number is not possible, but we are looking at how we can do that better with individuals being able to contact trace, including using technology. He asked about refugees. I don't know if he was in the chamber yesterday, but that was brought up, and I said then that I'll look into it and I'll get back as soon as I can. He asked about the number of ventilators. We started with around 5,000. We now have over 12,000 that we've bought, and we've also had the call to arms for manufacturing capability to be turned over to ventilators, and that's been very successful. And can I finally say I strongly endorse and support the Scottish Government and the SNP's backing and the UK-wide approach to get the message out, first and foremost, to everybody, that the most important thing anybody can do is to stay at home.
David Davis.
Can I commend the Secretary of State for his heroic efforts in our defence so far, but ask him that, given the prescription on travel is now a legal prescription, not simply a recommendation, to give us some clarification on what's meant by the care exemption, and that this doesn't just apply to professional carers. At the moment, and since things like special schools have been closed in the last week, we've seen a great deal of support being given by one family to another to, for example, give respite care for special needs children. This is very important, and the people doing it are very often being very responsible about the self-isolation that they're already applying to their collective families. Will this continue to be possible, and will he enable it in the future?
Secretary of State.
I'll say three things in response to the questions from my right honourable friend. The first thing is, with respect to special schools, of course, one of the carve-outs to the closure of schools was to keep open schools for those who are vulnerable, including those with special educational needs. There is a power in the bill to be able to move from that position, but we do not propose to exercise that unless absolutely necessary. So the position is, if you want to send your child to a special school, then that is absolutely fine. That was one of the specific carve-outs. In the same way that if you're a key worker and you need to send your child to school and you can't look after them at home, then schools are available. He asked about care. I just want to make it absolutely clear that for people who are volunteering in the response to COVID-19, people who are caring even with unpaid and informal caring responsibilities, then it is okay to go and do that. And you should do that, but you should stay more than 2 metres away from others wherever possible. But this has to be a practical instruction, because of course we need to care for people. And I said in my opening statement that caring, that you can travel including allowing for caring, and I want to make clear that volunteering in the response to COVID-19 is a legitimate reason to travel. And for instance, the many volunteers in the NHS and the increasing numbers of those who've come forward, these volunteers are important. So although it isn't paid work, it nevertheless is work in the effort, the national effort to respond to COVID-19. The final point I'd like to make, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that the Minister for Mental Health and Prevention and Patient Safety is sitting next to me and close to me, and that's because she has recovered, and all the evidence is you can't catch this twice, at least in quick succession, and so that's okay. So I welcome her back to her place.
Liz Twist.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And just to follow on the volunteering theme, I know that the Government has already made arrangements in the context of schools, given advice that volunteers may still go in for certain purposes. Can you now expand further for organisations such as Samaritans, who use volunteers to travel to call rooms? And can you make it clear that that is acceptable for volunteers to do that?
Yes, it is acceptable. It is right that volunteers who are volunteering in that sort of work, for instance, for the Samaritans, should travel to do that.
Mark Harper.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State will know, following the Prime Minister's statement yesterday, that all tourism and leisure providers have closed, and I commend those in my own constituency that are closed ahead of that advice in order to protect people. One issue, though, that has arisen: those that take lots of deposits are obviously being pressed by our constituents to return that money, but that may put them in financial distress. But equally, our constituents will be needing that money back given the financial circumstances that they're in. I accept the Secretary of State may not have an answer for me now, but can he at least commit to take that away and see if an answer can be brought forth, perhaps with support from the Treasury?
Yes, I'll get him an answer from the Business Department.
Daniel Zeigler.
The Independent Food Aid Network oversee the work of many food banks, and I listened carefully to what the Secretary of State said about volunteering. They're worried about the closure of community centres and churches as well. Yeah. Could he reassure them that the valuable work that they're doing and with their volunteers will be covered by the guidance he's been giving?
Well, we'll set out precisely on gov.uk the breadth of this guidance.
Stephen Hammond.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I commend, like my right honourable colleagues, the superhuman efforts of the Secretary of State? On the subject of procurement, could I just say to him two things? One is he will know that the PHE change of guidelines has caused some concern. Can he make sure that they're clear to people? And on ventilators, one of the senior A&E consultants reminded me that they need blood gas machines alongside ventilators, and more of those as well.
Secretary of State.
Yes, both are important points that we've got in hand.
Sir David.
Good to see the member for Mid-Beds back in her place, though I'm not sure if the Minister still needs to have 2 metres distance, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I press the Secretary of State on personal protective equipment? I hear what he says. It's good that the military are being involved in the distribution, but can he tell the House, is there enough PPE available for all healthcare workers and social care workers? If not, what's happening with the manufacturing and the procurement from around the world? Because we are told there is some available from around the world.
Secretary of State.
Yes, we have a huge quantity that we hold ready for an eventuality like this. That was, in fact, enhanced in our no-deal preparations, but of course we're also using that up, so we're buying to make sure that those stocks are replenished.
Andrew Morrison.
I'm very reassured to hear that by the end of the week, care settings will all get PPE, which is not what the leader of my council was being told recently. I accept the Secretary of State's reassurance. It's really good news. Could he further reassure me that the PPE, when it arrives, will be to the right specification? In particular, FFP3 in terms of masks and respirator masks, not simply paper masks, which are next to useless.
Secretary of State.
On the 2 points, if there are specific concerns about the non-delivery of PPE to council settings, then I want to know about them through the hotline that we've set up, precisely to short-circuit having to the problems like this having to be brought to my attention on the floor of the House and then me go and fix them. Let's fix it directly. And on the second point, it's got to be the right stuff according to the clinical guidelines.
Ruth Cadbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We've been told that by the time COVID-19 peaks, 44,000 women will need access to early medical abortions. Women shouldn't have to leave their homes during lockdown to access basic health care. So will the Secretary of State commit to not oppose moves in the other place to enable individual healthcare practitioners to certify abortions and reinstate the regulations that were put up for a short while on the government website last night, so that we can have use of medical abortion medication and one practitioner being able to prescribe on the phone?
There are no proposals to change the abortion rules due to COVID-19.
Sir Graham Brady.
Care homes are now being asked by local authorities to contract for block bookings of beds, but at the moment they would bear the liability if something were to go wrong, if residents were to come to them with the infection. Can I urge my right honourable friend urgently to look at the question of whether an indemnity can be provided?
Secretary of State.
I will get back to my right honourable friend on this very, very important point. I'm grateful that he raised it with me privately earlier, and I'm sorry that I haven't been able to get a reply in the time.
Kevin Jones.
Could I thank the Secretary of State for his statement? Would he join with me in congratulating and commending Packed House, a charity in my constituency in Stanley, which is delivering meals to the elderly and food with some 90 volunteers. They contacted me this morning, though, concerned that the building they operate from may need some type of certificate to actually keep operating following the announcement yesterday. Could you just clarify what the position will be? Will they just be allowed to open, or will they have to apply for some type of letter to say they can operate?
So long as they're operating within the guidelines that the Prime Minister outlined in his address to the nation last night, that are set out in detail on the gov.uk website, then they are doing the right thing and they don't need any further certification.
Tim Lawton.
Madam Deputy Speaker, one of the glimmers of lights out of these troubling times are the amazing community volunteer projects that have sprung up in all our constituencies, and Secretary of State will be pleased to know that on Sunday we set up Shopital outside Worthing Hospital, and I spent several hours selling rice, spuds and, crucially, loo paper to over 100 ambulancemen, nurses and doctors. But shouldn't that sort of arrangement be happening anyway with the supermarkets and with the new scheme delivering food packets to make sure those NHS workers for whom going at 8 o'clock in the morning for that golden hour isn't appropriate, they can get on with their job much more easily?
Yes, I didn't know that my honourable friend was engaged in that sort of activity on a Sunday morning, but I'm delighted that he was, and making sure that we can get get hot meals to NHS staff who are working often many more shifts than gives them time to make a good meal. I think that's incredibly important. It's something we're working very hard on, but I'm really glad when it's happening spontaneously, as well as trying to be sorted from the department.
Chris Elmore.
Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State for his statement? I'm being inundated, as I'm sure many other members are, in relation to small firms that are still insisting on their staff going to undertake their roles, including on window and doors fitting, and other small firms are saying, well, the business is coming in, we're going to stay open, we're going to carry on making you work, despite the fact they're having to travel from different house to house to offer what is fundamentally a non-essential service. Can I ask the Secretary of State to raise this issue with the Bays Department and with other ministers to make sure these small firms that actually don't need to be working, arguably, should be keeping their staff at home?
Secretary of State.
I will raise that question and make sure that the appropriate guidance is put on gov.uk.
Kevin Hollinrake.
Madam Deputy Speaker, he's doing an excellent job and he's incredibly responsive despite what must be a huge volume of correspondence coming into his inbox, which I appreciate. He's damned if he is, if he does, and he's damned if he doesn't, but there is a confusion about whether you should be going to work or not. Can I say, from both a health perspective and an economic perspective, as a business owner, I would much rather have a short, sharp shock, which everything is closed down for 30 days to get this disease under control and allow him to get his testing and tracking in place so he can defeat this disease.
Secretary of State.
I agree with what my honourable friend has said. Not just the first bit, but I just repeat what I said in my statement. I want to be clear that where people absolutely cannot work from home, they can still go to work. Indeed, it's important that they do to keep the country running.
Patrick Grady.
Madam Deputy Speaker, but I think that's the nub of the confusion, because I'm hearing reports from constituents and elsewhere in the city that, for example, workers in call centres for outbound sales calls, which will undoubtedly be disruptive to people who are self-isolating at home if they receive them, are being asked to come in and work in cramped conditions that we know exist in places like that. Should these employers not be taking advantage of the government's furlough scheme so that their employees do not have to come into work? And is it not the case that no employee should be punished for doing the right thing and following the government advice to stay at home?
State.
Well, that sort of activity can technically, in a technical way, can be done from home, and workers where work can't be done from home, the employers should be following the guidelines to keep people more than 2 metres apart.
Desmond Swain.
There are many essential jobs and repairs that need to be done in people's homes by workmen. Surely, so long as those homes are not specifically shielded or self-isolating because of suspected disease, and that proper social separation is maintained, those ought to proceed, oughtn't they?
Secretary of State.
If they are essential, then yes, but the aim here is to try to absolutely push down on the speed of transmission of this disease over a period of the next few weeks to get a grip on its spread, and that means that everybody should consider that whilst we've set out the 4 reasons where it is reasonable to leave your home, people should stay at home if they don't have a good reason.
Streeting.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I won't read the text message I've received from the member for Birmingham Yardley because it contains unparliamentary language. But further to the reply given to my honourable friend, the member for Brentford and Isleworth, I think the Secretary of State needs to give a clear explanation to the House as why it was yesterday that clear guidance was provided by the government on access to abortion early in the day, only to then be removed from the government website later in the day. Why is that? Why is the government not listening to the Royal Colleges? And why is the government making it more difficult for women to get access to an essential procedure during this time of crisis?
All I can do is repeat the clarity that there are no proposals to change abortion law.
Alicia Kearns.
Can my right honourable friend confirm what the advice is in terms of visiting loved ones in hospital? And can he confirm that Rutland is not a hospital desert, as reported by Sky News, as that has concerned my residents who have access to Leicester and Peterborough, and urged the media to be cautious about deeply unhelpful and sensationalist reporting?
Yes, I think my honourable friend makes a very important point.
Shannon.
Deputy Speaker. Does the Minister not agree that the attempt to alter the abortion regimes through the coronavirus bill is not the right use of the statutory instrument, and that any change to such legislation and almost the last protection for our unborn children deserves adequate scrutiny and appropriate debate not possible right now? And will the Secretary of State, just for the record, assure me that no changes to this legislation, which regulates life and death, will be made in this way through stealth and opportunism?
I repeat the answer that I've given before, which is that there are no proposals to change the law around abortion.
Sorry to return to this going to work point, but the government last night was saying the only reason you may leave home to go to work brackets if you're a key worker, but then that changed in the brackets, but work from home if possible. I think this is the confusion, and people are not sure what they can and cannot do, and this is a pattern that we have sadly seen repeated, and which has led to lockdown, not lockdown. Could the Secretary of State just say again, I'm not wishing to cause trouble, I'm just looking for clarity?
The Prime Minister was clear in his address to the nation. I've been clear in my statement today, and the guidance on gov.uk is absolutely clear on this point.
Kevin Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many honourable members are not here because they are being responsible and allowing some of us to represent them in order that we can keep proper social distancing. And my honourable friend, the member for Sheffield Heeley, has asked me to raise the issue of irresponsible employers because she tells me that the Home Office in Sheffield is requiring workers to come in to do work which could be done at home, work processing and administrative work which could be done at home. Will he undertake to communicate with the Home Secretary the concerns of my honourable friend, the member for Sheffield Heeley, and if that is the case, to put a stop to it straight away and set a good example?
Secretary of State.
I'll ensure that's looked into.
Tobias Allwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Would the Secretary of State join with me in paying tribute to the army of volunteers in Bournemouth and across the country, the individuals, the business people, the charity groups, the local organisations that want to be part of the solution in helping the elderly and the vulnerable, and indeed allowing us to adapt to this new way of life. He spoke, or yesterday was spoken about, the 30-day lockdown. This will require enforcement of some form. Can he say what role the armed forces might play in that?
The armed forces are doing an absolutely fantastic job in supporting civilian efforts, for instance in the NHS on the logistics of delivery of protective equipment and much more. But the armed forces will not be involved in the enforcement of the law. That is for the police, and the police will levy the fines starting at £30 and escalating if people continue to flout the rules.
One of my constituents is a home carer who has been unable to get PPE. She stopped working because her daughter has asthma, and obviously she's concerned about the potential for passing on the virus. I'm pleased with what the Health Secretary said about the availability of PPE, but people like my constituent need to know how to get hold of it. Their employers need to know how to get hold of it. I know he said it will be on the gov.uk website. Not everybody knows about the website, so can he improve awareness of how people find out this information and make sure we have the access to the website and the phone number, please?
I will make sure that the honourable gentleman gets the phone number so that he can pass it on to his constituent, and so others in the same circumstance can know how to make it happen.
Ruth Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. NHS workers are on the front line of this battle at huge personal risk. Many have returned, especially to fight coronavirus. Does my right honourable friend agree that when this is over, we need to find an appropriate way to recognise and honour their bravery?
Yes, my honourable friend makes an incredibly important point, which is that we as a nation owe a debt of gratitude to those who work in the NHS, and we need to constantly search for ways to show it, and so that they all know how much we value the work that they do.
Matt Weston.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to echo the points made by the Honourable Member for Thurskell-Moulton about an absolute shutdown and absolute clarity to the public. But would the Secretary of State agree with me that we urgently need to get more FFP3 masks out there? That's what the frontline health workers are demanding, because they're terrified by the prospect of this crisis. And that the masks that are provided to the construction industry would actually be suitable, so I understand, to be provided to healthcare workers.
Secretary of State.
I'll look into that point. They need to be clinically right, and so it's not for me to make that decision, but it's something that I'll take up with the Chief Medical Officer.
Richard Drax.
Madam Speaker,
Can I personally thank my right honourable friend for the rapid response he's given to every inquiry I've made on behalf of my constituents and for the Department. And may I praise the NHS in Dorset and, of course, across the country for all the fantastic work that everyone is doing in the face of this appalling virus. We are still having problems, Secretary of State, getting PPE. I heard you say that the phone line you kindly referred to me is still the best way to try and follow up on that. And secondly, supermarkets are impossible to get hold of for food banks to go online to make regular deliveries. Is there some way we can get a message to all supermarkets to help out in that regard?
Well, I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for the first point that he makes, and he's right that the hotline is the best way to sort out the PPE supply issues, and I'm told that it's already responded to over 2,000 inquiries. And is moving fast through them and has a lot of people on the other end of the line to make sure you can get hold of somebody. And I'll take up the latter point with my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for the Environment.
Peter Aldous.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I commend my right honourable friend for the sterling work that he is doing. Could he just provide some clarification on the definition of essential retail? The general store that purchases a freezer and says they're a food store quite clearly is not. But the garden centre, which incorporates a farm shop that may serve a local community, might well do so.
Well, these things inevitably will end up being a judgment at the boundary, but what I'd say is that if you have two types of shop in one organisation, it is also we will be requiring some parts of it sometimes to close. So if you had a cafe in a shop where the shop sells essential supplies, the cafe must close, but the essential supplies can stay open.
Jason McCartney.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I also, too, praise the Secretary of State and his wonderful team for their heroic efforts in fighting this killer virus. Can he just confirm that volunteers, like those in the Home Valley COVID Mutual Aid Group, providing shopping service, delivering food parcels, picking up prescriptions, posting mail, dog walking, should continue to supply those services in a safe way for their community?
Yes, they should. They should stay 2 metres away from other people wherever possible. But the voluntary effort in support of COVID-19 is something we are actively encouraging and we actively support.
Aaron Bell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Obviously, I thank the Secretary of State for all he's doing. I also thank the thousands of retired nurses who've answered his call to come back to the NHS. If I could just raise a wrinkle, as in my constituency of Newcastle-under-Lyme, a nurse wrote to me, she's 58, she retired at 55, she's returned to work for 16 hours, is happy to work full-time, but is concerned about the possible effects on her pension. Will he and the Chancellor of the Exchequer work together to look at this situation to make sure there are no financial barriers to heroes like that coming back to work for our NHS?
Yes, we've solved several of the problems that were in the pension system at the budget, and there's further solutions in the bill. So I haven't come across any further problems with respect to pensions. If he writes me with the individual case, I'll check that that's the case in that instance too.
James Wilde.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On Saturday, I met with the Chief Executive and the Incident Management team at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital in Kings Lynn in my constituency, where sadly 2 patients who tested positive for COVID-19 died last week. So can I pay tribute to the dedication of all the staff working in, as he knows, buildings that need more investment? And will he make sure that those on the front line continue to get the PPE that they need and also more access to ventilators?
Yes, absolutely, on all counts. And I just want to add my thanks to all those working on the front line and throughout the NHS and social care, to his thanks for those in Kings Lynn, and also put on the record my thanks to my extraordinary civil service, political and Public Health England team, who have done amazing work and continue to work incredibly hard in response to this crisis.
Scott Benton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Will my right honourable friend join me in paying tribute to our fantastic NHS staff at Blackpool Victoria Hospital? some private firms in my constituency have offered free or discounted parking to NHS staff to help them out in these difficult times. Will he commend those firms and encourage others to do so to make sure that it's as easy as possible for staff to get to work?
Yes, I will. I want to pay tribute to all of the staff at Blackpool Hospital. I met some of them during the election campaign. I know that they're working incredibly hard in preparation for what is to come, and I absolutely commend all those who are giving free parking to NHS staff, and we're looking at what we can do to make that happy occurrence spread more broadly across the NHS.
Thank you. Presentation of Bill, Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Contingencies Fund Bill.
Second reading what day?
Today.
Today. We now come to the 10-minute rule motion. Caroline Lucas.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that leave be given to bring a bill to make provision for requiring public bodies to act in pursuit of the UK's environmental, social, economic and cultural well-being by meeting well-being objectives, publishing future generations' impact assessments, accounting for preventative spending and through public services contracts. To establish a Commissioner for Future Generations for the United Kingdom, to establish a joint parliamentary committee on future generations, to require companies to consider the impact of their activities on the UK's well-being and for connected purposes. It is a great honour to introduce the Wellbeing of Future Generations Bill today. I pay tribute to the bill's co-sponsors, to the indefatigable Lord Bird, and to everyone who's been involved in the Today for Tomorrow campaign so far. I wish that I was introducing this bill in very different circumstances, but I am confident that honourable members can see that the bill does not conflict with our immediate priorities, which are rightly elsewhere. Indeed, at times like this, it is only human to ask, what could we have done differently to prevent this from happening? How can we stop something like this from ever happening again? Our common interests, our connectivity to one another and our compassion are all burning bright in an otherwise dark moment. Acting today for tomorrow is as relevant now as it will ever be. Now, as we wrote yesterday as co-sponsors of the bill in a letter published in The Guardian, it is essential to deal with coronavirus as it is, a global emergency. But it is clear that we must work harder to predict and prepare for the existential risks we face. Not only the threat of pandemics, but the climate crisis too. That is the nub of the Today for Tomorrow campaign. It's backed not just by all of the sponsors of this Wellbeing of Future Generations Bill, but by over 70 MPs in total and many in the other place who spoke eloquently in favour of its proposals. The Future Generations Bill is also gaining support from across civil society, from my constituents and I'm sure among many others as well. And it all suggests that the desire to be better ancestors is incredibly strong. To me, it also suggests that we know in our hearts and in our heads that the way that we currently make policy and legislation does not adequately prioritise the well-being of our children and grandchildren. When we are rebuilding on the other side of this pandemic, we can choose to do so with greater consideration than ever to future generations, with stronger compassion for every person and their well-being, and with an unshakable commitment to building an economy and society that works for everyone, now and for the future. It is these values of compassion and consideration, cooperation and courage that hold us together in times of disaster. And these same values are at the heart of this bill, which it wants to centre in our politics at all times. Now, we're all aware of the pressures that regular election cycles place on decision makers to pursue policies that show benefits quickly, and that the difficulty that can add in addressing longer-term challenges. The climate crisis is an obvious example, with decades of delay between today's emissions and the full impacts of their heating. The glacial pace of climate action shows that economies and political systems the world over are failing to value future lives, and indeed the well-being of current generations in the manner they deserve. Last month, a landmark report from the World Health Organization, UNICEF and The Lancet found that no single country is sufficiently protecting children's health, their environment and their futures. That index, which compares performance on issues from child flourishing to greenhouse gas emissions and equity, find countries the world over are failing the next generation. We can and we must do better than this. And the same is true in other areas: poverty, regional inequality, environmental degradation. the overconsumption of finite resources. Each of these have their impacts today, but each of them also harms the health, the means and the opportunities of tomorrow as well. Now, the concept of our obligations towards future generations is not a new one. It exists in every political tradition. It can transcend party politics. The Big Issues Today for Tomorrow campaign has secured pledges from the Prime Minister, the Leader of the Opposition, the former Leader of the Lib Dems, the First Minister of Scotland and the Leader of Plaid Cymru. And I hope that the Prime Minister will therefore ensure that this bill continues its journey through the House in due course. The bill's co-sponsors represent all major UK political parties and every one of our 4 nations. Initiatives to put wellbeing at the heart of decision-making can be found in many countries around the world. New Zealand's wellbeing budget, led by the Treasury, invests billions in tackling deep-rooted social problems, including child poverty, mental health and family violence. Differing approaches can be found from Gibraltar to Ghana, from Malta to many other places. But it's actually closer to home that inspiration was found for this bill. The Wellbeing of Future Generations Wales Act was passed by the Senedd in 2015. Now, that act was pioneering, the first legislation in the world to enshrine in law a duty on public bodies to safeguard the well-being of future generations. It created a Commissioner for Future Generations, responsible for promoting sustainable development. That Commissioner, Sophie Howe, gives future generations the voice they currently lack. Her recent progress report shows that the legislation is making a real difference. Now, our bill similarly creates an independent Commissioner for the whole of the UK to represent those who cannot yet represent themselves. It empowers the Commissioner to bring legal proceedings against a public body that is failing to fulfil its wellbeing duties. It's important to say that the bill has carefully considered the Welsh experience and taken on the lessons learned, so it's even stronger legislation set out to be even more effective. For example, it strengthens the duty, ensuring that wellbeing objectives are actually met. And in addition to the independent UK Commissioner for Future Generations, I want to highlight a few of the other key provisions contained in the bill. A duty on the Secretary of State to publish national indicators that measure progress towards wellbeing goals and report annually to Parliament. A duty on all non-devolved public bodies to balance the needs of the present with the needs of the future. A requirement on companies of medium size and above to consider how their activities relate to the wellbeing of the UK. The establishment of a joint parliamentary committee for the future to scrutinise legislation for its effect on future generations, to hold ministers to account for short-term decision-making and to report on future trends. And a requirement on public bodies to report on and seek to increase their preventative expenditure. A study from Scotland illustrates this importance of preventative spending. It found that 40% of all public spending was devoted annually to alleviating social problems and tackling what is called failure demand, which means that demand, which could have been avoided had earlier preventative measures been put in place. I think it would be insightful if the government could provide an equivalent figure for England. Another study by the Joseph Rowntree Foundation found that poverty costs Britain £78 billion a year, with £1 in every £5 of government spending making up for the way that poverty damages people's lives. Madam Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, I am acutely aware that this bill is concerned with preventative spending and the next generation when there is an urgent crisis facing this one. Yet, as we have seen in the response of communities across the country, emergencies can bring out the best in us, can give us a common focus and a common purpose. The author, Rebecca Solnit, wrote that disasters give us a glimpse of who else we ourselves may be and what else our society could become. So, with the eyes of future generations upon us, this bill presents Parliament with an opportunity to act today for tomorrow. Now, this bill is not a panacea, but it might just help us head in the right direction by enshrining long-term thinking and the voices of future generations at the heart of decision-making, precisely where they belong.
The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Bambos Charalambos, Simon Fell, Dr Philippa Whitford, Vera Hobhouse, Liz Saville-Roberts, Claire Hanna, Abena Opong Asare, Bob Blackman, Anna McMorrin, Kevin Hollinrake, and Alex Sobel, and myself.
Caroline Lucas.
Wellbeing of Future Generations Bill.
Second reading what day?
The 11th of September.
The 11th of September. Thank you.
Point of order, Madam Deputy.
Point of order, West Streeting.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yesterday afternoon, I questioned and criticised Airbnb for continuing to provide holiday lets at a time when people are being discouraged from using holiday properties to escape their normal place of residence in the midst of the crisis. And in doing so, I highlighted that other holiday home providers like Sykes Cottages were no longer taking bookings for the immediate period ahead. I've since been inundated, Madam Deputy Speaker, with emails and messages from many very unhappy Sykes customers who tell me the company is withholding payments that have been made to it at a time when I think many of those families, not now being able to go on holiday, really do need that money to get through what is a challenging period for most family finances. I wanted the record to reflect that, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I hope that the Treasury bench has heard what I've said. And in terms of the efforts that they are undertaking to encourage responsible business at this time, I hope that that message will also be heard by the management of Sykes Holidays.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for that point of order, and I can well understand if yesterday he had been praising a company only to find that he was being inundated with emails to the contrary of what he said. So he's obviously put the record straight, and the Treasury bench will have heard his comments, and I'm sure will feed back to the appropriate department the points that he has made. Thank you. Contingencies Fund Bill, business of the House motion. Minister to move. The question is the Contingencies Fund Bill, business of the House motion, as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Contingencies Fund Bill. Second reading.
Now.
I wish to inform members that under the order of the House of today, notices of amendments, new clauses or new schedules to be moved in committee of the whole House may be accepted by the clerks at the table before the bill has been read a second time. In order to be eligible for selection, members should table amendments within the next 5 minutes. Minister Jessie Norman to move second reading.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that the bill be now read a second time. Madam Deputy Speaker, as the House knows, we are living in unprecedented times. The government has made clear that it will do whatever it takes to mitigate, to limit the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on the United Kingdom. And to that end, we have a coherent, a coordinated and a comprehensive plan. That is a plan that seeks to support public services, to equip our doctors, nurses and other essential staff with the tools that they require on the front line and in the support of their work. And of course, it is a plan to protect businesses, jobs, wages, incomes through this difficult and uncertain period for the economy. At the heart of this bill is a recognition that the government must act swiftly and boldly to provide the resources necessary to limit and ultimately to defeat the virus. As the House knows, Parliament provides the government with the authority to expend resources, capital and cash via the supply process. The process has begun with the publication of the main supply estimates, which we debate in this chamber, and then the introduction of a supply and appropriation bill. It is only once that bill receives royal assent, usually in July, that parliaments get the bulk of their resources, capital and, most importantly, cash to carry out their approved functions. Madam Deputy Speaker, until the supply bill passes, typically in July, departments live on what is described as vote-on-account money. This money usually represents about 45% of the departmental spending on services from the previous year. It allows departments to start spending from the 1st of April, and it normally provides sufficient funds to tide them over until the balance is delivered via the Supply Act in July as described. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, as events have been unfolding, it has become clear that additional departmental spending will be needed compared to last year, and for good reason. The scale and spread of the virus means that we must act now to safeguard lives. The government cannot afford to wait. No one in this House would want us to wait until July to deliver the resources departments need for the next financial year.
The bill is necessary because the economy has come to a halt. We have effectively halted it in order to put an end to this virus. There is a narrative that actually we could have toughed it out and we've sacrificed the economy for healthcare. That never really was a realistic alternative, was it?
I do not believe that the government has had any time for that narrative or any other decision in its mind than to act as decisively and effectively and comprehensively as it could to defeat this virus and to protect livelihoods and businesses and jobs and well-being. And that is what we are seeking to do. And I do not agree, if I may say so, with my honourable friend, that the requirements that this bill seeks to address would or could have been accommodated in any other economic circumstances. To move at the speed we are moving, to offer the support we are offering, demands the cash movement that this bill is designed to achieve. Of course.
For the Treasury Minister giving way, can he confirm that the amounts that we're talking about in the bill before us relate to departmental spending that may need to happen over the next few months, and not in relation to the balance sheet of the Bank of England or any of the lending facilities that have been made available to business?
Well, I thank my honourable friend, the honourable gentleman, for his question. He's absolutely right. This, as I will go on to describe, relates to departmental spending. It is an advance against departmental spending that will be properly ratified, accommodated and acknowledged within the estimates process, as one might expect. If I may just proceed, departments, and this goes straight to the right honourable gentleman's point, need money from the 1st of April, and more than the House has already allocated to them via the vote on account. Government cannot afford to wait until July to deliver the resources they need for the next financial year. And that gap is what this bill seeks to close. The House has long recognised that the government sometimes needs to act without recourse to the normal processes. That is why Parliament has historically provided for the existence and the use of a contingencies fund. But Parliament has wisely limited the amount that can be issued from the fund to 2% of the previous year's cash spend. For 2020 to 21, that amounts to some £10.6 billion, which would be more than adequate in a normal year. But as we have discovered, Madam Deputy Speaker, we do not live in normal times. These times are without precedent in the modern era. Through this bill, the government therefore asks the House temporarily to raise the limit on the amount that sits in the contingency fund to 50% of that expended last year. And we should be clear, that is approximately £266 billion. Now, let me go further, Madam Deputy Speaker, and say, and again this responds to the right honourable gentleman's point, this is not new spending, and it is not a blank cheque. All advances will have to be repaid once the main supply estimates are voted on in the summer, when the House will have the opportunity to scrutinise and debate where the resources have been allocated in the normal way. Nor does this represent additional government borrowing either. The Chancellor has said that he will update the Debt Management Office's financing remit in April to reflect his recent announcements. Quite simply, this bill is about cash flow and the need to deliver the support we have announced without delay. It allows the Treasury to provide cash advances where they are urgently needed, and it provides, therefore, a safety net between supply estimates. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is an exceptionally short bill, but it is an exceptionally important one in that it allows the government to deliver the extraordinary package of support announced by my right honourable friend, the Chancellor. It solves a cash timing issue arising from the current process, and it balances the need for an urgent response to this unfolding crisis with the necessary parliamentary scrutiny and oversight. This bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, is yet another demonstration of the government's commitment to fighting the threat from COVID-19, protecting businesses, jobs, and most importantly, our fellow citizens from the ravages of this deadly disease. And it is a bill that I wholeheartedly commend to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Shadow Chancellor of the Exchequer, John MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I start by assuring the Treasury bench that the official opposition will be supporting this bill and are supportive of the government throughout, obviously, but as you'd expect me to say, will be constructively critical as well throughout this process. And this bill, as he says, will enable the government to access the resources to tackle this crisis. I have to say there's a sense of irony here, because only 3 months ago I was hoping to bring forward a bill of about £250 billion as well. But that was for the long-term investment in our infrastructure. But that's another story. And it most probably would have been supported as well, because it was infrastructure spend. Anyway, we'll be supporting this bill. But it does give us the opportunity to raise some issues around the way in which these resources will be applied. So forgive me if I do that. And we recognise this is the gravest crisis facing our country that any of us in this House have known. And we're debating matters of life and death, and the proposals that we're making now and the decisions that we need to take in these coming months obviously deserve scrutiny, and that scrutiny should be welcomed on all sides. The Prime Minister was right last night. He was last night to call for people to stay at home, protect our NHS and save lives. We called for enforcement measures yesterday morning, and I know the Mayor of London and many others have been making private representations for greater clarity and greater action. Madam Deputy Speaker, there does need to be, though, clear guidance and detailed guidance to employers and workers about which workplaces should close. And there does, as we saw in the earlier response to the statement, there does remain a lack of clarity about certain operations, particularly within the construction sector. And we received reports from unions in particular representing construction workers that there is utter confusion on the ground at the moment about what operations should be maintained, which workers should be on site. And I have to say, anyone who's been anywhere near the construction industry or worked on site at any time in their lives, things haven't changed that much in recent years. And these workers work in some of the most insanitary conditions as well. So we have to ensure that they're properly protected. Because also the Chancellor of the Government must act immediately so that every single worker has a protected income. We've discussed this earlier today. We want to ensure that every single household is secure in their home, whether they rent or they mortgage, so that no one who makes the right choice to stay at home faces hardship. Last week, the Chancellor set out an unprecedented scheme to underwrite 80% of the wages of all workers furloughed, as he put it, promising no redundancies or layoffs were needed, and that the government would do, and I quote, whatever it takes. Well, yes, today is the time to deliver with clarity and security for everybody, including our most vulnerable, whatever it takes to keep them protected and safe. And that's why we're supporting this bill, to enable the resources to be available. The Prime Minister last night effectively shut down every non-essential business. I want the Chancellor and the Treasury front bench to make clear now every single worker in every single one of those businesses will be covered by the 80% income protection scheme. And if, as a result of that 20% cut in incomes, if they fall below thresholds for universal credit or housing benefit, they will be eligible for top-ups. And I ask the question, will the government be considering setting a national minimum wage floor to the income protection schemes? This will protect the lowest paid, because 80% of a low pay could result in some people being paid below the national minimum wage. And could we have more clarity exactly now when the income protection scheme will be operational? Will the government also condemn employers like Wetherspoons who have stopped wage payments now and have told employees they will not resume until the end of April? I believe there's some senior members of the government have an influence over this employer in particular, so I think we would welcome the government making it clear to this employer that he should pay his staff,
That's right, John.
and that he should close so that this company can play its part in protecting the health of our community. But the government cannot act only for workers who are furloughed. Many will be having their hours reduced but not stopped altogether, and the government must step up for them as well, whether it's to top them up with at least 80% of their regular wage or some other scheme, so that when the Minister responds, could he clarify what is going to be the protection for workers who have been put on short time? Sadly, many workers have already been laid off as a result of this terrible virus. The Secretary of State for Health and Social Care was, I think, extremely candid and honest last week when he said he couldn't live on the £94.25 per week statutory sick pay. I don't think any of us can. So how can the government expect that entire families could afford a week's shop on that sort of income? So therefore, will the government now increase the appallingly low level of statutory sick pay and ensure that all workers are eligible, because so many are not at the moment? And also, will he increase the £73 rate of job seekers allowance and employment support allowance for disabled people? And also, will the government look at even the lower rate of carers allowance, £66 a week carers are expected to live on? And Madam Deputy Speaker, as we discussed earlier today, 5 million self-employed workers in this country, many of whom cannot work from home, and we desperately need a scheme that will be ready for them soon. It needs to guarantee them the 80% of income that others have been guaranteed. And whether it's a cabbie or a childminder or an actor or a plumber, there are battalions of self-employed out there that need this security. So we need confirmation that we'll be having a scheme brought forward, not within days, but within hours, to give them that assurance. And as I say, can I also urge the government to work with the construction industry and the trade unions to find a solution that covers the particularities of that sector? We've pointed them out before. Workers employed through payroll companies and umbrella companies, most of them forced into self-employment, and often exploitative self-employment of the worst sort. Just turning to housing, Madam Deputy Speaker, look, we welcome the moves to protect mortgage holders and to ensure the payment holidays have now been put in place for mortgagees. But we need the same security for renters. And just for the government to understand the difference as well. For a renter, a rent holiday is not the same as a mortgage holiday. Rent is paid continuously in tenancy, but while mortgages are fixed term, meaning that repayment terms can be simply extended. It's therefore important that the government acts to ensure that rents are paid, not merely payments suspended for this period. So we're extremely disappointed by the legislation published yesterday. And frankly, many believe the Prime Minister has broken his promise to the country's 20 million renters in 8.5 million households. It was not an evictions ban as the Prime Minister promised. This legislation would not stop people losing their homes as a result of the virus. It just gives them, as my right honourable friend, Shadow Secretary of State for Housing said, it just gives them some extra time to pack their bags. And to be frank, it's just not good enough, and the government must look again. We're urging the government to look again. And there are wider problems. Over recent years, austerity cuts have lessened the value of support available via housing benefit. The government must immediately, we believe, suspend the benefit cap and rid ourselves of the bedroom tax that has affected so many families. We welcome the moves announced last week on local housing allowance
but the government must go further and restore the local housing allowance from the 30th percentile back to the 50th percentile of market rates, as it was before 2010. So people will have made rental decisions based upon their incomes, and they should not be penalised by the unforeseeable impact of the coronavirus. You know, now is not the time when we're asking people to lock themselves away. Now is not the time for families to be downsizing or sofa surfing with parents, grandparents or friends in cramped conditions. And many of us represent constituencies where overcrowding has become the plague of modern existence. Can I briefly pay tribute to the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan? His team has worked tirelessly and creatively in securing hotel accommodation to get London's rough sleepers off the streets. Though we'd like to know more about the duration and the cost of the deal the government has procured with hotels as well. It's important that the government acts to keep households in their homes, so that attachment to work, school and study can continue seamlessly at the conclusion of this extraordinary period. We can't have a situation in which at the end of this, tenants have either depleted all their savings or, worse, have amassed large and unpayable bills. If this is the case, the government will only be deferring evictions a few months down the road. So the suspension of evictions for private and social tenants should be extended, we believe, from the 3 months to 6 months. Shelter has estimated that as many as 20,000 eviction proceedings are already in progress and will go ahead over the next 3 months unless the government takes action to stop them. And they must be stopped. And when the Honourable Gentleman rises to his feet, he must be clear that there will be no evictions of any kind during this period. In addition, we also believe it necessary to suspend all bailiff proceedings too for the same period. Just practically speaking anyway, there are clear health and safety issues about bailiffs entering the homes of families who may be self-isolating. So can I ask the Minister what measures the Chancellor is proposing for suspending payments of household utility bills? It was raised in the discussions this morning, and we will support measures that are brought forward. We cannot have, during this period, bailiffs, and we cannot have disconnections of water, energy or internet at this time. What is the government doing about those without internet access? Many people in our community rely upon libraries to access internet. Now these are closing. What measures will the government bring in to ensure people can get online, whether for benefit services or to maintain some form of social contact? These are huge demands being placed upon the civil service, and I just pay tribute to all those public servants throughout our public administrations who are working day and night to establish these schemes. Not often praised, but they are in this situation. But you know, the civil service has been depleted by a decade of austerity. So as extra demands are placed on, for example, HMRC and DWP, other civil servants are being redeployed. Can I ask, are the recently retired or those made redundant being asked to come back into the service to assist, just as we've invited other professionals to come back into the NHS? Can I just get confirmation urgently now as well that the current round, the HMRC programme of office closures and redundancies, will at least be paused, if not reversed at this stage? Can I ask too what adaptations have been made for HMRC and DWP working in the mass call centres? Is the telephony technology there for them to work at home? Is there greater social distancing within the call centres themselves? And we all know that universal credit cannot cope now, but its rollout was again delayed in the budget. Now millions more households are becoming eligible for universal credit, housing benefit and other payments. So is the government confident the system can cope with this increased demand? Because the feedback from the front line that we're getting from our constituents is that they find it impossible because of the long waits to get through and have their case dealt with successfully. And no one is blaming the civil servants. It is about resources and investment. Just on businesses and jobs, the coronavirus business interruption loan scheme Could the government be keen? Can the Minister be clear what he's doing to encourage businesses to take the loans up? When some businesses see loans as actually less effective than grants for keeping them afloat? And is there potential for increasing levels of grants and extending their range? Can the Minister tell the House whether he's considered our proposal that such loans should include job retention clauses in the loan agreement? This would mean that when businesses receive a loan, they can give workers the security that they need, that they will not lose their jobs. It's not much to ask of a business receiving financial support from the government in this way, that they work towards our own overall objectives, certainly.
I think the difficulty with what you're suggesting is most businesses do not know the extent of this crisis and the impact that will have on their businesses. It is impossible at this point in time to determine exactly how long this will last or how deep a recession might be. Isn't he asking the impossible of businesses when he says that?
That's exactly why the trade unions have asked, at least when the loans are given or where support is given through the Jobs Retention Scheme, there's a requirement on the businesses to sit down with their trade unions and work through a plan for the future. And in that way, the security could be given to the workers that they're involved in determining that. And judgments can be made at different stages then in the process of the given business development. What we're looking for here is some form of assurances that will give wider security than there is at the moment. And if a company is being supported by a loan or part of the job retention scheme, it's not much for them to sit down with their workers to work through honestly and fairly the future and how they can work together to secure those jobs. Can I also say that consideration has been given to extending grants to many small businesses who can't afford to take on the additional debt. We'd welcome the government's views now about how they will extend the coverage by extending some of the range of eligibility criteria to make them more flexible. We also need clarity for workers beyond the retail sector. As I say, those in construction sites in particular, in factories, in call centres, in warehouse and distribution and other settings. Just what are essential workplaces? What is the clear definition? I actually think many of these issues can be dealt with fairly readily in the discussions that the government is having with the trade unions, but they need to be more detailed, and maybe we need to put them on a more permanent, structured basis. Just turning to the NHS was promised a budget increases over the next 5 years. What we're suggesting to the Chancellor, bring forward the funding for years 2 and 3 and 4 into year 1 now. Can the Chancellor assure us that we will not have another weekend when doctors and nurses working in intensive care are having to go on the media to beg for personal protective equipment and clothing? We've heard some of the instances over the weekend and we've heard assurances from the government, but action is needed rapidly. Can he also assure NHS workers that they will not only get the equipment they need, but also get the tests that they need? The WHO has made it clear from the start, its advice, which was test, 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 and we just feel the scale and the speed needs to be addressed of how these tests are applied. So can the Minister assure the House and the public that everything is being done as well to procure more critical care beds? I welcome the news that 7,500 recently retired staff have been returned to the NHS, and I pay tribute to each one and every one of them. The government has recently begged retired NHS staff to return. We believe the same must happen with regard to social care staff. Chronic low pay in the care sector, with many paid just the minimum wage, means staff have left for less stressful jobs in retail and other sectors. Those workers need bringing back, and they need the appropriate personal protective equipment and clothing, and they need the proper recompense. Many will have seen the devastating news from the Oaklands nursing home in the constituency of my honourable friend, the member for Hove, where 16 of the 20 residents and 7 staff have now the coronavirus symptoms. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I was most concerned about the reports that, despite pleading for it, the home has been unable to source the proper protective equipment. And just yesterday, my right honourable friend, the Leader of Opposition and the Shadow Minister for Social Care, demanded an urgent action plan for social care, a system that looks after those most at risk from the virus. Our social care system needs, exactly as the Chancellor said, whatever it takes, whether it's residential care, domiciliary care or family carers caring for loved ones in their own home. The resources have to be there now. So how much, can the Minister tell us, is being allocated immediately to councils and care providers? Just turning to local government, can I welcome the sectoral consultation that's taken place and the dialogue with trade unions across all departments. Councils obviously have a key role to play as guarantor of social care provision, but they too have been devastated by cuts and now have the responsibility of the hardship funds to administer. Can I ask the Minister to be clear what extra resources are being made available to local councils, especially as many are likely to start seeing drops in council tax and business rates revenue? What extra funding is being made available so that councils can extend council tax support schemes in this period as well? While we fully back the measures outlined yesterday, there are some households, unfortunately, where these measures could mean more abuse and even risk to life. And this is where domestic abuse takes place. For victims of domestic abuse and for others, this home isolation will be terrifying. We need the police, the refuges, mental health and other social services to have all the resources and capacity they need. I pay tribute to my honourable friend, the Shadow Minister for Women Equalities, who's raised these issues repeatedly. We need a positive government response, which is backed by sufficient resources and full consultation. Others, like me, have raised the issue of the voluntary sector and charities. Many charities whose work is essential in filling the gaping holes in our public services and our safety net are desperately worried about their finances. Charities dealing with the immediate response to the coronavirus and its effect on the most vulnerable need access to enough grants to allow them to scale up their operations. Others need to be assured they can access the same level of support that small businesses are rightly getting, so that they can suspend some of their operations without having to lay off their hard-working staff and can restart once the crisis passes. Can the Minister tell us what reassurances have been provided by the Government to the charity and voluntary sector? And will the Government work with the sector to find suitable reliefs in these unprecedented times? And can the Government outline what schemes are available now to charities struggling with the loss of revenue? Just on schools and education, I understand that schools remain open to children of key workers and vulnerable children, but only if no safe alternative is available. So can I also ask, with regard to the university sector, about the fees that will have been paid by students in further and higher education and what refunds and deferments will be available? Many of the students, in fact most students these days, because of tuition fees, are working themselves during term time and holidays, and that work will now no longer be available to them. So can I ask the Government that the interest rates on student debt is immediately reduced to zero for the duration of this crisis to assist those students? On transport, can we ask what provision is being made by Her Majesty's Treasury to refund lost revenue in transport authorities, whether it's TfL in London or bus services across the country? And on railways, I echo my honourable friend, the Transport Secretary, Shadow Transport Secretary. We back the measures that will keep key workers and freight moving on our railways during this crisis, which has exposed, as he says, the fundamental weaknesses of the franchise model. And also, can I thank all the railway staff and all the bus workers who are keeping the essential parts of our country moving? And can the Minister assure us all public-facing railway staff will also have the appropriate personal protection equipment and clothing that they need? And can the Minister tell us whether any consideration is being given to making public transport free for key workers who are risking every day their lives? NHS staff are receiving free rail travel in Wales, and a similar move is being rolled out in other countries such as New Zealand. We'd welcome that in this country. Just turning to prisons. Prisons were understaffed and overpopulated before this crisis. This is not just a question of resources, but of safety. And I welcome moves to escalate prisoner release schemes for those who do not pose a threat to our society. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the probation service was in crisis before this virus hit us, and the lockdown announced yesterday complicates matters even further. Can the House be assured that the police and the probation service will have every resource possible to keep people safe and to monitor those who need supervision? Can I also say I welcome the moves last week to release detainees from detention centres due to health and safety concerns? Can the Minister be clear about what extra resources are going in to protect people's health overall? Do you know, I was brought up a Catholic. Our local parish priest optimistically calls me a lapsed Catholic. So I welcome a sinner who repents. So can I reach across the divide and pay tribute to the Honourable Member for St Austell and Newquay, who yesterday said, and I quote, "Many people that we consider to be low skilled are actually pretty crucial to the smooth running of our country." But can I also echo his call to the Home Secretary? And it's a point that's made repeatedly by the Shadow Home Secretary and many of our members on this side. His point was to review the new points-based immigration system and, in the Honourable Gentleman's words, to reflect the things we've learnt during this time. And can I ask the Government whether any consideration is being given to temporarily suspending no recourse to public funds, which is blighting so many people's lives, and allowing temporary access to benefits now to non-UK nationals so that they can survive in this period? This is important at a time when more and more people are out of work and unable to travel. And may I say, as a public service to all Conservative MPs, the market does not distribute wages fairly or efficiently in a capitalist society. And there's no correlation between pay rates and the social value of many jobs. And if there's one lesson that we learn from this crisis, maybe that will be the one that lasts the longest. Just 3 weeks ago, I asked the Government to take a lead internationally in tackling this virus. It's vital that we're engaged in all global health and political forums, learn from the best practice, share solutions, because this virus respects no borders. And by helping others globally, we help ourselves, and by neglecting others, we neglect ourselves. So will the Minister assure the House today that extra resources are being made through the international development budget to aid the poorest countries in combating this virus? I think we will look back at this period as an unprecedented moment in our lifetimes. I know this is already a tragic time for so many, and all of us will be hurt by this. But I want us all to be able to look back with pride about what we did in this period. To be able to say we widened who was covered by our safety net when we had to. We protected people and their jobs and wages. And we cared for people around us. And we provided all the support that was needed. And as a result of that, we came through this all that stronger. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Bim Afalami.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill, as the Minister said, shows decisive leadership by the Government, indeed by the whole House, supported by the opposition parties. And, as the Minister explained, is really a cash flow bill. It's not a provision for, at this juncture, the extra 266 billion more public government spending for departments. It is an advance to those departments. But my first point I wanted to make to the Minister would be, bearing in mind this advance, when we come up to estimates in July, what is the Treasury's current estimate on how much extra the Treasury thinks it will be borrowing when that moment comes? Because I think that is something the House would like to consider and start thinking about. Another point relating to the fiscal and monetary management of this crisis, which I think that this government has done admirably, is whether the Treasury has done any thinking about whether on the government balance sheet, in particular the balance sheet that will be looked at by international sovereign investors, bearing in mind this is a crisis that's affecting every country in the world, have they done any thinking with our partners on whether money spent relating to this particular crisis may be somehow itemised differently on that balance sheet rather than just being lumped in with all the other government spending that may have taken place, because that may well help investors, indeed this House and anybody else in the future, trying to assess the fiscal health of this country and others, if we could somehow delineate sort of crisis spending and normal spending. I think that's something the Treasury should consider. But the broader issue here is that this is often thought about as either this is obviously primarily a global health crisis, and then many others think about the economic impacts, and that is indeed correct. But actually, both the health crisis and the economic crisis are intertwined. And they're intertwined because, and I will focus, as so many have in this House today, on the self-employed, but it's not just relating to them. This virus requires us to do social distancing, this word that I'm sure all of us have become so familiar with, but I don't think any of us knew existed up to 2 to 3 months ago. Bring back Brexit, is all I can say. No, but this social distancing, in order to save lives, we are having to shut down major parts of the economy. And in order for people to save their own lives and the lives of others, they are having to shut down their personal economic activity. If they do not feel that they can do that without, these people have families, they have houses, they have responsibilities. If they do not feel that they can meet those responsibilities, some may choose to take the path that we've asked them not to take. Some may choose to do the risky thing and not do what they know to be right, because they are caught in this very, very difficult conflict between health and wealth. And the job of any government in a responsible society, indeed this government has met this challenge, is to make sure that nobody is faced with that choice. And I think that that principle is something that has underpinned all of our response to this from the Treasury, and should continue to underpin it when the Treasury comes out with its proposals for self-employed workers. A couple more specific questions, if I may, for the Minister. In relation to the business interruption loan scheme, I've been contacted by many constituents who are starting to use this or trying to use it. Could the limit on unsecured lending be extended above £250,000? Because many constituents have said to me that they have been asked above that threshold for personal guarantees by the banks in relation to do that. Now, many of them are not willing, quite understandably, to provide personal guarantees. Indeed, one of them said to me, then would you give a personal guarantee on a £500,000 or £1 million loan? And I said I couldn't say to them in honesty that I would. So I asked the Minister, would he give consideration to extending that threshold above £250,000 unsecured lending, perhaps to £500,000 or £1 million? Because I think that could make...
That point?
Yes.
It's an interesting point. It's not clear on the website, and I think it does need clarification. But I think the loans over £250,000 specifically do not are loans that they couldn't get security for. So it's the government standing behind businesses who don't have other forms of security. I think below 250 is where they can ask for reasonable security. But his personal guarantee point is a very good point and a key point, because it will deter many people from applying for these loans if they think they've got to give personal guarantees.
I thank my honourable friend for that point, and I suppose more broadly, the key question for the Minister is the Treasury willing to amend and adapt this scheme over the coming days and weeks as we hear more distinct problems and difficulties that may be with it? And it's not to quibble with the fundamentals of the scheme. It's a good scheme. And I think that we do need to recognise, indeed I want to put on the record, the fact that this was put together in record time. And that is an incredibly difficult thing to do. And we need to give the officials and the ministers credit for what they've managed to achieve. But let's try and improve this scheme so that it can be useful to more people. And indeed, I think that that is one way of doing so. The final point I'd like to make is about tech startups, early stage businesses. Now, they are not necessarily all over the country. They tend to be concentrated in certain parts of the country. Indeed, in my constituency, I have several people who work for them, and indeed in Shoreditch. The Honourable Member, the member for Hackney South and Shoreditch, can't be here today, but I've been speaking with her, and I know in her constituency there are many of these companies. The nature of the support package that has been outlined is not particularly helpful for these schemes, for these companies, because the nature of sort of an early stage tech startup is they deliberately incur upfront losses, and the reason why they incur these losses is because they invest heavily in R&D and product development. They tend to rely on equity rather than debt funding, and so the nature of the package that's been put in place is less helpful to them, and the investors that back them usually are backing several dozen of these companies and do not have enough cash to put in to all of their portfolios, all their portfolio businesses. So there is a problem here. It's a specific problem, but it's important because though the number of jobs is somewhere in the region of 6,000 to 10,000 who work in this sector, these are the companies that are driving innovation, will drive tens, if not hundreds of thousands of jobs in the future. And bearing in mind this government's ambition for the country, we need to be trying to safeguard these businesses as much as we can. There has been a proposal with many people in the sector, indeed I've been discussing with them, of working with the British Business Bank, putting together a £300 million fund, a not-for-profit fund. This isn't a fund that would take management fees or try and make any money out of it, but simply £300 million to invest in roughly 600 startups to provide working capital for 9 or more months. And I would just ask the Minister if he would consider, or one of his colleagues, consider meeting with me and the industry to see if we can get this sort of thing going, because it's a specific area of the economy, but I think a very, very important one. And I'd just like to finish by saying everybody recognises the enormity of this challenge. Everybody recognises the speed and complexity of what we have to do. This money in this bill, though it's a very short bill, is critically important. But we need to try over the coming days, especially if Parliament rises by the end of this week, to do what we can to improve these schemes as much as we can. Because once Parliament is out and we're away for however long, it'll be much, much harder for members of Parliament to do that. And so I'd ask the Minister to take into account those points.
Richard Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's absolutely vital, as has been said by many speakers across the course of several debates this week, that we continue to work across party lines in response to this crisis. And I reiterate here the support of my party for the Chancellor's economic package for firms and workers, which was announced on Friday. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, our attitude as individual members to government and what it should do, or even which government should do it, very much determines in large part where we choose to sit in this chamber. But right now, these individual debates are very much subordinate to the task of how we use our collective legitimacy and authority to guide, to direct and to steward the resources that we are able to make in order to protect the citizens that we've been elected here to represent. These are, Madam Deputy Speaker, quite unprecedented times, the likes of which none of us have seen in our lifetimes and which we all earnestly hope we never see again in this or any other lifetime. But these extraordinary times do require extraordinary measures. All of us know all too well that lives and livelihoods are at stake. We've already seen significant policy changes announced in terms of support for the economy, and yesterday this House took further important steps to protect the public with the passing of the coronavirus bill. Now, having made those changes to governance and to policy, it's necessary now also to make provision to support that in terms of supply through the Contingencies Fund, and my party fully supports the steps that we're about to take in order to do so. Although economic activity in the country is going to, of necessity, be curtailed for the duration of our period of response to this crisis, we need to maintain demand so far as it's possible to do so and be able to meet that demand where we can. We also need to make sure that we are laying the foundations to prepare the way for recovery so that that can take place as soon as the scientific advice is consistent with doing so. To that end, I would commend to members the work that the Scottish Government has undertaken, particularly with regard to pledges in terms of grants to support business and also in terms of the various business rates reliefs that are on offer. Now, the economic measures that we take must give people the security to follow the very, very clear advice that's been given by all the governments in these islands in terms of public health, and we very much welcome the distance that the Chancellor has already travelled in introducing measures in order for that to happen. However, we need to recognise that, notwithstanding all that's already been done, not everyone either has or feels that they have the financial security in order to be able to stop working, or in many cases the agency to be able to tell an irresponsible employer that they will be following the government's very clear advice to stay at home. In terms of the further support that we can offer, we need to be doing more. We need to be doing something and more to support those on 0 hours contracts. Further, we also need to be providing support for those who have seen their hours reduced, who are not involved in the government's furlough scheme. Now, the Chancellor and his team have been questioned closely throughout today, including by myself, about support for the self-employed. And we must take the Chancellor and the Government at their word that they're examining the details of a package and that they are striving to present it to us as quickly as they can. In Scotland, there are 330,000 self-employed workers. And those workers, while they may not always feel that they have the ear of government or that they're as visible as some of the larger corporate entities in the business landscape, nevertheless remain very much the backbone of our economy, and they must absolutely not be left behind in the responses to this crisis. And we will certainly be watching very, very closely to ensure that they are not. Now, despite the Chancellor's answers earlier to me in terms of a universal income, we continue to believe in the SNP that using the tax and welfare system to put money directly into people's pockets through a universal basic income would be the simplest and the most straightforward way of getting that crucial individual financial support exactly to where it needs to go. Certainly.
The Honourable Gentleman for giving way. Would he advocate only doing universal basic income for a very set period of time and then regard it as not desirable for the longer term? Or does he want this for the longer term?
I thank the member for Hitchin and Harpenden for that intervention. I happen to believe that it would be the best way in order for us to make sure that we are delivering money to those who need it over the longer term. I don't view it as a Trojan horse. I believe its merits would speak for itself. But certainly, whether you believe in it ideologically or not, I think from a pragmatic perspective, it would certainly reduce much of the red tape that there is currently in terms of getting the financial resource to where it needs to be. I don't think the issue of it long term needs to divide us. I think that potentially it's an area where we could agree that this is how we could best deliver that support over the period ahead of us. Now, there are other areas of the economy, Madam Deputy Speaker, which require our attention too. Now, while support for buy-to-let landlords is welcome, I would draw members' attention to my own entry in the registers of interests as someone who rents a small flat myself. It would be more welcome, I think, if that financial support were to go directly to tenants, to keep the cash circulating, to allow tenants that security of tenure, as well as keeping that cash circulating in the economy. Other measures that could happen is to raise statutory sick pay to the EU average, to strengthen welfare protections, to remove the bedroom tax, and also to remove the rape clause. When it comes to our transport infrastructure, we need to be protecting capacity. We've already seen very welcome measures in terms of the interventions yesterday with the rail industry and the train operating companies. We also need, and again, as a member who represents the constituency which contains Aberdeen Airport, I've been in touch with the companies who, or they've been in touch with me, who operate the ground operations there. Support for the airlines is no doubt important, but so too is support for the airports and for the people who work on the ground to ensure that the activity can keep going, because our airports are going to be crucial in terms of getting the country moving again once we are through this crisis. We need to be preparing for the contingency of repatriations to the UK in the event that the commercial airlines are not able to carry out that task. We also need to be prepared to cover those whose insurers won't pay out for coronavirus-related claims, whatever activity that relates to. Now, these measures, I believe, represent just some of what it will take, but we need to have the resource in place to do. Certainly.
I thank my friend for giving way, and it's right that the government is bringing forward this whole range of support packages, and he's right to raise the other kinds of support that's needed. But does he also agree there is a responsibility on employers to engage constructively with this and look after their staff? So it might be understandable that people who are placed on the furlough, for example, receive an 80% cut in their salary. But I'm hearing reports from some of our colleagues who are not physically present with us today that NewsQuest publishers, for example, are preparing to cut the salaries of their staff who are not being furloughed by between 15 and 20%. And we'd agree that kind of practice by businesses which are going to benefit from the government support is very worrying, a very worrying practice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think my honourable friend makes an excellent point. I think people will be watching very closely to see how companies behave in this crisis and how they react to the support that is there. And I think it's very clear that while some companies have behaved very, very responsibly and with a real social conscience and sense of duty towards their staff, there are others who are not behaving as creditably. And I'm sure we will hear of more examples of that as time progresses. Now, all of these measures which have been outlined do come at considerable commitment, but the cost in financial terms, but more importantly in human terms, of doing nothing is very, very much greater to us than the costs of intervening. Now, the response to COVID-19 is one which will need all of us to make our own contribution. On behalf of my party, I pay my own tribute to the public servants, the charities and the many volunteers who will be working around the clock to keep people safe and comfortable over this period. I give my thanks to those in the private sector who are working so hard to keep other essential activities in the supply chain underway, and to all involved in all spheres and tiers of government, local and national, who will be helping to coordinate that activity in the days and weeks ahead. Madam Deputy Speaker, I will draw my remarks to a close by saying that it was important in this week that we gave all those spheres in those spheres and tiers of government the political permission to act as they need to in pursuit of the greater good. This bill gives the resource to underpin those permissions, and subject to good choices being made with that resource which is now available, it will also give us the ability to support businesses and families through this most trying of times. It has our support.
In Hollinrake.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And delighted to speak in this debate, and after the honourable gentleman for Gordon, who makes some very salient points, I felt. To first endorse his points about his tribute to the NHS and all our public sector workers. I don't know if anybody's seen the news recently, but there's a terrible tragedy happened in Spain whereby elderly people in care homes had been abandoned and left to die in their care homes by the staff in Spain. I can't believe that would ever happen in the UK, and I think it shows how brave many of our people working in the public sector actually are when they're faced with these kind of terrible crises. I should first of all draw the House's attention to my registered member's interest, as I always do on these occasions, as well as a Member of Parliament, trying to stand up for the interests of my constituents, and the many businesses have contacted me over the last few days and weeks. I also look at these matters from a business perspective, a business I've been involved in for 30 years, and I guess like all businesses, many businesses, we had a board meeting on Friday, and the first thing we discussed was not cuts to work, numbers of people employed by us. The first conversation with is how much we can cut our salaries as board directors. And I think most board directors have a very appropriately sensible approach to this. We all know this is going to be a very difficult crisis for many, many businesses. And I do pay tribute to the work of the Treasury, the Chancellor, the Minister who is with us today in terms of putting together a package of support that's unheralded. Not just the size of the package, but also the comprehensive nature of it and the speed at which that's been delivered. The job retention scheme particularly, I think, it was a massive relief to many business people. Back in 2008, we were faced with taking our workforce down from 200 people down to 65 within 12 months because as the bottom fell out, that our business was about the market. And the most destructive aspect of that, aside from the terrible human cost of sitting down with people you work with for, in some cases, decades and telling them that you can no longer afford to employ them, it was also the fact it costs you a huge amount of money to make those people redundant, which puts the business itself in a critical condition, which means you've got to actually make more people redundant. And I don't begrudge anybody the redundancy payments that were due, but for a private business that is a very, very difficult thing to have to do. The job retention scheme insulates many businesses from that because you can say to people, instead of you having to lay them off or make them redundant, you can say to them, we can at the moment just leave you at home, continue to be paid a fair amount, we'll get you through this crisis, hope it's a short-term crisis, bring it back into the fold, and it eases the financial pressure on the business in a very, very important way. So a really excellent scheme. There are some details missing, of course, which I know we'll get in good time, particularly around whether the earnings will include things like commission, whether the payment by the government will include things like national insurance, some questions that many businesses have that I'm sure will be answered in good time. I think the other element of the package was the business rate grant scheme, which was very, very welcomed by many businesses. Of course, there's many self-employed people, sole traders, freelancers who are outside that scheme, which I'll touch on in a second. I would just like to raise one or two points in terms of the business interruption loan scheme. I think one of the big, obviously we want as many businesses as possible to take advantage of this scheme. I think one of the big concerns people have is around the question of security. It's based on the Enterprise Finance Guarantee Scheme, which did include personal guarantees. I understand this scheme will not include personal guarantees. I've been told that at the dispatch box today at an urgent question. But it would be helpful, I think, if it said on the British Business Bank website that that is clearly the case. It doesn't say that at the moment, which I think will potentially deter some people from applying in the first place. All it says is that security can be taken at the discretion of the lender. Now, I don't have a problem in putting... I have had personal guarantees most of my business life. I think most people would expect a business person to have some skin in the game, but this is a different situation. It's very difficult to quantify the impact of this crisis on a business. The government's quite rightly stated, I think, that there are no personal guarantees, and I assume that to mean your family home should not be put up for security either. So that being the case, it would be very helpful to clarify that, because I think that would increase demand. The other thing about that scheme at the moment, you only qualify the banks that qualify that scheme, they're eligible for that scheme, number about 40, but there are lots of banks that are outside that scheme. If you're not eligible for the British Business Bank scheme, the previous scheme, the EFG, you don't qualify for access to this scheme. So if you're a customer of Oak North or Aldermore or many of the alternative providers there are in the marketplace today, you can get access to that scheme. Now, the normal process for applying for that scheme is some months. It's somewhere between 6 and 18 months, which clearly is far too long. I think the Treasury has committed to trying to accelerate that process, or the British Business Bank has, but still that will be a matter of weeks, which is just businesses cannot wait for weeks for this money. It is a matter of days. It is absolutely essential we get the support to businesses now. So I would politely ask the Minister if he could look at this and perhaps get the Bank of England to set up a new scheme direct with some of these lenders. Many are very bona fide lenders. Of course, the right checks and balances have to be in place, but these are authorised, regulated banks. So it would be good to make sure all lenders can get the finance to all customers. I think the other thing about how business will view this crisis is in terms of how long it's likely to last. So I think you're much more likely to take a loan from anywhere if you think you can get through this and you can kind of quantify the losses or the period of time that your revenue will be affected. I do just worry about the current situation when we're saying to people that you can work as long as you can go to work, as long as you are not working, you can't work from home, and as long as you socially distance yourself when you get to work. And I think that was one of the confusions why Filey, in my constituency, and many other beautiful market towns were packed out with visitors because they felt they could go to these beautiful places and socially distance just by being there. It's clear you can't if there's too many people there. And I think it's the same in a workplace environment. So I think I could just see that because of the uncertainty of whether who can actually go to work, we've not restricted it to key workers or essential workers to my understanding. Therefore, lots of people are building houses, construction sites, whatever else they're doing, are going to work because they can't work from home and they do feel they can socially distance. I would prefer to, personally, from a business point of view, to have a complete lockdown for 30 days. We know in China, after they're fully locked down for 14 days, the cases peaked. After 30 days, cases stopped. And all the coffee shops, Starbucks and Apple, and the car dealerships opened again after 30 days. That gives us hope we can tackle and defeat this virus within 30 days if we do the right thing. If we are equivocal about it, if it is confusing, people will continue to go to work and continue to spread the virus. From my business perspective, a short, sharp shock is much more appealing. And I know then if I went to get to a business loan from this new scheme, I can quantify how much I will need for what period of time if I have the confidence that that timescale will be limited to that kind of period of time. A couple of the points that I think would be useful. Ideally, the government shouldn't have to step in to support businesses at any point in time. The market should deliver that themselves, finance coming from banks or investors through to businesses. The venture capital trusts have limits how much they can put into businesses. So they could put in, I think it's up to £10 million on an annual basis, £5 million on an annual basis, and £12 million on a lifetime limit into a particular business. I think because of the unprecedented nature of this crisis, it would be useful to double those limits to make sure that venture capital trusts who invest in many, many good businesses can see those businesses through a tough time. Otherwise, they can't get the extra money into those businesses they need. It could be a temporary change. It would potentially save many businesses. Just touch briefly on, if I may, Mr. Speaker, in terms of self-employed. I think, understandably, lots of calls for more help for the sole trader. Lots of different people in my constituency contacted me. They desperately need some help. I do understand that. I think within that cohort, there's some very vulnerable people. And can I talk particularly just briefly about mortgage prisoners? Many mortgage prisoners, many of whom have corresponded with other members in this House, work as self-employed people. They're in a particular situation where their earnings are very badly damaged now, and they've been paying huge mortgage rates for too long. Many of these mortgage prisoners are basically, their loans have been sold to non-UK lenders, inactive lenders. The regulatory oversight of those lenders is much reduced compared to UK lenders, which is, in my view, an absolute disgrace that we would allow UK mortgage customers to be sold to a foreign entity which we don't have the same oversight, so we can't properly control the activities of those lenders. We need to bring all those lenders within the same regulatory scope. And also some of those mortgage prisoners are on very high standard variable rates, around 5%, even up to 6%, simply unfair. And some months ago, probably a year or two ago now, we brought in a standard variable rate cap in the energy sector. I wonder if we should look to do the same thing in this sector too, to make sure that these people are treated fairly. Finally, in terms of banks, which I do a lot of work with on our all-party group for fair business banking, I think most bankers do the right thing. The vast majority of bankers I meet and have banked with over 30 years in business, have looked after our business fairly. Clearly, that doesn't always happen. In 2008 particularly, a scandal in terms of small business banking.
Time now for the banks to do the right thing, to work with the government in terms of the loan interruption scheme. Also, there's some other issues at the banks at the moment in terms of overdrafts and personal loans. The rates they charge on personal loans and overdrafts are not coming down despite the reduction in base rate. In fact, quite the opposite. The FCA, in their wisdom, decided that people who had overdrafts, everyone should pay the same, whether it's an authorised overdraft or an unauthorised overdraft. So they said to the banks, right, you're not going to be able to penalise people for taking an authorised overdraft. So everybody will pay the same. And authorised overdrafts used to be somewhere between 3 and 15%, that kind of figure. Unauthorised overdrafts used to be a fixed charge, daily charge, and a much higher rate. So yes, okay, we'll make them all the same rate. So this is the rates that are being charged today now for authorised or unauthorised loans. First Direct, 39.9%. HSBC, 39.9%. Lloyds Banking Group, 39.9%. Nationwide, 39.9%. NatWest, 39.5%. It's simply disgraceful. All good. Everybody's paying the same. They're paying the higher rate. To me, that smacks to me of a cartel as much as the fact that it's just profiteering and overcharging. So it's very happy to give way.
Because of the coronavirus, I had a constituent who I was helping last Friday, 4 or 5 businesses, one came one after the other. The first person who was there was telling me that he'd asked for his loans to be reduced, and the person from the, I'll not mention the company, and from the bank, they said, no, what we'll do is we'll charge you £100 for each one of your monies that you've taken out from us, a £100 charge, and then we will charge you a 6% interest rate on top of that. At a time of particular difficulties, does the Honourable Gentleman agree with me that that was totally outrageous for any bank to say that? They should have been there to help, not to take advantage.
I thank him for his contribution and all the work he does on the All-Party Group for Fair Business Banking too, and the many speeches he's made. I absolutely do. The two best things I've heard come out of the Treasury, there's been many things over the last week or two, is we'll do whatever it takes, and we're all in this together. And the bank should take that approach as well. And people are watching to make sure that they do the right thing. And I and many other people in this House will make it sure this time the banks absolutely do the right thing and restore their reputation. Yes, I'm very briefly aware now.
Just on this point, because the Honourable Gentleman has done some sterling work on this. But just could you comment on the figures then that are coming out? On April the 6th, the interest rates, the overdraft rates on the following banks: HSBC, First Direct, M&S Bank, TSB, Nationwide have already gone there, will increase from 9.99% to 39.9%. What does he think about that?
And I think it was the FCA didn't see them coming. I mean, which is one of the flaws of the regulator. Many have criticised the FCA many times in this place. I think he has as well, and others. Simply to say, right, the banks, you're not going to charge anybody too much. You're not going to charge anybody more than the other person. So you let them put it up all to the higher rate. It's exploitative. It's absolutely outrageous. And the banks need to look at this as a sector and start to treat their customers fairly, which is a basic requirement, of course, of the principles of banking. So the FCA should step in and look at this. In fact, I think it should be a matter for an inquiry by the Competition Markets Authority. I think the fact, not just that they're high, the fact that they're all the same smacks of directors getting into a room and saying, let's agree a figure. It cannot be a coincidence that all the rates come out exactly the same in a supposedly competitive market. Just one last point I'll make, Mr. Speaker. Just in terms of commercial loans, quite rightly the government has negotiated with the banks to give mortgage holidays, which have to be paid back, of course, but nevertheless they give vital breathing space to borrowers. The same is true, I think, of some commercial loans, but the banks are saying we'll only give you a holiday on the payment of the principal and not of the interest. And you are paying a commercial loan, you are paying much more on the interest than you are on the principal. Again, which seems grossly unfair. If we're in this together, well, we're going to work together to try and get people through this. So really would call on the banks to look at this again and be fair and rebuild your reputation. And the final way they can do that is in any legal action. The bank should suspend any legal action. I think, certainly in terms of this happened in terms of residential property, residential repossessions, but also in terms of repossessions against businesses. And they should show forbearance use a business bank resolution service, which I've been one of the people working on that for the last few months, which will be like a super ombudsman for banking disputes. Defer any issues you have with your customers until that service is properly established, and so that those complaints can be resolved fairly, fair to the bank and fair to the customer. Thank you very much.
Sir Edward Davey.
Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Gentleman for Thirsk and Moulton. And can I say there are 2 points that he made that I want to strongly agree with. First of all, the need for clarity about people who can go to work, who are the essential workers, because this is causing huge concern. And if it means that public transport has too many people on it because we're not leaving it for the essential workers, then that's bad for the whole public objective of stopping the virus spreading. So he's absolutely right on that. However, the bad news is that people are almost going to be forced to stay at home anyway because the business is collapsing. Take the construction industry, which you talked about. I'm getting messages that because mortar supplies are basically collapsing, people won't be able to do any construction. And I say that, Madam Speaker, because it shows you how dramatic is the impact of what's happening out there. But I still think there should be clarity from the government. That leadership is important. The second thing that I think he's right on, and I really want to impress this on the Treasury bench, we've heard other colleagues talk about this, is the genuine accessibility of the loans that have been made available via the Bank of England. And, you know, the government trumpeted this, and we all welcomed it. But I keep getting stories, Madam Deputy Speaker, of small businesses who, if they can get through to the bank, and by the way, it's taking quite a long time. That's not actually a complaint in the sense that, of course, there's a lot of people contacting the banks. The banks are extremely busy. But when they get through to the banks, they find that they've got to give personal guarantees. And at a time when it's very difficult for them to know how their business is going to pan out, how can they know that? This is such an uncertain time. No one in the right mind would give those sort of personal guarantees. Put their house on the line, their whole family's income and savings. It's just not realistic. So I think the government's going to have to think again about the terms of the loan guarantee scheme. These are unusual times. The government have made the money available. I think rather than just giving the guarantee to the financial institution, they're going to have to find a way of transferring that guarantee to the business concern. And I know that's got huge problems, moral hazard problems. I get that. But if we don't, it's not going to work. I give way.
Thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way. On that point, has he come across the same thing I have in relation to the people who have been asked to give personal guarantees are often the ones with the lowest, indeed no debt in their businesses, and the ones where they've actually found it easier is when they already have a big debt facility with a bank and that can be easily extended. So it's almost a double punishment for those that have been very prudent. Businesses, and the one saw, not all, some bankers lost their jobs, we acknowledge that, but many didn't.
and the banking system sort of recovered and looked like it was treated with quite a lot of generosity through taxpayers' money. And when we hear stories now, Madam Speaker, when ordinary people who've put their lives into building their businesses the political pressure. And I don't, the banks, we need them in our society, right? No one's suggesting the banks don't play a critical role. But if the banks at this stage, after 10 years ago we helped them out, if they don't come to the rescue of small business, of sole traders, of self-employed, of ordinary people, then they will reap a whirlwind. And I really worry about that, because I believe in the banking system. But they have got to step up to the plate, Madam Deputy Speaker. I give way.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way again. Is it not also to be recognised that the nature of the schemes that have been put in place were done by the Treasury and the banks and the Bank of England all working together? It's important that we recognise that the terms on which the banks are operating were terms agreed by all of them. So we do need to make sure that all of those parties, the Treasury, the Bank of England and the banks, to collectively realise it, rather than us necessarily saying it was just the banks who are making it difficult. Actually, the structures and the terms are very important.
The gentleman makes a really important point and actually backs up the thrust of what I'm trying to say, is the banks have been given access to free money. The banks are being looked after by the Bank of England through this extension of the Bank of England's balance sheet, so they're doing okay. So why aren't they stepping up to help the rest of the economy? There's a really quite serious questions, and I hope in response to this debate the government's going to say it's going to look at this, and the Bank of England's going to look at it, and the Financial Conduct Authority is going to look at it, because it's just not good enough. I want to work across party on this. We all, just as the Honourable Member Thurston Moulton said, this is vital to all of us, and I just think we need to send a message to those who are running the banks that we're expecting them to set up. It's time they did the duty, right? I actually want to come to my speech. That was a response to the honourable gentleman. I want to talk about the bill in front of us, so that's a bit unusual. And I want to talk about the supply process, of which it's part of, and then some thoughts on the economy. On the bill, I'd like to ask the Minister why they chose, and I'm not against it, why they chose the percentage that's normally 2% for the contingency fund went to 50%. For the end of 2021, in the actual absolute figures, Madam Speaker, it used to be before this bill £10.7 billion. That's gone up to £266 billion. And I hope the Minister can explain why. Doesn't seem unreasonable given the pressures on departments, but it is quite a big change. I'm not against it. Let me be clear, I'll be supporting the bill tonight, but it'd be good for the House to know and to understand why that figure has been chosen. I think for the record, for history, when people look at this, we need to know why that decision has been taken. And the Minister said in his opening remarks that this wasn't an increase in expenditure. Well, I hope what he meant to say was it is an increase in expenditure. In terms of taking account of commitments that the Chancellor has made, both in the budget and since the budget, because if I've understood that correctly, there is a big increase in expenditure, because we need one, whether it's for the health service, for our social care system, and for other parts of our public services which need that cash now. And in addition to that question to the Minister, I'd like to ask another one. If these contingencies are being given to departments, so they have the cash that they need, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the money being given to local authorities too? And I want to really underline this point. Local authorities are on the front line now. They're having to spend money all the time on a whole range of things, completely unbudgeted for. They're confused about the proposals for business rates and whether they're going to get any income in and what they've got to give out, what they've got to forgive and all the rest of it. And so local authorities are slightly unclear on what's happening. And so I hope that there will be a genuine desire and action on behalf of the Treasury to get some money out on account, as you like, to local authorities, so they have the cash flow to make sure they can provide the extra services that they're being asked to provide. I think that's absolutely essential that we hear that local authorities are getting this support that the Whitehall departments seem to be getting. Now, Mr. Speaker, in addition to this bill, I said I wanted to talk about the supply process. This is part of the almost anachronistic supply process we have in this House. I'm afraid I'm a bit of a geek on this, Madam Deputy Speaker. Back in 2000, I wrote a pamphlet called Making MPs Work for Our Money, the Reform of Parliamentary Scrutiny of the Budget. It's a cure for insomnia, so I don't necessarily suggest you read it. But in that pamphlet, I went on to try to argue that this House doesn't really have sovereignty over the budget. You know, we look at these bills, they come along, we nod them through, but our processes of examining draft budgets, of estimates, are frankly shocking. In my pamphlet, I compared it to all the OECD countries. We've got the worst processes in this House for examining draft budgets, for examining things like this. And I think that's worrying, because, you know, don't want to resurrect the Brexit debate, but the Brexit debate is supposed to be about parliamentary sovereignty. I used to say I wish we had some, because this House rarely, if ever, looks at the estimates properly, analyses them in select committees, makes proposals about draft spending decisions, and they do that in other parliaments quite easily. I recommend the Swedish Parliament, the New Zealand Parliament, as good models. And I think that actually undermines the value for money, and I think undermines what we're here for. I really think we need to look at the estimates procedure. And you know, it's why this bill, which looks so weird in many ways, the Contingency Fund Bill, you know, we're not used to doing this sort of thing because we've given up control over supply, actually. It's just nodded through. The last time MPs voted against a spending request of the government was in 1919, over 100 years ago, Madam Speaker. We've given up properly controlling the draft estimates. And while I'll be supporting the bill tonight, because I think it's really important that we let this one through, I just want to say to the Minister, I hope we can reflect on this. Now, I raised this when I was in government, tried to get the then Chancellor to look at this. There was a little bit of flurry of excitement, and then the dead hand of the Treasury said, no way, we're not giving up control. I think that was the wrong move, because control can be exercised actually with greater transparency, and I hope that may be one of the things that comes from this experience in this emergent situation. Let me end, Madam Deputy Speaker, just on some reflections on the economy and where we're at and the lessons we're taking. I talked about the importance of the banks really delivering, given the agreement with the government and the Bank of England. I think that's probably the most essential message from me tonight. But I think there are some longer-term things, possibly actually even relatively short-term, and that is the way we do quantitative easing. The Bank of England does quantitative easing. This is monetary policy where it's effectively printing money and sending it out. That happened after the 2008 crisis. Is effectively what's happening now. I'm not against it. But I just say this. The way quantitative easing works is not some sort of technical, politically neutral, value-neutral system. It actually has implications for equality in this country, economic equality. Because the money tends to go to the people in the city, the financial institutions. It doesn't go to ordinary people and ordinary businesses. And so if we're going to get it right this time and have quantitative easing, can I just urge the Minister, let's have a debate about how those mechanisms actually work. Because in crisis, we don't want to make economic inequality worse. We've got to make it better. And these, I'll give way in a second. And these technical things, which sound all terribly only available for pointy heads in the Treasury, quantitative easing is a political issue. And we have not debated that. It has massive social and economic consequences, and we need to make sure those are democratically accountable, properly understood, and work in the interests of society. I give way.
Hasn't that been solved to some extent with the job retention scheme? Because the government will issue bonds to fund the job retention scheme. That will be bought by asset managers. Basically, the quantitative easing will buy those it's off the asset managers, and that's the circular nature of that particular scheme. So in this time round, as the Prime Minister did say a few days ago, that the support would be direct to the people in terms of keeping those people in work, in pay, rather than simply funding the banks. To a certain extent, quantitative easing this time does support jobs and real people. That's a good point.
There's a point, and he's quite right to take me up on that. I think there has an improvement. But I don't think we've debated it really in the context of quantitative easing and the monetary side of the policy response. And I think we need to, because I think there are some real deep issues here which we need to unpick. And I don't think this House has understood that. And while I'm a big fan of the Independent Bank of England, I don't think we should interfere with the setting of interest rates, I do think quantitative easing raises some political questions which aren't technical and actually require accountability. Did you want to come in?
Just to say, one thing on the quantitative easing and how that would be done is to make sure it does not become too inflationary, that being the problem if you have a distribution network straight to the real economy without mediating through banks.
I half agree with John, gentlemen. I don't think inflation is going to be the problem now. People haven't got any money. The whole this form of quantitative easing in common parlance is often called helicopter money, isn't it? Yeah. And maybe that is the right move now, and I think we need to be data in that. Final comment, I will sit down, Madam Deputy Speaker. When we reflect in a few months on what's gone on and this crisis, I think we will have to look at some of the underlying assumptions of our economic models. Not to say we writ them up, don't believe in that at all. But I do think how the state underpins and works with the market is really important. And what I really mean by that is there's this assumption that the market can do it all. And the market is fantastic and just government should come out of the way. Markets only exist because of government. Regulations and laws make markets. And they've always been those. Without regulations, I mean, the honourable gentleman seems to be shaking his head. I have to tell you, without the rules like competition, rules around fair play for employees, rules about consumer protection, these are rules and regulations, and without them, markets won't work. Where you don't have consumer protection, consumers don't have faith in the products and services being provided, so the markets can't work. So I absolutely think we need to reflect on that, because I don't think the model has been working well enough. And I'm going to end on that comment, because I hope we will learn from this and we will have a proper debate about how our economy is going to work in the future.
Derek Thomas.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in the debate on the Contingencies Fund, not least because the Isles of Scilly, I know I mentioned it once already today, the Isles of Scilly transport system is desperate for a Contingencies Fund. And I want to set out briefly why and then how local departments, government departments might be able to help with their own contingency fund. Firstly, Isles of Scilly is 28 miles off the Land's End. 2,200 people live there and depend on the transport for everything they need. The transport system is entirely operated by private operators with no help from the state whatsoever, something that we've been working on before this to try and address. As I say, the community on the Scilly rely on this transport for absolutely everything they need, including, in some cases, non-emergency medical travel. Much of the transport serves this remote population all year round, and this is through aviation, freight transport, inter-island transport, which includes effectively the school bus, free bus pass holders, and everybody else who needs to move between the 5 habited islands all year round. This is only made possible by the vibrant, successful tourism sector, which ordinarily starts with vigour this week. Many members in this House tell me, oh, I've just been on my holidays on the Isle of Scilly. They will understand how remote but how precious these set of islands are. This demand, obviously, for tourism has collapsed dramatically, and rightly so, and as we expected. But so far, in all the measures that have been announced, very few actually help. For example, the help with wages, that's based on the figure for the previous month. When you start a tourism industry, as we do on Scilly now, there is no record of wages for the previous month. But without these people, just having the right kind of skills and tickets to operate on these boats, if that is lost, then these boats and these vessels cannot continue to work even when we go past the coronavirus outbreak. I listened very carefully to the Chancellor in response to a question I raised early today, knowing full well that measures so far don't really help any of these issues faced by the transport operators on Scilly. And he suggested that local authorities are in a position to help, and that's welcome. And this is where I get on to the issue regarding contingencies funds for government departments. So will the Secretary of State confirm that the Council of the Isle of Scilly and Cornwall Council and the Department for Transport has the contingency fund to underwrite the running costs of each of the operators serving Scilly so that they can survive this difficult period and be there to be part of the recovery once we have beaten coronavirus? The truth is that if any of these operators collapse, the state will have to step in, and it's not for the state to run these essential services, in my understanding. It's far better to enable them to survive these 3 or 4 months, or however long it may be. This is a critical issue for very many families and business owners, and more clarity is needed from a government that has rightly said, and I've supported it from the outset, that it would do whatever is needed, whatever it takes. Will the Minister please take this to Treasury and find out what can be done quickly to ensure that these businesses last even beyond the end of this month? The situation is very critical. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I just wanted to touch briefly on the situation as regards charities and the funding for them in the context of coronavirus. I am aware that charities have already been in conversation with the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government on the funding to allow them to assist in responding to the crisis facing so many people, facing huge need and facing social isolation. And just some of the ways that they're affected are, funding for food banks, which is falling because of the current situation, as are donations, funding for listening services, and for care services, which are needed so much more than they ever have been. So they face those huge challenges. And what I want to say to the Minister is that they too have a need for contingency funding measures to see them survive and to see them assist our communities as we face this challenge. But many of them are losing income because of the need to close their charity shops and the cancellation of fundraising events. So I'd like to ask the Minister, can he confirm that, firstly, that charities should be eligible for the same business interruption measures as are other organisations, business organisations, and also will he look again at the trading income threshold, which, as I understand it, requires 50% of income to come from trade and the shops, clearly. So, secondly, charities need to be given a stabilisation fund to help them stay afloat and help our communities at this time. And I hope that in the context of this contingency funding, that funding will be made available to our charities. And can he confirm also that they will be eligible for support to pay their staff, as are other employers? Again, it's absolutely vital that we retain the infrastructure of our charity organisation if we're to get through this situation and survive into the future. And thirdly, there must be emergency funding for frontline charities supporting the response to coronavirus to ensure that they remain afloat and provide that service. And I'm aware that my honourable friend, the member for Lewisham, has written to the Chancellor of the Exchequer on this issue, and I hope he will respond to those points thoughtfully and positively. We're facing a huge issue as we move into greater social isolation, quite rightly. Charities like Age UK Gateshead, which covers my constituency, and Samaritans have a real and positive role to play in countering the mental strain, loneliness and isolation which will undoubtedly face many people in this situation. So please can I ask him to ensure that charities are given the funding that they need. While I'm on my feet and I have the Minister's ear, hopefully, Can I also say and put in a plea for funding for those self-employed people that we've talked about, particularly those what I would call micro businesses, the dance schools, the musicians, the driving instructors, the pest controllers who are contacting me, even as I sit here, to say, I just don't know what I'm going to do. Not only do they have no income, they don't qualify for the various grants and loans, and they're left trying to claim universal credit, for which, incidentally, there's a huge backlog of claims, which means that with the best will in the world, you know, nothing's going to happen very quickly with payments. So many of them have contacted me in absolute desperation in the last couple of weeks. Not only have they lost their main income, as I said, but they've lost their future business as well, and will have to rebuild from the start. So can the Minister please press the Chancellor to provide real support for funding for this group of people? And finally, I just want to touch on one thing as a kind of to flag it for the future, and that's the funding for transport services as a result of coronavirus. It's produced a huge change in the usage of our transport systems. Those systems are really vital for the future, and I know many transport authorities are looking at how they can maintain transport services. But I do think it's important that we look sympathetically and flexibly for the future to ensure that we can maintain our public sector transport system. Thank you.
Christian Matheson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And if I may start by echoing a couple of sentiments that have already been made by my honourable friends, particularly my right honourable friend, the Shadow Chancellor. The urgency now with some provisions to bring forward support for the self-employed is greater by the day. And my concern is that desperation is turning to anger, and the what about us sentiment will be driving that anger understandably and making a situation a whole lot worse. So can I urge the ministers to bring that forward? We are also promised support for renters, both in the social sector and in the private rented sector. That hasn't happened as of yet. Again, as days and weeks go by, the desperation, the uncertainty becomes much greater, and I urge ministers to bring that forward. But my right honourable friend was absolutely right about the government apparently going back on a commitment not to bring forward provisions to ban evictions. I simply ask ministers, I mean, if you evict somebody, where are they going to go at the moment? Where are they going to go? There is no reason at all why this provision should not be brought forward. If we're serious that people have to stay at home, let them stay at home by making sure they're not evicted. It shows either misjudgment to make the promise in the first place, or misjudgment and bad faith to break the promise. And I urge the ministers to take that back to the Prime Minister and ask him to make a change. And my honourable friend from Blaydon talked about charities, and she's absolutely correct. In Cheshire West and Chester, we have brought together Cheshire West and Chester Council, West Cheshire Voluntary Action, and lots of charities and church groups to try and provide a coordinated service to all those who need support at the moment. But as my honourable friend from Blaydon said, the charities themselves are running out of money because their commercial activities, for example, are running down, and their commercial income, therefore, is being affected. And that is calling into question their ability to deliver the services to the most vulnerable that they do much of the time anyway, and often are taken for granted, but services that are they're not able to deliver at the moment. Now, right now, with everybody expected to stay at home, the ability of those charities to deliver that service is perhaps limited anyway. But as this situation hopefully gets better, we will be looking to these charities to start that get up and running straight away, starting those services. And at the moment, without the support to the charities, their ability to do that is diminished. Briefly, I will briefly to the Honourable Gentleman.
Taking back to his point on rented accommodation, it's absolutely right at the moment that all landlords should show forbearance when people are in difficult financial circumstances. And we did that yesterday in the coronavirus bill in terms of increasing the notice period from 2 months to 3 months to end a short-hold tenancy. But does he not agree, and he's a very fair man, that it's got to be fair to both sides? If a tenant is unfairly withholding rent from a landlord, and it takes 8 months to get it to a case to court at the moment, which it does, sometimes that's not very fair on the landlord either. You've got to be fair on both sides.
I do accept that, actually, but that would be the case in normal circumstances anyway. What we're talking about is giving people peace of mind during this national crisis and making sure that people do not even have to live with the worry of being chucked out on the street or chucked into temporary accommodation. And that's the concern that I have right now and with this particular crisis. My right honourable friend reflected on his childhood in Liverpool and his priest considering him a lapsed Catholic, which actually I have to say put myself in mind of my own mum and dad, Madam Deputy Speaker, who also grew up in Liverpool, albeit a couple of decades or more ahead of my right honourable friend. But the formative period of their childhood, was the Second World War, when they were both young children suffering from the bombings in Liverpool and the uncertainty of the war. Now, we all know that the Second World War in Europe ended formally on the 7th of May 1945, but my mum and dad never knew that. They had no idea when the hostilities would end and when things might start to get better. And I reflect, listening to my right honourable friend, that actually that's the situation that we're in now. We have no idea how long this is likely to last for, and it's that uncertainty that is driving desperation, anxiety, and also, I think, as either the Honourable Gentleman for Hitchin Arbiter or the Honourable Gentleman, my good friend from Thurske Malton, said, driving business uncertainty as well, which is why it is absolutely essential that the government is clear in its statements and obliges other businesses within this. We talked about the banks, I want to talk about insurance companies, to make sure that they play their part. Because if we cannot plan ahead, we cannot know how to address the problems, and it cannot simply be down to the government. I rate this point because, unfortunately, insurance companies are not living up to their obligations. I've been told of businesses in Chester, for example, that are being told that their business continuity insurance doesn't apply because, for example, coronavirus was not a notifiable disease at the time of the outbreak, or that coronavirus, the government has only suggested that events don't take place, rather than saying, as was previously the case last week, that events must not take place. And particularly for those businesses that are, for example, events, conference, sporting businesses, and I mentioned this earlier in questions, that have a long lead-in time to prepare for those events. It would help if the government was clearer now, for example, that we're not going to be able to get back up and running for 4 months or for 6 months, and that insurance companies should make sure that their policies kick in. I'd give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Does he agree with me that things, talking about the future, which he put forward very clearly, how we recover and rebuild after the crisis has passed, but does he agree with me that things have changed and changed utterly, and footing the bill for COVID-19 in the years ahead cannot fall to the people, and the banks certainly should not be rewarded, as was mentioned to the Right Honourable Member from Kingston and Surbiton, with quantitative easing? It's really important that we get this right. And one of the most important things is when we start to rebuild, that people and organisations who have avoided and evaded tax are rightly called to pay their fair share.
Speaker, thank you. I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his intervention. I have to say that the world will change, but it will only change if we make that change ourselves, and if we lead that change ourselves. And as regards quantitative easing, I think the Right Honourable Gentleman for Kingston and Surbiton said that. I'd quite happily give all that money to local authorities and let them spread the money out to places that really need it. But we talk about the banks, and the Honourable Gentleman, who's a good friend of mine from Thurske and Malton, who's got respect right across this House for his work with the All-Party Group on fair business banking, is absolutely right to talk about the banks, not just now, but in the future, after this is all over, making sure that they don't get up to their same games, look at businesses, say, well, your income's declined, so we're going to start foreclosing on some of your assets. We've seen that happen before. And I call upon ministers to give a close attention to the way the banks operate, not just now, but afterwards, to make sure that they play their part. Because in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, the truth is that in this crisis, there will be heroes and there will be villains. And we will remember the heroes, And we will also remember the villains. And I call on employers such as banks, such as insurance companies, don't make your staff go to work if they are in a vulnerable group. I'm getting those complaints from constituents that they're being forced to go to work. If you're Mike Ashley or Mr Weatherspoon, don't flout government advice just because your bottom line might be affected, because we will remember the villains. And don't be a villain at the end of this, because hopefully those companies and those corporations will receive the short shrift that they deserve.
Bill Esterson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Desperation. Desperation was the word used a number of times by my honourable friend from Chester, and prior to him, my honourable friend from Blaydon, and it sums up the feeling of very many people for very many reasons. And I think it underpins what the member for Hitchin and Harpenden did, and I wish he was 2 metres from the Minister to demonstrate good social distancing in here. I'm glad I've been able to say that. But he was right. This debate is about improving the schemes as far as we are able, as part of our contribution to scrutinising this bill. The first point I want to make is about construction sites. My right honourable friend mentioned this. We have all seen the pictures. Some of us have passed examples just today of construction workers going to work in big numbers in close proximity. That cannot be right. That is certainly not what the guidance was intended by the Prime Minister. And perhaps the Minister can take this away and look at how this can be prevented, because it is a very, very serious matter, not just to those workers, but to them spreading it elsewhere, because it isn't just the individual. We must all remember this. It's about who we pass it on to, even if we are fit and healthy and aren't going to become sick ourselves. The next point I want to make is get into some of these things around the banks and loans. The problem for loans has been set out by a number of members. But loans means debt that cannot be repaid without the certainty of an income. My honourable friend from Chester just made that point by talking about us not knowing the end date for this. If people don't know the end date, they're not going to be able to plan to pay those loans back. So that is a real problem. And when you then add on the uncertainty of having to provide personal guarantees, this is becoming extremely problematic for very many businesses to take advantage of the loan scheme. And I think those suggestions made by other members about how that loan scheme might operate are really, really important. It is really, really important that the government goes away and looks into them. The bank's behaviour, the profiteering we've heard, in other debates, we've heard descriptions of pharmacists and of food retailers hiking the prices. The banks are doing exactly the same thing with what they're doing with interest rates. This cannot be allowed to continue. I thought the Right Honourable Member for Kingston and Surbiton was going to suggest nationalising the banks as a way forward. He was channeling his inner Marxist for the benefit of some in the chamber, I think, at one stage there. But I know there is agreement coming from my front bench at this point. But the point is this: the taxpayer bailed them out. The taxpayer bailed them out. People paid back the money through higher interest rates in the financial crisis, and they're now about to repeat the behaviour at a much more dangerous and difficult time in our history. There has to be intervention in whatever shape or form by the Treasury to prevent this and to ensure the banks behave in a responsible manner and that they are providing the support and not putting onerous terms in, whether it's through personal guarantees or through ultra-high extortionate rates of interest. And there is this trust issue as well. Businesses do not want to borrow because of their experiences. I mean, I had my own experience at the time of having my overdraft facility recalled overnight in the financial crisis when I was running a business. We were lucky. We were able to do so out of personal savings. But very many businesses weren't able to do so, went to the wall. People suffered grievously. They took their own lives. We've debated this many times in this chamber. We do not want a repeat of that over the coming months and years after the immediate crisis has passed. So I urge the government to intervene now to get this right. And businesses will need to pay additional costs as well as taking advantage of the employee retention scheme that the government has put forward. Rents and insurances, and my honourable friend from Chester again made the point. Businesses are being told they do not qualify for business continuity insurance. The same applies to income protection for self-employed and for small business owners as well, because this disease did not exist when those policies were written. These things need attention, and I think that one opportunity with the vast sum of money the government is making available is to look at some of these areas around costs in businesses to help beyond what is being suggested for employees. And grants is certainly part of that, but the scale of the grants, given how long the size of the grants, given how long this might last, again, I think is going to need to be reviewed constantly so that it is sufficient. I'll give one.
It's a very good point about grants. The biggest grant, of course, is the Job Retention Scheme. That is a grant. It is government funded. No requirement for the employer to pay anything towards that unless they want to do, and they can top up to that 20%. So would he concede that is a very important initiative by the government, and it will be welcomed by many, many businesses?
Absolutely, it's important, and I certainly welcome it. I think there are some challenges with it. The fact that it isn't available for March payroll is a big problem for many businesses, and we've already seen a significant number of businesses close and a lot of workers laid off who won't now become eligible to be part of that scheme. And I think also that some of the challenges, because the government, totally understandably, has used examples of furlough schemes elsewhere in the world, there is a difficulty which is, because of the nature of the scale of this crisis, is going to be difficult to overcome with that scheme, where I'll give way.
The principles upon which we were trying to establish with the government last week in discussions was equality of sacrifice, whereby, yes, workers realised that, and their trade unions realised there had to be some sacrifice, but we were expecting some contribution from employers themselves. I've just had, an hour ago, 400 workers at TriStar in my constituency laid off, 400 drivers, told that they'll get paid 80% of their wages by the government, and they've been laid off for 3 months. That 20% where we're expecting the employers to contribute will not be paid. So actually, the crisis is falling on the shoulders of workers rather than just businesses at the moment. There's no equality of sacrifice in a number of these companies, some of which are being ruthless.
And I think my right honourable friend highlights the fact that some employers do not behave in a way that is as we should expect, given the nature of the crisis. And we've heard other examples of large companies in other ways behaving in a way that is irresponsible and frankly downright wrong. But the point I was coming on to make about the employment replacement, the wage replacement scheme, is that as well as what my right honourable friend says about the fact that employers are not paying the 20% element of it and are taking advantage of it, that for employers where they wish staff to go on to short-time working or part-time working and reduced hours of some sort, the scheme doesn't apply. And I think there's a real challenge for businesses in those categories too, which brings me on to the self-employed. And there are very real concerns. This point about desperation. People are desperate now. We've debated this a number of times today and over the last few days as well. And I just don't quite get the sense of urgency in this place. You know, we're in here, we're away from the real world. Whitehall, the same applies. I just don't think sometimes people get the sense of just how desperate it is when you've got two members of the same household who are both self-employed with no money. They cannot put food on the table. So when the Chancellor says, as he did this morning, he's worried about the scheme for self-employed going to wealthy people, please, as I said, and indeed the Right Honourable Member for Kingston and Surbiton said with his urgent question, let's not make the perfect the enemy of the good, and let's get a scheme in place and let's make it comparable with what the government has offered for employees as well. Just a word or two about food supply and how the fund might apply there. There's going to be some challenges around security of the food supply. We're already hearing, obviously with the closing down of international transport links, this is going to be a challenge. The pressures on supermarkets that we heard, some of the behaviours in supermarkets that have been completely unacceptable. The same applies to pharmacies as well. I hope that some of this money is going to go to making sure security for deliveries and as well as protecting what goes on for retail workers and making sure that food and medicines get through to those who most need it, as well as helping with payment for deliveries. The same things apply, as my honourable friends have said, about supply of PPE, and whether it's PPE or food or access to funds. And I think the Right Honourable Member for Kingston and Surbiton is right to raise this issue of helicopter money, and at some point that's something that the Treasury should be considering. But whatever the scheme is, it's only as good as the information out there. It's only as good as the awareness of the scheme that is out there, and it's only as good as the immediacy of the access of that scheme. So the government needs to do much more to make sure people know what is available in all of these areas. The gov.uk website will carry these things, but lots of people, lots of businesses don't know it's there. So there is a real imperative for the government to work much harder on the information that is getting out there and the access to what is being offered. Television and radio now are going to lose their commercial advertising. It is a great opportunity to replace it. The power of really good advertising. I give the example of the Belfast Respiratory Department workforce who put their video together. It was one of the most powerful pieces of advertising about the need for people to stay at home that I've ever seen. The BBC showed it. I think Sky might have done as well, and it had viral attention on social media too. The government needs to produce those sorts of advertising, of quality of advertising, to demonstrate what is available in a range of things that are needed across society. Some of this money can be used to deliver on that agenda too. And I think with information, with proper access, I think we can really see the most effective use of this enormous injection of the kind of funding that's needed. Madam Deputy Speaker, the debate today, I think, has been an opportunity just to bring together some of these issues. I hope the Treasury Minister will take them away to all of his colleagues across government in the appropriate way. We have, I thought it was interesting that the Right Honourable Member for Kingston and Surbiton mentioned 1919 as the last time scrutiny was carried out. That was the year of the Spanish flu pandemic. We're not going to vote against it this time, but let's hope that this time it is effective and that the money gets through as quickly and as effectively as possible.
Shadow Minister Annalise Dodds.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. This has been a very wide-ranging debate on what's a very short bill, but of course it's a critically important one, so it is important that we talk about its different elements. We've made clear, as set out by my friend for Hayes and Harlington, that as the official opposition we do support this bill, but it does elicit substantial questions. First, about different aspects of this expenditure, secondly, the process for delivering it, thirdly, the process for overseeing it, and fourthly, the role of this bill in relation to the rest of the financial decision-making cycle.
Council, so I'll try very briefly to touch on those aspects. First of all, around the current measures, we've had a wide-ranging debate on these very, very briefly, and I won't be able to pick up every aspect that has been covered. There's been discussion about NHS and social care spending. We still require more transparency about the additions to NHS and social care spending, particularly around the targeting of PPE and testing. On social security, as the member for Gordon said, there's still many issues here. In particular, for example, we have no clarity about exactly what those local authority provided hardship funds are going to be spent on. Will it be just council tax relief, or will it be more? We really feel the lack of the social fund here. And of course the problems for renters continue, as was rightly pointed to by my friend for the City of Chester. As my friend for Blaydon said, there are many issues for charities here that are not dealt with by the sources of support that have been announced recently, and I hope the Minister listened to her recommendations and will take them up. On self-employment, of course, we've had a lot of debate about this today already. We need to see those measures being put in place as soon as possible. There was a discussion earlier about the scope of these measures and the need not to fund those self-employed who already have existing resources. Well, we seem to have one approach for the goose and another for the gander here, because the system, for example, for loans is not conditional. In some other countries it has been conditional upon particular activities undertaken by those firms. So we need to be, I think, fair in this regard. On salary support, as was mentioned by the member for Thirsk and Malton, and my party strongly has agreed with him and strongly has pushed for this, it's absolutely essential that we keep as many people in work as we possibly can. Terrible for them if they lose their job, terrible for the company with all the associated costs and disruption. But we need responsible behaviour from companies. We shouldn't just be talking about the villains after they've been villains. We need the government to be calling them out, actually, and acting on that. The Health Secretary did that eventually on Sports Direct, but we need that to happen much more quickly. We need more clarity around vulnerable workers. We still have pregnant women and people with severe asthma, etc., being told they've got to go to work. They don't have any choice. We need more clear guidance on that, and also, of course, around insurance as well. We need clarity around the support for specific industries, as indicated by the member for St Ives when it came to the transport and travel industry in the Scilly Islands. He's absolutely right. This is a critical problem. And when it comes to the industry of construction, as my friend for Sefton Central said, we really need more pressure from government around this critical issue of safety at work. As we can see all around us, it's immensely disturbing. On the business interruption loan scheme, again, we need more clarity. Are personal guarantees required or not? When are they required? We need to ensure that there's a clear message coming through there. We also need a clear message about the business bank and how quickly it's bringing new banks into a relationship with it. Before I heard days, not weeks actually. Is it going to be days or is it going to be weeks? We need this to be sorted out as quickly as possible. And of course, the Right Honourable Member for Kingston and Surbiton raised a number of very pertinent questions about the banking system that need to be looked at here. Now, there are big questions, not just about the aspects of this spending that have been mentioned, but about its delivery. And as was quite rightly mentioned on my benches on this side of the House, we are in a situation currently where many organisations that were already in a fragile position are having to spend resources without knowing exactly how those resources are going to be backfilled, if they will at all. And of course, many of them were already in a fragile position, whether we're talking about local authorities, NHS trusts, schools or groups of schools, multi-academy trust, transport providers or charities. I'm very concerned that we've seen organisations stepping into the breach, dealing with areas where there was not appropriate central government support, at least initially, where we find they may not be appropriately recompensed. So, for example, we've seen district councils stepping into the breach around volunteering, trying to coordinate that, trying to make sure food banks, etc., are supported. Are they actually going to receive the support that they need to backfill those costs? Not clear at the moment, and it should be clear. Now, around the process on this bill, I want to make it clear that we as an official opposition will continue to offer to work with government on these measures, but it's very important that we have continued accountability around them. The member for Hitchin and Harpenden talked about the pause that could occur in that accountability after Parliament rises. Actually, I think we need to ensure that it's continuous accountability, because we've had some good cross-party working, we've had cross-party discussions, we've had issues placed on the agenda, in fact not just cross-party but within his own party by different members. It's very important that that continues, and so I really hope there will be mechanisms for ensuring that. But I also think that we will need to have further revisions to this package. At the very least by July, there are going to be lasting costs as a result of this crisis that are not provided for. Here, obviously, all the medical procedures that are postponed, the reduced tax revenue to local authorities, of course the human cost, that's absolutely enormous, but the impact, for example, on children's education that's going to result from this. We need to have, I think, an earlier look at this than necessarily what would occur during the normal financial cycle. These medium-term costs have to be dealt with. But above all, we need in subsequent budgets, and this is the point I want to finish on, Madam Deputy Speaker, we need subsequent budgets to actually focus on building resilience, because currently our response to the crisis is more expensive because of the lack of resilience in our society and our economy. All the debate that's occurring around the self-employed, a big part of it is because our social security system is so unfit for purpose that it simply can't support people's incomes, not just in terms of its parameters, some of which have changed around housing costs, but many of which haven't, but also because of the infrastructure, the enormous waits for universal credit that have been mentioned. And of course the fact that so many families in our country and individuals after a long period of income stagnation simply don't themselves have the resilience to cover any last-minute costs. Again, we're talking about the salary support system. It's taking so long to deliver, at least partly because of HMRC's lack of capacity. And we really need to get a grip on many of the developments in the labour market that have occurred over recent years that again are making the response more difficult, not least the growth in bogus self-employment. Madam Deputy Speaker, many people are sacrificing an enormous amount as a result of this crisis to try and deal with it, to try and make sure the impact is lessened as much as possible. It has been an unequal sacrifice. We need to make sure that we never are in this situation again, and that means a longer-term approach to our public finances than we've had over recent years. Thank you.
Minister Jessie Norman.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I would like to, if I may, with the leave of House, I will speak again in this debate. Very grateful to all members who have contributed to what, as the opposition front bench member said, Member for Oxford East has said, is a very wide-ranging debate. It is a very wide-ranging debate. In fact, the debate is so wide-ranging it's barely focused on the measure in front of the House. But I would like to commend those who have raised it and discussed it. It is a very important piece of legislation, and I'm grateful to the expressions. And let me say this very straightforwardly. I'm very grateful for the expressions of cross-party support that we've had from the parties opposite, because that has been crucial to the way in which the government has thought about and has framed its response to this crisis. The bill before the House is another key element in shoring up this very wide package of measures to fight the COVID-19 outbreak. And as the House has recognised, it presents a proportionate legislative response to recent events. And of course, it is proportionate in part because it will last only for 1 year. It's not designed to run longer than that. Now, if I may, I'm actually going to pick up with the comments made by the member for Kingston Surbiton, who start with those, because he did indeed address the topic of the bill, and I'm grateful to him for that. He made a series of important points. Question, are the banks really stepping up? Well, as the member for Chester said, by the end of the process, we will know who have been villains and who have been heroes, and I don't think the public will be shy in reaching conclusions of their own, and I'm sure there will be plenty of quantitative basis for that when the moment comes. He asked the question as to why the number that we are voting through today has been raised to 50% rather than 2%. It's a very important question, and the reason for that is because of an anticipated escalation in the need for cash. And also a point widely raised by colleagues across the House under conditions of radical uncertainty. It's also fair to say it's not absolutely clear, beyond any peradventure of a doubt, when the House will reconvene, and it has to accommodate that possibility of a delayed start again, although no assumption is there, as one might imagine. There's no assumption made, but that possibility has to be contemplated. The Honourable Member also raised a question about whether this constituted an increase in spending. This is not a spending matter. This is a cash matter. And he needs to be aware of that. Just to reassure him on the question of local authorities, it does include spending that MHCLG will be making as part of its usual, as part of the usual estimates process. And so it will cover that. For the reasons described, this is not, I mean, he's described his own work in examining processes for reviewing and considering budgets. But this isn't a budget, and so doesn't fall under that. But it is worth saying that we have an evolved system, and it is a system that involves a lot of scrutiny. I mean, repeated days of looking at estimates, main estimates and supplementary estimates, but of course it is also a system that evolved that gives considerable authority to the majority party at any given time, and that's what constrains the ultimate outcome.
Grateful for Mr. Gimway. I hope he's right on the banks, but my main point is, actually, we only have 3 days to debate the estimates. I've attended estimates debates in this House over the last 20 years. When we have estimates days, we never debate the estimates. That's my point.
Well, that is a different point. My point is Parliament has has plenty of opportunity to scrutinise spending. If it does not do that, that's a choice that this House makes. A final point was about whether or not this government believes, or any government, any Conservative government has ever believed that markets can do it all. Let me assure him that no Conservative government has ever believed that, and this one certainly does not believe that. And at the risk of invoking one of my great heroes, Adam Smith, I think the position is, in commercial society is a dynamic evolution in which forms of property are supported and recognised in law and then used to become the basis for profitable market development. That's how our system has evolved over many decades, and the state is integral to that process for all the reasons that he's described. So this is a way of agreeing with him. May I also just turn now to the comments made by the Right Honourable Member for Hayes and Harlington opposite. Again, I thank him for his support on the bill, and I think that constructive attitude is important. He's right to call this the gravest crisis we've known, certainly for this generation. There's been a strong theme in his speech and in others for more communications. That was also mentioned by Member Sefton East and others. Of course, we understand that on the government benches. During the debate, the House will just know I got a text from gov.uk referring me to the coronavirus, a direct intervention of a kind that I'm not sure I would approve of outside the context of a national crisis, but one that is very welcome in that context, and it bears evidence and testimony to the belief that we have in this very important response and in the need for communications. It be it said, of course.
I'm very grateful to him for highlighting the issue that my right honourable friend and I raised about communication. The point about the gov.uk website is that not everybody knows about it. And I think there's a further point that not everybody has access to the internet, particularly some of those most at need, older and more disadvantaged people. And I think that's where some of these other routes of getting information out there are so important.
Well, I thank him for that point. He's absolutely right, and I think it's one role that every member of this House actually can have, to spread the word amongst constituents in order to make sure that that point is widely understood. Member Hayes and Harlington also talked about the importance of consulting trade unions. He will know that there have been consultations with Francis O'Grady and other trade union leaders, and also with the Mayor of London, in order to try to build public understanding, a shared view of these issues. If I refer to, there's one other final point, which just I'd make in reference to what he described, which is that we've had statements on the government's response. We've had 2 urgent questions. We've had an opposition day. We've got one tomorrow, and we've had 2 pieces of legislation in the last 2 days. There's every opportunity for parties across the House to question and interrogate, and the government is absolutely, as colleagues have been kind enough to point out, working at tremendous pace, with every hour of the day being exploited for purposes of trying to get the right outcome. And where we are not, as it were, where we have imperfection, we will try to make it as good as we can over the next days and weeks. Let me pass on, if I may, to the member for Hitchin and Harpenden. He asks what extra will the Treasury be borrowing as a result of this. The answer is that this is a cash item, as he will recall. The debt management remit will follow and will set out the government's borrowing plans. He raises an interesting question about whether money spent in this crisis response could be itemised differently in terms of the national accounts. That's an interesting idea. I thank him for that. He highlights the impact of debt start-ups. He's absolutely right. The member for Gordon, I thank him for supporting the bill. I think he's absolutely right to talk about the need for business recovery. We don't share his excitement about a universal basic income, in part because it does not actually hug the need across the population, as well as a well-functioning benefit system, and that is what we've tried to do. And so there was a live argument on both sides. Of course, there are parts of the spectrum, notably those on the state pension, where you have something close to universal income already in place, although not necessarily at the level that people would expect it. The member for Thurston Moulton illustrated choices that the government faces and business face through his own business, I thought very persuasively and interesting. I thank him for that. My understanding of the personal guarantee issue, touched on by many, is that the circumstances for the business loans are to be agreed as between the lender and the individual. There may be some element of personal guarantee, but not as relates to the primary residence. So the desire is to build the flexibility that comes with that and the potential availability that comes with that, but without compromising people's ultimate well-being. If I touch on the member for St Ives, I thank him very much for his comments. He has registered through this speech today and through his remarks in Treasury questions his intense concern with this issue. I thank him for that very much. Let me wind up then by saying, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this is a proportionate legislative response to a crisis we have, and it seeks to close an important gap that exists in cash flow in the estimates process, and I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Money resolution to be moved formally.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Under the order of the House today, we now move to Committee of the Whole House. Order. Order.
Contingencies Fund Bill.
We will start with new Clause 1 stand part, with which it will be convenient to take Clause 2 stand part. The question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. The question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 2 stand part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order. Order, order. Whip to report.
I beg to report that the committee has gone through the bill and made no amendment.
Under the order of the House today, we now move directly to third reading. Minister to move third reading. The question is that the bill be now read the third time. The question is that the bill be now read the third time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order.
Windrush Compensation Scheme Expenditure Bill, Committee.
No.
Thanks for that.
Order.
Windrush Compensation Scheme Expenditure Bill.
Now. Order.
Order. I wish to restate to the committee that I will call divisions only when they are really essential. As always, the Chair will listen to the debate and form a judgment on whether to exercise that discretion. I'm reminding the committee now, as we reminded the committee that sat yesterday, that today the bar is a high one and that arguments in favour of going through the division lobbies will need to be very persuasive. We begin with Amendment 1 to Clause 1, with which it will be convenient to consider the other selected amendments and new clauses on the order paper. The question is that Amendment 1 be made. Mr. Stuart MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I beg to move Amendment 1 and the other amendments and new clauses in my name and in the names of honourable friends. We need this bill to pass this evening so that compensation can continue to be paid to the victims of the Windrush outrage. And I ideally want that to happen, and I encourage all who may possibly qualify for compensation to seek advice and to make claims. Ultimately, ensuring that compensation can continue to be paid is all that really matters this evening. But this committee stage does give us a short opportunity to probe the government on various aspects of the scheme where we think improvements can and should be made. And some of those suggestions, I believe, are all the more important given the findings of the Lessons Learned review that was published last week. That report represents an utterly damning indictment of Home Office policy over many, many years, and it should represent an absolutely pivotal moment, a turning point in how governments and indeed Parliament develop and debate immigration policy and the role that considerations of race must play in policy development. As the review points out, the Department didn't consider the risk to ethnic minorities appropriately as it developed the policy, and it carried on with implementing the scheme after others pointed out the risks and after evidence had arisen that those risks had materialised. This wasn't just a simple mistake, as we usually use that word. This was really an act of pretty outrageous recklessness. This debate is understandably overshadowed by the coronavirus crisis and takes place in an understandably sparse chamber. All of that is completely understandable. But it means that this is not the appropriate moment for Parliament to have its final say on the Lessons Learned review. So indeed, probably the most important ask that I would make of the Government today is that it makes a commitment to find a suitable future date when we can have a full day's debate in government time on a Tuesday or a Wednesday afternoon, so we can have a full and proper scrutiny of Wendy Williams' review and its implications. The period of profound reflection called for by her review should happen here in Parliament, just as in the Home Office. But against that background, Madam Chair, I turn now briefly to the specific amendments and new clauses that we have tabled, which are largely self-explanatory, so I can go through in fairly quick order. Amendments 1 or 2 are simply the paving amendments which allow us to make the key points that we want to make through new clauses 1 to 8. New clause 1 makes a simple but I think fundamental point. As I argued at second reading, it is surely not only pretty crass but counterproductive for the Home Office to be responsible for operating the compensation scheme. If an institution ruins your life, your faith in the compensation scheme is surely not enhanced if it is that very same institution that then sets the rules and makes the judgments on compensation applications. And that is even more the case if you still have concerns that the same institution could do further damage to you or to your life. And that's exactly how it is with the Windrush compensation scheme. Again, I repeat, I want people to come forward and I want them to apply. But I do say to the Minister, making the scheme independent of the Home Office will undoubtedly increase uptake and interest in it.
Ultimately, given what these people have been through, how can any of us in this House criticise people for having concerns about providing information to the Home Office? This change, this making the scheme independent, is what Windrush victims and campaigners have been asking for. So even at this late stage, I do urge the Government to think again about the institutional framework here. Turning then to first to new clause 8, if I can, Dame Eleanor. That provides an alternative opportunity to introduce an independent safeguard through a proper independent appeal to our tribunal system. Applying for compensation like this is a full-blown and complicated legal process. Okay, the overall sums for the taxpayer, although not insignificant, it isn't huge either, particularly given the sums of money we've been talking about in recent days. But the sums involved could and should be pivotal and life-changing for those who are obtaining compensation. But it's also about the significance of the scheme and the importance of getting it right, and all of that justifies proper independent judicial scrutiny of controversial and contested decisions. Turning then to new clauses 2 and 4, these are designed to encourage the Home Office to continue to consult and make improvements to the scheme as we proceed. The Minister has engaged previously and he has also made changes, and we encourage him to continue to take that practical approach. Most significantly, new clause 4 seeks further consultation on various restrictions, tariffs and caps that are part of the scheme. Now, clearly there was extensive consultation prior to the scheme being launched, and I don't criticise any of that for one bit. That was all valuable work. But I submit that everything now has to be reviewed in light of last Thursday's report. That report puts this scandal in a very different light from others where compensation has been awarded and from where practice may have been copied. Such was a flagrant disregard for the impact of Home Office policies. It surely is right that we revisit all the limits and restrictions on the losses that can be recouped. Quite simply, we must look again in light of last week's report. New clause 2 seeks simply to further improve and try to simplify the application process. All the more important if the Government continues to resist our calls for legal aid to be available. That brings me to new clause 5, where we call for the cost of legal support for making applications to be reimbursed. The forms may be as close to simple as it could possibly be, but even if that is the case, the process is still not an easy one. Assessing and proving losses of this type is not an easy process, as any civil litigation lawyer will tell you. And again, it's not just about complexity, it's about the profound importance of the claims for these individuals and the necessity of giving them faith in this process. New clauses 3 and 6 contain important points of principle. New clause 3 says that the time limit for compensation claims should be removed. Now, the Minister has already acted to push back the deadline, which I welcome, but given the extraordinarily slow rate of progress and given the lack of trust that people still appear to have in the Home Office, I will ask him again to remain open to the idea of putting that date back further. But still, as both the Lessons Learned report and the earlier National Audit Office report have pointed out, the Home Office is still not actively looking for victims outside the Caribbean countries. And I hope that that will now change. But in the meantime, it is eminently possible that there will be victims in other countries who will not discover that they do have a claim until years down the line, and that is why the cut-off date must be removed. New clause 6 makes 2 important points. Firstly, it challenges the Government to explain why compensation could be ruled out in some circumstances where the applicant has a criminal record. Now, if my negligence on the roads or at work seriously injures somebody, I can't get out of paying compensation simply on the basis that the victim had a completely unconnected criminal conviction, regardless of how serious that conviction is. Neither should I have that excuse, and neither, I believe, the Home Office should have that excuse. And I simply do not understand the logic behind this restriction, and I urge the Minister to try to explain it. The other part of New Clause 6 challenges reductions to compensation payments on grounds that losses could have been limited through earlier contact with the Home Office. Again, this takes us back to the issue of trust raised in connection with New Clause 1, but here I think it's an even more powerful point. If even now people are expressing reluctance to go to the Home Office, imagine how much greater that reluctance would have been at the very height of this crisis. If you were suddenly finding yourself out of a job, it's easier for us to sit here today and say, well, if they'd contacted the Home Office, they could have sorted out the status and everything would have been fine quite quickly. But we know fine well that people contacting the Home Office were just about as likely to wind up in immigration detention or subject to removal directions. So if somebody has been out of work for several years because of the Windrush scandal, they should get 6 years' worth of wage loss, and that should not be reduced on the basis that they could have asked the Home Office for help at an earlier stage and sorted things out. Finally, Madam Chair, new Clause 7 might seem more technical, but it does seek to rectify what I thought was a startling section in the compensation scheme guidance for caseworkers. In the caseworker guidance for those making decisions about applications, there is a section on the standard of proof. I think most people would assume instinctively that the standard of proof would be the ordinary civil standard. And that section of the guidance opens with instructions to caseworkers: you should take a holistic view of the claim where there is a lack of supporting evidence and decide the claim on the balance of probability. This means you must be satisfied it is more likely than not that the claimant meets the relevant criteria. So far, so good. But there are then 4 exceptions set out, as is described in new Clause 7, and it includes wage loss claims, for example, which are obviously a very significant part of this process. The guidance at that point then states, in these cases, the claimant must provide clear evidence, and you must be satisfied so as to be sure that they meet the requirements for these awards. This means that you must be satisfied beyond reasonable doubt before making an award in these cases. Now, it may be that this is a clumsy and poorly worded attempt at simply suggesting that the caseworker should seek more by way of supporting documents in these cases. If that's the case, then fine, but if it is the case, the guidance still needs to be fixed, because it cannot possibly be appropriate to be demanding the criminal standard of proof here. Again, if I, by my negligence, cost somebody significant wage loss, they simply need to prove that wage loss in the balance of probabilities, even if it's a claim for millions of pounds. Day in and day out, up and down this land, massive payments of wage loss compensation are made, subject to proof on the balance of probability. So it can't be right that victims of the Windrush outrage are being pressed to meet the higher standard of proof. And I call on the Minister to rectify that issue. In conclusion, Madam Chair, these amendments and new clauses contain suggestions which seek to enhance the compensation scheme, not to undermine it in any way at all. I won't be pressing any of the amendments or new clauses to a division, but I do hope the Minister will engage with these ideas on that basis.
And the question is that Amendment 1 be made. Nobody's standing up. I was going to leave the Shadow Home Secretary till a little later, but unless she would like to speak now. I beg the Honourable Lady's pardon. If she would like to speak now, Diane Abbott.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We are debating this important bill in the shadow of a terrible existential crisis, the coronavirus crisis. However, it would be wrong to let this debate go past without sharing the perspectives of large numbers of the Windrush cohort on the arrangements for compensation. As was said in the Windrush Lessons Learned review, I'm quoting, members of the Windrush generation and their children have been poorly served in this country. They had every right to be here and should never have been caught in the migration net. I think it's really important when we talk about compensation for the Windrush cohort that we are not talking about an act of charity. We are talking about people who were always entitled to be here and are owed an apology, as Wendy Williams has said, as well as compensation. I want to begin by making the point that it's really important in that going forward on Windrush compensation that we look beyond the Caribbean. In the Lessons Learnt review, Wendy Williams pointed out the Department's Historical Cases review focused solely on people from the Caribbean and also excluded anybody with a criminal conviction with sentences over 12 months. But we have seen that the legislative changes that apply to the Windrush generation also apply to other nationalities from the new Commonwealth. And while the Windrush scheme itself is open to all Commonwealth nationalities, the narrow focus of the historical case review mean that the task force did not proactively contact non-Caribbean nationals in the same way as it did Caribbean nationals. I'll return to the question of the Windrush compensation scheme and its outreach in a few minutes. Now, the Windrush compensation scheme is to be applauded in principle, but its record in practice, I'm afraid, is lamentable. The scheme was unveiled in April 2019. There is, by most estimates, £200 million in the scheme, and there's no upper limit. That's to be welcomed. But since it was unveiled in 2019, there have only been 1,108 claims made. Only 36 people have received money. And I think I could probably find 36 members of the Windrush cohort in my own borough of Hackney, let alone the country as a whole. But only 36 people have received money, and only £62,198 has been paid out. These are shameful figures. And in their response to the debate around these new clauses, I would want to hear from ministers what they intend to do about the shamefully low payout. As has been said earlier, it's not surprising that people are reluctant to come forward because their experience of the Home Office has been a punitive one, and some of them may be frightened that they could end up in a detention centre or worse. On this side of the House, we believe that the Windrush compensation scheme needs a proper national campaign to encourage engagement amongst possible Commonwealth claimants. After all, the EU settlement scheme, I think £4 billion was spent on that. We need to spend comparable sums of money in outreach for the Windrush compensation, because this is a cohort of persons coming as they did to this country quite a few years ago, that unless we do the outreach, unless we positively and with more resources behind it encourage them to claim, the danger is that they may never get the compensation that they're entitled to. And though, of course, their heirs and their estate may get some of the compensation, that is not the same as people in their lifetime getting an apology, but also getting the compensation. And I've said to the Minister and officials that I'm happy to help with this work of outreach, not as an apologist for the government, but as someone who is really very anxious that people will get what they're entitled to. And the reason I think it's so important people get what they're entitled to is not the money. I've said before in this House, in the end, the cruelest thing for the Windrush cohort was not the problems, the difficulties, the possibility of deportation, all of those practical things. The cruelest thing for the Windrush generation was the humiliation of being told by the British state that somehow they were not British or were trying to mislead the state in that matter. And this is a generation, and I know something of the generation, because my own parents are part of that generation, who came here with their UK and colonist passport and believed they were British. And I will argue that it's the humiliation that cut to the quick. I've had a variety of meetings in this House with members of the Windrush cohort, and this is the thing you come up against time and time again, how humiliated and hurt they felt to be, as it were, rejected by what they had always regarded as the mother country, a country they came here after the war to help rebuild. So I think it's important to stress how poor the take-up has been, and that ministers must do more to encourage better take-up. On this side, we think ministers should consider putting the compensation scheme on a statutory basis. We also think that it's important to stress, and taking this opportunity to stress this fact, that it applies not just to persons in the Caribbean, but also people that came from other Commonwealth countries before January 73, and people who had a right of abode or settled status and who arrived to live in the UK before 31st December 1988. We also think it's important that in moving forward on the compensation scheme, which is so important to the people that have suffered, we look at all the important issues of family life that were severed by the Windrush scandal, whether it was people being deported, whether it's people's children not being able to establish their right to be here, whether it was the misery of seeing your parents thousands of miles away having been consigned to deportation by what seemed to them a very cruel state. I remember visiting Yarlswood Detention Centre last year, and there were women there who were married to British men, had British children, but because they were caught up in the Windrush scandal, found themselves quite unfairly having committed no crime in a detention centre. And there were very many cases like this. So we will be supporting the compensation scheme because we think it's important that the money gets to the victims as soon as possible. On this side, we're happy to help in any way with outreach to encourage people to claim. Clearly, with the current public health situation, we can't have meetings and so on about it, but there are other means, possibly by new media, by which more could be done in terms of outreach. This compensation scheme is important, but ministers should not labour under the delusion that it draws a line under the iniquities and injustice of Windrush. And ministers should not labour under the delusion that it is some act of charity. This is a scheme which is long overdue compensation for a cruel and unjust fate which befell a generation who came here with the best of intent to help this country in its time of need after the war. Thank you very much.
Minister Kevin Foster.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And can I thank the members, Most Honourable Member for Hackney North and Stoke Newington, and the member for Cumbernauld, Kilsyth and Kirkintilloch for the very constructive speeches they've given and for their thoughts in this debate. And as the Shadow Home Secretary just reflected on, we're talking about people, particularly those who came here before 1973, who are British. They're British, they viewed themselves as British, and then had a reminder of some of the prejudices they'd experienced when they'd first arrived, when these things play, and they should never have been in the migration. This isn't granting people citizenship, this is confirming their status that they always had. And I always think that's a point we need to make when debating this issue, is that we're not today granting them citizenship. They had it, and they had it for nearly 50 years. But, Madam Chairman, I'm grateful for the opportunity to discuss these amendments and the new clauses proposed. I'll go through each amendment in turn, and I hope to give clear assurances to the honourable members who moved them on some of the issues that they've raised and how they form part of our thinking during the development of the compensation scheme. Probably for ease, if I go through the ones from the Scottish National Party first, and then I'll move on to the one from the official main opposition. I recognise Amendment 1 paves the way for the new clauses that would modify the Windrush compensation scheme before final payments are made. I also recognise the intention of Amendment 2 is not to prevent any interim payments made. I'm reassured by this that it's always been our priority to ensure payments are made as quickly as possible, rather than only at a final resolution of a complete case. New Clause 1 intends to move the operation of the Windrush Compensation Scheme out of the Home Office. I can understand the concerns of honourable members, well articulated, who are of the view that the department which caused the issues facing these individuals is the one deciding whether individuals are eligible to receive compensation or not. The Home Office is determined to learn the lessons and right the wrongs experienced by the Windrush generation, and I can reassure the honourable member that the compensation team is working hard to ensure people get the compensation they deserve. As my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, said to the House last week, we will continue to do everything possible to ensure the Home Office protects, supports and listens to every single part of the community it serves. I also noted the request for a substantive debate around the Lessons Learned review, and I think, if I recall correctly, the Home Secretary, when she was at this dispatch box last week, indicated that's something we would almost certainly look to do at a future moment, and where we're not constrained by the type of circumstances that this debate. I'll happily give way to the Shadow Home Secretary.
Is the Minister happy with the very low level of payout from the Windrush Compensation Scheme thus far?
Minister. I thank the honourable member for her intervention. No, I want to see more getting the compensation they're entitled to. That's why we're bringing this bill forward, why we would look to have done more engagement events to reach out to those affected, as she touched on in her own remarks. We would want that has been curtailed, inevitably, by the situation we face. It's also why we've extended the scheme by another 2 years. Originally, it was going to end in April next year. It's now been extended to April 2023, precisely because we want more to come forward and apply to the scheme. But I would be very clear that part of that, that will come on in a moment, to some of the ways we're looking to engage and get more people, and also hopefully the next set of statistics that are produced will show that there are, for example, some more significant compensation awards have been made since the first statistics were produced. But we are careful not to put out statistics that would potentially identify an individual and what they may have received, because we would not believe that would be an appropriate way to go about things as a government. But if I could return to the new clause number 1, in terms of the operation of the compensation scheme, moving it from the Home Office would risk significantly delaying payments to claimants. Because the first stage in deciding a claim for compensation is to confirm an individual's identity and eligibility, and this is linked to the immigration status of an individual. It would be difficult to decouple this from the Home Office, which is the department who confirms this status. We have, though, established an independent review process for those dissatisfied with their compensation offer. The independent review is conducted by the HMRC adjudicator, a non-departmental public body that is completely independent of the Home Office. The adjudicator can look at, among other things, whether the department has followed its policies and the use of discretion by the Windrush Compensation Scheme. New clauses 2 and 4 seek to require the department to launch public consultations on applicants' experiences of the application process and on the limits, tariffs and caps in the scheme. Madam Chairman, I'd like to reassure honourable and right honourable members, in designing the scheme, 650 responses to a call for evidence and nearly 1,500 responses to a public consultation informs our approach. We also held several public events, and Martin Ford QC, who is an experienced barrister on all aspects of health law, was appointed by the previous Home Secretary to advise on the design of the compensation scheme. There are 13 categories under which people can claim compensation, and the scheme awards compensation according to both actual losses and tariff-based awards. And while some categories or award have an upper limit, there is no overall cap on the amount an individual can receive in compensation under the scheme, or a set budget limit on payments to be made. New clause 3 would see the scheme left open indefinitely. Madam Chairman, let me reassure the House this government is committed to ensuring all those who wish to make a claim are able to do so. This is why we announced last week we were extending the duration of the scheme until the 2nd of April 2023. And furthermore, why last week we announced the launch of a national communications campaign and a £500,000 fund for all grassroots organisations to promote the Windrush Task Force and Windrush Compensation Scheme. However, as I said at second reading, there is a balance to be struck between having a date far enough in the future to enable people to feel confident they have time to make their claim, but soon enough to encourage people to put in their claim and get the compensation they are due. The Government believes the 2-year extension provides this, but there remains the option to further extend the duration if this is required, in response to the point unfairly made by the spokesman for the Scottish National Party that we wouldn't close off consideration of that. However, we think it's right that we have a time frame to encourage people to come forward and make their claims. New Clause 5 intends to allow applicants to recover their legal costs in applying to the scheme. Madam Chairman, claim forms have been designed to be simple and easy to understand and were tested with users, so legal assistance is not required, with the team working proactively. The introduction of this clause may serve to encourage organisations to take advantage of potentially vulnerable individuals and charge them for unnecessary support to complete a claim. Should claimants need support, the Home Office already has provision for a contract with Citizens Advice to provide free independent advice. We will soon be launching a procurement tender to select an organisation to provide free independent advice and support to claimants for the duration of the scheme up until April 2023. And the £500,000 fund for grassroots organisations announced last week to promote the compensation scheme includes provision for advice services. New Clause 6 seeks certainly. Yes,
I'm very grateful to him for giving way, and I take the points he makes about the work that was done to try and make the scheme simple, and the work that's been done to tender out services for provision of advice. But there will be. This isn't just about the form; it's about the process of putting together complicated evidence in some cases, particularly for the big awards. Surely there would be the possibility of considering maybe even just a small panel of certain firms who have expertise in this area to make them available for particularly difficult or high-value claims. For example, just something to think about.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I hear the point being made. I would say, certainly when I met the independent advisor, it's one of the areas where we covered, and his advice is clear, is that he believes the system is set up in a way that you don't need specialist legal support to make a claim to come forward. The compensation team will work with the claimant to look at things like HMRC data to see about past employment, and also to actually access government records, for example, past immigration fees that may have been paid when you should not have needed to pay that. So as it stands at the moment, we're satisfied that this gives people the opportunity to engage, and we're keen that this is about working with the person affected to find how they were affected, rather than necessarily getting into the type of adversarial legal process that could have been the alternative to the approach that we are adopting. New Clause 6 seeks to prevent the Home Office reducing compensation awards due to criminality or the timeliness of actions to resolve status. In response to direct feedback from claimants and stakeholders, the Home Office has already made changes to the scheme's mitigation policy. Individuals are no longer expected to show they took immediate steps to resolve their status, and this was clarified in new guidance published on the 5th of March. Whilst it is reasonable to expect individuals who encountered difficulty evidencing the law for right to be in the UK to have taken some steps to try and resolve this, the Home Office will now consider any evidence of steps someone took to resolve their situation, even if those steps were not taken as soon as reasonably practical, when an individual lost their job, or indeed took place before an individual encountered difficulties. This, for example, could include writing to your Member of Parliament or being in touch rather than necessarily approaching the Home Office directly. This change means some people may qualify for higher awards, particularly where it relates to loss of employment. With regard to criminality, those with criminal convictions are not precluded per se from making a claim for compensation. However, being mindful of the government's obligation towards taxpayers' money, we may reduce or decline an award if a claimant has a record of serious criminality. And I was asked to perhaps try and briefly explain why we would do that. It may be the case that, for example, a claim for loss of employment due to not being able to show migration status, if the claimant then had a serious criminal conviction shortly afterwards or during that period, it wouldn't inherently flow that their employment would have carried on, but for the migration status issue, if someone would have then, for example, went on to commit a serious offence, that almost certainly would have cost their employment. But as I say, it doesn't preclude, and it's not a bar. And again, we are always open when we look at with this process, as we work with stakeholders and as we look with the independent advisor in particular. But that would explain why that's been done, because it would seem unfair to potentially compensate with taxpayers' money when employment may well have been lost anyway following a particular type of conviction. New Clause 7 seeks to make no requirement of claimants to demonstrate a level of proof beyond the balance of probabilities for claims for actual losses under the scheme. The scheme awards compensation, Madam Chairman, according to both actual losses and tariff-based awards. Evidential requirements have been designed to be straightforward and not too onerous. However, we do ask claimants to provide as much evidence as they can so the best assessment can be made. Caseworkers will work with applicants and contact other government departments such as Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs on their behalf where there may be evidential gaps. Where awards are tariff-based, caseworkers will make decisions on the balance of probabilities. Where awards are for actual losses, it is right we seek to obtain an appropriate level of assurance those losses were incurred in order to fulfil our duty to properly manage money. Briefly.
I'm very grateful. I would just ask that it looks at that again. I absolutely get the point that they have to be very careful and seek as much evidence as possible when it comes to certain types of losses, including loss of earnings and so on. But to phrase it in a way that is beyond reasonable doubt still seems to me pretty controversial. And all I'm asking is that he goes away and has to think about this and maybe consults with Home Office solicitors, whatever else, because it seems very unusual to be demanding that standard of proof. Yeah, more evidence, but beyond reasonable doubt seems very strange.
I thank the honourable member for his intervention and the constructive way in which it was put. What I'll give him the undertaking to do is I'll raise this point specifically with the independent advisor and ask for a response to it. I'll move on then to new clause 8, which seeks to allow claimants to appeal to the first-tier tribunal against determinations made under the scheme. As I have previously outlined, we have already established an independent review process for those dissatisfied with their compensation offer. The first stage of this is through an internal Home Office review by someone who has not been involved previously in the individual's case, but if the claimant remains dissatisfied, they can request a review by the adjudicator's office. This is a non-departmental public body that is completely independent from the Home Office. And then if I briefly move on to the two amendments that were moved by the official opposition. The First Amendment seeks to formally define the Windrush compensation scheme as being open to individuals from beyond the Caribbean Commonwealth. I appreciate the thought behind it, yet I would state the amendment is not necessary in the fact that the Windrush criteria of the scheme do not just apply to the countries of the Caribbean Commonwealth. I accept that there may be a need to promote that a bit more, but to be clear, there isn't the restriction in that area. I'll briefly give way, so I'm conscious.
Doesn't the Minister accept, though, that because the scheme is called the Windrush Compensation Scheme, some people may assume that it's only for people from the West Indies?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I can very much understand the Shadow Home Secretary's point. But I think Windrush is the name that we have for the generation. It's the name that's been in the press. It's the name that the media know of. It's the name that many in the public would identify with the moment we talk about the Windrush, even though it's a ship that actually the vast majority of people in the Windrush generation would never have seen, yet alone sailed upon. It is one that's become the common parlance. And I agree with her, we need to constantly get this message out there that actually this isn't just, was it called Windrush, it isn't just about those who came from the Caribbean. It is wider, and in particular it's Commonwealth citizens who settled or had the right of abode in the UK before the 1st of January 1973, plus any person of any nationality arrived in the UK before the 31st of December 1988, and was lawfully in the UK or now a British citizen, and then estates of the deceased and others. So I would say that that is very much there. We do intend to continue promoting this scheme and to make sure more come forward. And I go and briefly on then to the Second Amendment, number 5, which is seeking to ensure the impact on the family life of people who encounter difficulties and demonstrating the lawful status is taken into account. There is an ability to make a compensation for impact on life. This category is awarded in a series of levels, with payments ranging from £250 up to £10,000, where the effect on the claimant was profound and likely to be irreversible. I do hope, Madam Chairman, I've been able to give some reassurance to the members who moved some well-intended and well-thought-through amendments, but I hope they will realise why it would be appropriate to withdraw these amendments at this stage.
Stuart MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very grateful to the Minister for addressing some of the points that we've raised. Through our interventions, I think both the Shadow Home Secretary and I have made clear where we accept what he said. There are one or two points that we've asked him to go away and maybe ask questions, but in the meantime I'm very happy to withdraw the amendments and new clauses that I've tabled.
Thank you. Diane Abbott.
I just want to confirm that it's not our intention to vote against this bill, and it is our intention to withdraw our amendments. I would just, before the debate comes close, I'd just like to, on behalf of my friend and colleague, the member for Tottenham, express his regret for not being here, but he is in self-isolation due to the public health problems we have at the current time.
The honourable gentleman for Cumbernauld, Kilsyth and Kirkintilloch. Not many people can say that. The honourable gentleman has indicated that he intends to withdraw Amendment 1. Is it your pleasure that the amendment be withdrawn? Aye. Amendment by leave withdrawn. So the question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And the question is that Clause 2 stand part of the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order.
I beg to report that the committee has gone through the bill and made no amendment.
Thank you. We now come to third reading. Third reading now. Minister to move, Mr. Kevin Foster.
Formally moved.
Move. Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is very important, I think, that even in the context of the crisis we currently face, the Government has made time to progress this piece of legislation. My constituency of Dulwich and West Norwood has a very strong and direct connection to the Windrush. Since around 200 of the passengers on the original Empire Windrush came first to Clapham Common to find temporary accommodation in the Clapham Deep Shelter and then found their way to Cold Harbour Lane in Brixton to find work. From there, many of them found work locally at King's College Hospital, where they helped to establish our NHS, and it is particularly poignant to be debating this bill in a context where we know that many members of the Windrush generation and indeed their descendants are still working now in that hospital, desperately seeking to save lives which are at risk as a consequence of COVID-19. My constituency is home to very many members of the Windrush generation and their families, and it is now also home to the Black Cultural Archives, which sits proudly on Windrush Square in my constituency, and I'll return a little later in my speech to the role that the Black Cultural Archives have played in relation to the Windrush scandal and compensation. The impact of the Windrush scandal has been profound and it has been devastating. In my team, we knew that there was a scandal years before it was a story in the news. As my right honourable friend was absolutely right to clarify, the scandal affects people from across the Commonwealth and not only from the Caribbean. Indeed, our first Windrush case was a constituent who had arrived in the UK from Sierra Leone decades ago, who was asked to provide proof of her status in the UK when she applied for her state pension. But she'd arrived at the age of 14 with somebody who may or may not have been a relative. She didn't have any papers. Despite her whole life being in the UK, despite having worked all of her adult life and raised 5 children, and having no remaining connections at all in Sierra Leone, the UK government threatened deportation. Her case was a scandal. We just didn't know at that time that it was the Windrush scandal. But we saw many more cases, and eventually the bigger picture was revealed, and I would pay tribute to the work of Amelia Gentleman in such a forensic way, exposing the extent and depth of the scandal up and down the country. The consequences have been profound, not simply a grave injustice and material detriment suffered by thousands of people, but also a moment that gives rise to the need for deep reflection on our national identity and sense of community. That a group of people who had contributed so much could be treated so appallingly indicates that something had gone badly wrong in our understanding of who we are as a country. Notwithstanding the compensation scheme, there is more work to do on this, particularly in my view in relation to reform of the history curriculum and what we teach our children about migration and colonialism, and I hope the government will give serious consideration to this. The experience of my constituents of the compensation scheme to date has been very poor. The scandal itself was a fundamental breach of trust, and many people have not felt confident to come forward. Despite the Minister's remarks during the committee stage, the form is complicated and it is very easy to omit key details. I sat down with one of my constituents to fill out the form on behalf of her mother, and it was only when we had worked through all 18 pages of it that I said, "Is there anything else that you think your mother suffered as a consequence of being a victim of the Windrush scandal?" And she mentioned very quietly, oh, she lost her home. She was renting privately, and because she was not allowed to return to the UK, her home was repossessed by the landlord, and she lost all of her possessions because there was nobody who could manage that and reclaim any of her belongings for her. That wouldn't have been captured on the form had it not been for my prompting question at the end. It is the experience of almost every one of my constituents who I have spoken to that they have found it difficult to capture all of the information on the form. Because of their experience with the Home Office, they fear the level of proof and the extent of evidence that will be required. And this is not an easy process for them. The support that's been provided through the CAB has not been accessible or sufficiently expert, and so it has been left to the voluntary sector, to pro bono lawyers and to organisations like the Black Cultural Archives, who have done a heroic job but who have struggled to cope with the need. I welcome proposals for a fund for grassroots support, which the Home Secretary recently announced, and I would welcome assurances from the Minister today that some of this funding will be allocated to the BCA, who have done an extraordinary job because they are trusted by the community, and that job has been not only local but national in its reach. My right honourable friend was right to highlight the need for a publicity campaign for the compensation scheme. And I hope that the government will give serious consideration to the content of that scheme and who of that publicity scheme and who fronts it up. The first community meeting to launch the compensation scheme was organised in my constituency at a day's notice. I wasn't informed as the local MP. Many members of my community had no idea that the meeting was going ahead, and those who did were fearful of it being a meeting with the Home Office because of the breach of trust that I described earlier. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the final point that I wish to make is a plea that has been made in the public domain by Patrick Vernon, who again I want to pay tribute to as somebody who has campaigned relentlessly on behalf of Windrush citizens, that the government hands the administration of the scheme to another government department. The Home Office may have accepted the Lessons Learned review, and that is welcome, but it has not yet implemented the scale and depth of culture change that the review demands. As recently as last month, the Home Office was having to remove people from a chartered deportation flight after a court decided that the department had not followed due processes.
So the assurance that the Minister has tried to provide indicates, I think, a lack of understanding of exactly the extent of the breach of trust that has been caused by the Windrush scandal and the wider hostile environment. People are simply fearful of the Home Office and its capacity to ruin lives. This has been an utterly shameful period in our history. The compensation scheme is welcome and important, but I hope that the Government realises also the breadth and depth of the work it still needs to do to change culture and to rebuild trust. There is still a long way to go.
Stuart MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think I've said all that I really needed to say during the report stage. I think the most important thing that happens this evening is that we pass the bill so that compensation continues to be paid. We have made some suggestions about how the compensation scheme can be improved, but we welcome the intent behind it and we hope that it reaches as many people as it needs to reach. I think the other most important thing that happened this evening was that there was an undertaking that there would be a proper and full debate about the lessons learned review that was set out and published last Thursday, because this was a hugely significant moment in modern British political history. There are so many aspects of the Windrush scandal that still have to be properly explored in this place as well as within government, and we look forward very much to playing our full part in that.
Diane Abbott.
As I said during the committee stage, on this side of the House, we support the bill in principle, but it's unfortunate that we're having to be discussing this bill before we've had a proper debate about the Lessons Learned Review. Because one of the things the Lessons Learned Review said, that this wasn't a mistake, there were problems within the whole culture and leadership of the Home Office. I understand, with the public health tragedy in which we're engulfed, why it's not proved possible at this point to have a serious debate on the Lessons Learnt Review. But until we've done that, and until we've absorbed some of the lessons that Wendy Williams was at such pains to set out in her review, I'm afraid the community can't have complete confidence that this compensation scheme, with all the best intents of ministers, will go ahead at pace and people will get what they're entitled to. Finally, I want to talk about the people in the community who campaigned long and hard about this issue, notably Patrick Vernon, who is a Hackney resident and somebody well known to me, and all sorts of people in the community who understood there was a scandal even before Amelia Gentleman's articles and continue to campaign. And the compensation bill means nothing unless there is delivery as well as intent.
Minister. Kevin.
Well, with the leave of the House, I'll briefly respond. I appreciate the support that's been given to the bill. I would certainly like to thank Martin Ford, QC, who's the independent advisor. As I said during the committee stage of the bill, we are still open to hearing suggestions as things move on, and we'll certainly look to engage and continue to engage with stakeholders to ensure people get the compensation they deserve. Certainly the ability to bid for the funding will be available. It wouldn't be right for me to pledge funding to particular organisations on the floor of the House, but certainly the BCA will have the opportunity to bid into the process. But I hope the honourable member understand why it wouldn't be appropriate for me to give lists of groups that may, rather than going through the process that is there. But I do hope those who were affected by the Windrush scandal will see the type of debate we've had. We'll see that even under the present circumstances, there was a determination to get this bill through. I do accept the Shadow Home Secretary's point that this isn't the ideal opportunity to have had a longer style of debate that we will need to have at some point around the lessons learned review on the floor of the House. And certainly, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do very much appreciate the support that's been given to this bill by all members today. And finally, we wish the Right Honourable Member for Tottenham a speedy recovery, because I can imagine it would be very hard for him to have missed this debate given his passion about this issue.
The question is that the bill be now read the third time. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 5 relating to the Parliamentary Works Sponsor Body. Minister to move, Mr. Jacob Rees-Mogg.
How do you mean no more commission?
Well, no one in Scotland can commission an idea. You know, if I went to BBC Scotland and I said, oh, I've got this great idea for a sitcom, I've got this brilliant idea for a drama, you know, there isn't one person in Scotland that can okay it unless it goes through London.
Good morning and welcome to another edition of Full Scottish. What's happening today?
Hello and welcome to the Full Scottish here on Broadcasting Scotland.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
That need, that desire for independence is ever stronger than perhaps it was in 2014. So there's an obligation that we've got to give leadership to that campaign. That's what Nicola Sturgeon, as our First Minister, has been doing.
My feeling about Boris Johnson is he can't be trusted on anything.
That is now and forever will be known as the rape clause.
I'm old enough to remember going into Europe in '73, and I remember how much of a razor's edge that was a battling stone. And I think we made it by 53%, if I remember correctly, for going in. And ever since that time, England particularly has been pretty much schizophrenic, down the middle about whether it felt British or whether it felt European. And that schism, that crack has remained throughout English society ever since.
Scotland means business. Scotland's voice won't be stilled, it won't be silenced, it has to be heard.
The work that's been done by Broadcasting Scotland in giving community activists, yes activists, Scottish activists a platform other than the traditional media outlets.